Hey, hello there, Wade. Hope your Saturday's been going well. Thanks for coming on by. Yes, first is you. You are first in the chat. We're starting about a minute and a half-ish. But yeah, as you can see from the title, basically, we're going to be making a full stack application today from scratch. Basically 0 lines of code, all the way to fully completed, deployed, and yeah, with authentication, a few database structures using the MERN stack minus React. Yeah, of course, gonna do some leak codes and code wars in between it all. Deploy where? I was initially thinking we will deploy it to Heroku since there's a full stack application, but if y'all want to see other deployments, Vercel, Railways, etc., I'm very much open to suggestions. Love trying new things. New free things. By the way, I hope your Saturday's going well too, Darth Vader. Every time I read your name, it's like Darth Vader fell down. Ah, poor fella. Ooh, a certification by this weekend. Well, we're technically 1 day into the weekend, so I hope you can make it. I'm sure you can, but yeah, we're definitely up against the clock at this point, aren't you? Is it like an AWS certification or one of those specialized cloud certs, or something more generalized if you're willing to share? Because I have heard that of all the quote certifications, those are the ones that actually hold weight. Think of numbers. But yeah, of course, as is with every good old stream, we're going to start off with the leak code of the day, which is this one right here. I will drop it in chat. And yeah, out of boundary paths. So let's start on this one. Given a m times n grid, so it's a rectangle, your ball is at position start row start column. You can move it to one of the 4 adjacent, so we're essentially in the middle, and we can go up, left, down, and right. You can apply at most max moves to the balls. Given the 5 integers your information, return the number of paths to move the ball out of the grid boundary. Ooh. Ah, interesting. Yeah, I have not heard specifically of those ones, but real toe certification sounds interesting. Real toe certified. Is this a specific technology? Yeah, I'd definitely say with the limited time, as in weekend, definitely pick one that can data management. Interesting. Oh, okay, I see it works with this particular software. Nice. Well, hey, I wish you luck on that. I'm sure you'll knock it out of the park, though. It is a little bit of a time crunch up here for me. But yeah, I'm sure you will knock it out. Okay, so lovely. Leak code provides some pictures. Don't you love when they do this? So you can move this way, or down and left, down and down, right and up, or right and right, because you only have maximum of 2 moves. You're given these 4 and expected output 6, which is the number of paths out of the matrix essentially. Example 2, you're given 3 moves. You can go up and down. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And it looks like right here, given that we went to the right, then back to the left, and then up, we can traverse over the same area multiple times. I'm already seeing some optimizations that can be done here. Let's take this one for example. If we brute force this, we will start here and then go in every direction possible. So let's go left and then up. And then we will restart here, left, left, restart, left, down. Well, that's not how you draw left down. The first optimization I can see being done is that instead of restarting from the beginning every time, essentially memoizing or remembering where we've been. So this could be done recursively. That's probably the way I'm going to go for it, where we will have a current position and a number of moves remaining. So we'll start off with current position here, number of moves remaining, max moves. Then for everywhere we go, we will try to make one. Then our next position will be current position here, max moves remaining, max move minus 1. We will do that as much as possible until we have 1 move left. So usually for these things, you want to stay inside the grid, but this is a case where you want to go out of the grid. So I would basically handle this by, so we're getting into implementation details here, but essentially when I'm on the edge of a grid, I want to try and step off the grid, and if I have exactly 1 left, so I've already seen those, then I counter. Okay, so yeah, that's a little bit deep, and that's like the last line of code I gotta write, it feels like. It's figuring out exactly when our base case essentially adds a 1. Okay, let's start on this. So mn max move, start row, start column. That is basically all the information I need. Now we need to, well, first we'll start off with our 4 directions, and then we'll figure out how to memorize it, let's say, after. So what would be recursively calling it? I'm going to do what I've done a bunch of times, function recur, right, recursive helper inside our thing of the values essentially that we are memoizing. Those values are not m and n, because those are the size of the grid. Max moves, so it'll be moves remaining, and then start row and start column. So this won't be start, this will be current, so R and C. And here we go. So if we don't have any moves remaining, then we can't do anything. So if not moves, you know what, I'm going to rename this to moves, because moves remaining is very tedious to type. Exactly, Darth Vader fell down. That's the exact approach I'm going to go for. 4 different recursive calls. Essentially, this is a flood fill, but we're not flood filling. We're just continuing to go on until we can't go anymore. So it shares a lot of similarities with flood fill, just minus the filling, but it is flood. So if there are no moves, return 0. So because you can't move, you failed. Now the other base case, one I was trying to describe, was essentially if we are out of the board or about to be out of the board. So I will start with if we're out of the board. So if, now essentially this is the same check that we would want to say if we were on the board but inverted. So it's going to be if r less than 0 or r greater than or equal to, and m is the number of rows. Let's look at the example. M of 1. Yeah, that's right. Or c less than 0 or c greater than or equal to n, return 1. So essentially if we are off, like we have stepped here, 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 or here, or here, then we've made it. We have succeeded. This is what we want. then here comes the actual recursive calls, and I could pull out some fancy loop where I can just return, recur. Actually, I want to put this in a thing. Yeah, let's go hard coding it. So left will be recur moves -1 row and column. So if we are going to the left, row stays the same, column decrements. Then 4 more, and then we want all possible, so it'll be left. Well, actually, let's go top plus right plus bottom plus left. Yeah, we're gonna hard code it for now, and then we can loopify this in a moment. And we're just going clockwise because that's always a fun direction to go. So going top means the row decrements by 1. Going to the right means the column increments by 1. Going down means the row increments by 1. Going to the left means column decrements by 1. We can't stop early because we need a sum, so we do have to traverse all of them. Now there's no memorization here, but if for the easy cases, this should at least prove if I have written it correctly, and then I'll optimize it. Hey services, hello, how is it going? I hope your Saturday's been well. We're starting with the leak code of the day. We just finished writing the recursive function that's supposed to tell us how many ways we can get this ball basically off the path. We're gonna see if I wrote it right, and we're gonna optimize it. Hope your Saturday's been going well. Max move. We're starting at start row, start column. So let's see if this bad code runs. Close. So I'm given 22000, outputted 2, expected 6. So I outputted the 2 that were immediately available. So I outputted these 2 cases, but I didn't get these 4 cases. Interesting. So I do have all possibilities here. I've all them all listed out. And I did go top and left. So it could be an off by 1. So there are how many remaining? There are 2 moves remaining. So this starts with 2. It calls top. Top is out of bounds. It wins. It calls right. So we go remaining is 2. Then we have moves remaining 1. 1 is not 0. So this passes. No, this is true. It passes. Then it should try all 4 cardinal directions, including back where it came from, but another optimization I'd love to make. And it should go all 4 of these places, which means it should go left. But we're only getting 2. Okay, I'm not sure what's wrong here. Time to put this in VS Code. Love you, Code Wars, or leak code. Just can't understand ya. Nope, didn't mean to click that thingy. Mouse is about to die. So, leet.js and paste. Hey, glad to hear it, services. The Next.js TypeScript front end for Fastify. On the next one. I was like, wait a minute, I thought you weren't doing one last time, but yeah, Next.js TypeScript front end. Yeah. Recently finished. Oh, so the back end's finished and you're working on the front end. Nice. Yeah, it's always fun when you're doing those migrations because you don't need to write anymore. You already have the existing other half to make sure things are working. What is the test case? So these values here. So if we console log find paths, these values, where we just drop the equal signs using some multi-cursor magic, then we should get triple equals the number 6. Now, I'm a little paranoid. We'll start some Quokka. See what this looks like. keyboards on there. So yeah, it is, as expected, wrong. Let's stop Quokka and put a debugger on this to see why it's wrong. Yeah. Also, yeah, I saw you last we chatted. Yeah, you showed me a couple of the redesigns or the new look that's meant to be. Yeah, sounds like a good project, making progress. Turn off word wrap, and we are stepping into the debugger. Okay, so we have 2 moves. We're trying to go top. We have 1 move. So yeah, top gets us a value. We go right. We have 1 move, then we go top. So we went right, then we went up. Yeah. Oh, you showed the bots front end. My bad. Yeah. Good point. There are no moves, return 0. So I went right and then up, but I ran out. So what's happening here is this is max moves, not exactly number of moves I need to take. Yeah, services, I got it. I'll put this thing back. So if we stop and start Quokka. Well, it looks like an infinite loop. Nope, that's a 6. Okay, folks, so what happened was I was ending just a bit too early in my recursive function. Let's see if we can pass the base cases now. Good. Let's see all the example test cases. Because it's going to be a little angry, but good. Now I know we're going to fail on a time, but let's just run it anyway, just to see the failure on the time limit exceeded. Yep, that's a failure. The great thing about failures is that you know how and why you failed, and you can test on it. Here we go. Time limit exceeded. Now we can turn Quokka off, stop all, and make another call with these values. So 8, 7, 16, 1, and 5 should equal, well, it should equal something. It shouldn't take 5 years. That's all that matters. Let's say node. So let's run it. Node delete and see how long it takes. A long time. Okay, so these are the optimizations I said we would implement. And it looks like we got to implement them now. So what's happening is that, for example, let's look at the pretty picture. For example, when we go here and then go here, we are making a duplicate calculation of this path here. And more complicated ones that they don't draw us a picture for. So the goal is to essentially memorize these 3 numbers. So a little bit of dynamic programming, and hey look, there's the number it's supposed to be. Only took 1 explanation length of time. So as usual, I'm going to be cheap. I'm going to say const to cache equals new map, so I can shove things in here. Now calculate the key as basically all 3 values joined with a comma. So that will be moves plus R plus C. I know, very bad, but bad code still works. Now here, when we get our result, we can say const result and then cache dot set. So that's the method you use to put things in a map. Key and value, which I might as well call this value. And then I can return the value. So that's putting it in the cache. Now to get it out of the cache, we come up here and we say, hey, if cache.has the key, then return cache.get the value of this key. Not the keyboard event. So again, very bad memorization, because we're basically creating a key with a string and all that. But I mean, let's just run it. Oh, look how fast that is. I couldn't even blink of an eye, folks. I think we got it. boom. Well, let's give us the bad example. So where's the failing one? I did clipboard it. Let's grab it out of the clipboard. These values here. Drop it down here. Run the code. There we go. I think this is gonna be a pass. Nope, it's gonna be a wrong answer. Okay. That is a wildly wrong answer. Let's figure out what this is about. So if we have these values, it should equal this. So make another test case in our VS Code. So 8, 50, 23, 5, 26 should triple equal this number, but according to Quokka, it does not. So we're getting a lot more than we should. A whole lot more. Interesting, we're getting that here. Did I miss everything? No, you didn't miss everything, Intelligence. We haven't even gotten through the first leak code problem. we were making progress, but don't worry, there's enough struggle here for the rest of y'all. Hope your Saturday is going well, Intelligence. Didn't even get to the project yet. Still doing leak code of the day, which I thought I had. I was so confident, but it says it's the wrong answer, so figuring out some math. TLDR is that we're given a grid and a current position and a number of moves remaining, and we have to return how many ways it can fall off the edge using the moves that are available. And I thought I did it right, but apparently I did not. Nope, here it is. Return it. Here's the thing. Aha! Modulo 10 to the 9th power plus 7. Okay. This is it. Yeah, Intelligence. So, modulo 10th to the 9th power. 10 to the 9th power plus 7. Which means... Oh, look. Look, there it is. I was about to throw all kinds of parentheses in there to handle the order of operations, but apparently don't need that. Glad to hear it. Boop. It was a little one-line change. And now, as always, let's take in the failed code, put it in the leak code test case box. Just so we don't get an extra submission without need to, so we can run the code for free against the actual, and it fails. Aha. It's slightly off. I know it's very hard to read, but we have 4517 versus 3380. We also have another digit off. So I'm imagining this is because of order of operations. We need to do this, so we need to raise it to the power of 9, and then add 7, and then modulo. Because what I imagine what's happening is that it was moduloed, and then the result had 7. Oh no, folks, this is math. Okay, there we go. So, order of operations was wrong. When in doubt, just dump parentheses into it, folks. Works every time. I think this might be it. No. I think we'll leave it just like this. I could clean either of those variables up, but it's fine. No. No, it's not fine. Okay, so another big number is wrong. VS Code's being angry. Okay. It's being a little tougher than we expected, folks, but we will figure it out. Copy, paste. Again, another VS Code test case. 6, 5, 50, 15, 3. Supposed to be this number. But it is, in fact, 416. No, it's okay. Parentheses. Yeah, I'll update this code without updating that code. Boop. Okay, there we go. Numbers are looking better, but not exactly what they should be. Okay. at most max moves, return the answer modulo 10 to the 9 plus 7. Do all of these values need to be moduloed 10 to the 9 plus 7? Because I have a larger what they're giving me. Let's give it a try. So all of these things modulo this in parentheses because we love parentheses. There we go. Okay, so everything needs to be moduloed, folks. Even our internal value calculations. Hey, well, look who it is, Ken. Hey, thanks for coming on by. Yeah, I saw you. I was just over there in, Metal and Coffee. Yeah, we were over there having the Next.js freakouts. Like, look what Vercel can't do. Why not 10E9? That's a good one. Those who don't know, Ken also does some streaming stuff. Yeah, it's every day. It's like you are they should be paying you, because every time I hear something about Vercel or Next, you're the one doing it. Hey, of course. And services. I did see your tweet about them also. Like everything I hear about them, yeah, you are being DevRel, because I heard you say how they're hosting services or domain thing. One of those two. One of your tweets is about that. I was like, okay, it's another thing in the checklist for them. But yeah, services. 10E9. I don't use. As you can see, I don't use the syntax that often. 10E9. Huh. Ain't JavaScript neat? Well, it was neat until your thing broke my answer. What the? It's breaking my answer. Do I have to put parentheses around it? No, what the? What? Okay, you showed me a new thing, and I'm like, this is cool. Now I don't understand it. Weird. Yeah, it's weird, alright. So console log 10E9. I don't use this syntax, so 10 to the power of 9. Oh, great, now they're not aligned. Oh, it's a slightly different number. My bad. So I guess we need 10E8. There we go. Again, if I understood this, I would know the scientific exponent doohickey, but I literally first time seeing it here, folks. So 10E8. There we go. Now the numbers are matching. And thanks for that, services. Interesting one. I've seen it, I've just never thought to use it. Does make it one less pair of parentheses. Let's see if we can go all the way. Now, okay, we need some parentheses apparently. Gotta have some of them. But yeah, I think this is here we go one more time. See if this is the answer to today's leak code. Of course, we want these so we can avoid the extra submission. Oh, why didn't that play? There you go. Thanks for the follow there, Ken. So 36, 5, 50, 15, and 3. Okay, another pass, another submission to find another failure at this rate. Hey, never mind, there we go. Okay, it wasn't first try, folks, but perseverance and a little bit of math made it there in the end. That is today's leak code of the day, out of boundary paths. Again, I'm going to cheat every time I can with this dynamic programming, just use a map, but it worked, so let's see what the fancy solutions were. Okay, 18.2 Java with space compression. Ooh la la. Okay, so they used the fancy array of directions. I hard-coded it. A 2D array of counts. I think it's supposed to be better, Ken. There is a trade-off. It is essentially when you're doing if it's a few, Ken, then an object is your better way to go, because you're not constructing a whole new thing. Just use a plain object. But when you're doing a lot of basically, like, as you scale it up with more insertions or more lookups, then the map starts to win out. I don't know if my code ran to that point, but I don't know. It always feels, I don't know. I'm trying to use the more appropriate data structures and stuff, but yeah, it would have been perfectly fine to just win all map because someone creates a key called what has property of, and everything catches on fire, right? But yeah, I don't know. It's also a bit more readable, at least has, add, put, set. I don't know. Feels right. Okay, so let's do this. So this is the 2D and 3D array stuff. As you can see, as y'all know, I cheat. I mean, yeah, we could open the benchmark thing. Yeah, you know what? Why not? Let's explore that. Don't listen to me, Ken. Listen to JavaScript. We're about to run some. So yeah, we could go the JavaScript benchmark thing services, but I don't know how to give custom code to that. So I'm going to do it right here. So for let I equals 0, I less than a million, I plus plus. Yeah, don't listen to me. Tuple. Yeah, you're right. If I was writing Python, this would exactly be a tuple, and you can store tuples actually in maps. So technically, I kind of just serialize my tuple because of JavaScript. Stop all. Okay, so we're just gonna run all these cases a million times. It should be fine enough. Well, how do we do time start? So map, and then how do we do this? Time. Yeah, we're not doing professional tests here, folks. Time end map. Am I sorting with back end or front end? Well, XX Empire, we will be. So I haven't gotten to the project yet, but once I do, it's essentially going to be a pairwise sorting thing, in which it presents two options to the user, and then the sort has happened. Well, it all could be done on the front end. That's not as fun as doing it on the back end. So technically both, but it's going to be saved on the back end. So I guess only the results are going to be on the back end, and technically the sorting is on the front end. So yeah, the sorting is going to be on the front end, but it's all going to be persisted to a database, so your results are saved. Yeah, almost got to them all. Of course, we gotta squash our curiosities though to figure out our maps for objects faster in this very specific case. So cache is no longer a map. Goodbye, it's an object. So instead of saying has key, we can just say if key in cache, then return cache, get the value, not with get, but with the bracket notation. And then when we put them in, we don't say cache set, say cache with a key of key. Using the assignment operator, set it to value. A little auto format makes it readable. And yeah, maybe a million's much. We'll just go 100 now. No delete. Ah, it's a lot of output too. Yikes. That's very readable, ain't it? So yeah, console log find. We don't want these consoles anymore. Much as we loved them, they're no longer useful anymore. How do I want to delete this? Delete here. I think I can use multi-cursor magic. There we go. Gotta love the multi-cursor magic. Except when it chops off one number. There we go. Okay, one more time. It did seem pretty quick, so I'll probably will bump these to a million. Oh, I mean, just from that short sample, 600 milliseconds, an entire second for objects. Looks like my hypothesis was correct. That's too many zeros, apparently. Oof. Math, not that easy, huh? I mean, okay, this will take like 10 seconds, because that's all okay, 5 seconds for the map. Yeah, it seems that way, services. I mean, if the scaling is literally double, then this should be 10 seconds. Okay, so it seems, at least on my machine, famous last words, doubly efficient. So, I mean, yeah. And all I did was swap out the cache from what's on my machine. It's fast. It's all that matters. Mm-hmm. Yes, I mean, it's obviously this is very unscientific services, but at least comparing, yeah, I could like multi-thread spin this up, make sure they both happen at the same time, but yeah, for sure, services, for sure. But just as a benchmark, a general one, yeah, I'd say objects are not as efficient with the whole lookup thing. Yeah. No, I'll drop 1-0 from this because I am curious. Because I am using the N operator. I don't know, I haven't been curious about this. Oh, that's going to be a value though. Yeah, I'd have to use the N operator. But yeah, that was a good scientific inquiry. Can I paste bin this file? Sure thing I can. Yeah, feel free to play around with it. I mean, I don't optimize at this level too much, but for double the performance, I'd love to see what you can figure out, or if you can, like, I don't use the other sites you were mentioning, what do you call them? The tester sites with custom code, so maybe y'all know a little bit more than I do. JavaScript. Sure, how do we want? New paste. There you go, services, and whoever else wants to see how it runs on their machine, there they exist. Okay, and with that's definitely, so yeah, I'm glad I went for the map. That might have actually got me past the TLE. Yeah, Frosty, it's always interesting to see how these things work differently. With that, though, it's time to move on, or at least for me to move on, to the project. So I did mention it a little bit, but basically we're going to, I felt like just making a new project, don't want to work on an old one. Basically implement pairwise sorting, but as a full stack app. So essentially, if you're given a list of a couple of things, you'll be presented the option, do you like this one versus the other one? So you compare them directly, and you can either answer, I like the one on the left, I like the one on the right, or they're equal. So -1, 0, or 1 for your preference, and then that will properly and fancily order them properly, so you'll get less comparisons overall, but then but it'll be able to order them in groups. So essentially, if you say you like cats more than dogs, and you like dogs less than chinchillas, then it automatically knows where to put chinchillas in comparison to cats, because there are like degrees of separation. There's a way to get from dogs to chinchillas indirectly by the ones it was also compared to. I didn't come up with this. Stack Overflow link of where I did come up with it is like, right, oh, that's a big link when you click on it. The map is 320, 200. Yeah, okay, services, yeah, good machine it looks like, but still, map wins out. At least that part's consistent. Yeah, the place I found this algorithm was there. Then I had this for a while, tweaked it to my own needs, because that's how I do things, and yeah. Leon did mention, make something useful. I was like, remember, I got no ideas, so this is my useful idea. We're going to be doing this, so I'm going to force myself to do this. Test-driven development. So everything gets a test, and then I write the code. Which is why I also got a few, where is it? Here we go. I wrote some basics. We've upgraded from to-do list to Kanban board, or boring Kanban board extension at least. So, first thing is we're going to want the server to start on the provided port. Ah, really, Frosty? Huh. That is interesting to me, because I would think that checking if a key exists would be cheaper than evaluating the value of that key, or of the value, and then checking it against undefined. That is very interesting. Now I can now I gotta check that out now. Where's my paste bin? That is very interesting. Yeah. I mean, it's on my clipboard actually. I don't need to. Where is it? Here it is. Leet.js. Let's see. Cache key not equal undefined. Let's give that a quick run. Node leet at 100. Yeah, interesting. I mean, let me bump it up to a 250. So again, a real runner. And yeah, I'm actually curious. We'll hit up. I'm curious, Ken. How did you come up with NDB prof? How did you figure out that it was that specific line throwing it off? Because what I use for that is like NDB or profiler, basically. But I'm curious if there are any other cool tools that because you seem to go straight to that line. Let's see. Let's look at the script. Show me the script. Where's the script? Sources. There it is. So yeah, that is the very expensive line. Cache has, yeah, it's the most it's still the most expensive line. Checking the thing. I mean, the key calculation is also a bit expensive in the saving, but at least here saving is less. Yeah. Oh, that was just instinct, huh? Weak map versus map. I believe the whole point of weak map is that it's dealing with objects. So I'm not have any objects. It's because like you want to store extra metadata about an object, but you don't. But when the object poofs away from memory, then you don't want to have to manually delete that extra metadata or something. So I imagine it would be more performant. But I wouldn't be able to use that here. I literally wouldn't be able to use that because I'm storing just numbers to numbers or string to numbers. Yeah, I am curious, so I did that. I'm curious to see what it is. So if I just say const, so now this is double access. Old v equals cache key. Now we're getting into, does my JavaScript optimize better than your JavaScript? Because technically we're accessing it twice, right? Or, I don't know, maybe V8 optimizes it or whatever, right? 1.5, 1.9 versus 1.5, 1.5, 1.5, 1.8. Object got slightly better. I don't know. We're literally judging on 100 milliseconds here. I don't think there's much of a real difference when we're getting this low. Okay, it's still the exact basic 900 it was before, so it's accessing that's expensive, or in this case, checking its value. At this point, we should all be using what? What's the new one? Bum, right? We should use Bum if we want a real optimized solution. I actually do have Bum. I don't know. Or is it Bun? It's Bun. I was calling it the wrong thing. Illegal core dump. Well, I tried, folks. I really did. I don't know. I installed this. I never used it, though. I'm curious. Bun. Illegal hardware instruction. Apparently, I didn't install it well, folks. I'm gonna take the shot and say that's a me. That's a not Bun. Bun. Can I just run Bun? Yeah, that's a. I mean. Well, y'all, everyone came in as soon as that happened. Like Bun came out, I was like, "You gotta try out Bun. It's the next greatest thing." I try it out, it crashes on me. Y'all lying. I'm sure I installed it wrong, but still, that's gotta be hilarious. The first time I'm like, "Oh yeah, let's do some fast JavaScript." Can't get any faster than not running, can we, folks? Gotta love it, folks. Bum sounds better. I know I accidentally said it the wrong way. It's bun, like hamburger bun and not bum, but At least right now it's acting like a bum, not doing anything. Yeah, Frosty, I mean, like, you're right. Can you even call yourself a programmer if you don't segfault every now and then? Okay, folks, but here we go. We finally get to the init. Let's do some init stuff. And yeah, I'm gonna try to keep it. So yeah, the whole point of this is to, try to be a little bit more structured than my previous. We're going to do everything test-driven development. Yes, services. So we're gonna start Express server and make sure it starts on the provided port. You made it way slower. Congratulations, services. I'm impressed. I mean, it wasn't difficult, but I guess your optimization is like, I know better than the compiler. Compiler's like, I knew to do. Use an array of arrays. Wait, you're telling me that the array of arrays method is slower? I thought it would be computationally faster, but more memory expensive, because you're creating all the empty memory and all, but dang, it's okay. So now whenever I go to make my cheaty cache, I'm not gonna say, oh, I'm too lazy to make an array of arrays. I'm gonna say, I'm being efficient. That's my claim now, folks. The real answer is I don't know how to make those. They're really hard to think about. Oh wow, okay, everything's on fire. No matching version for your... Okay, okay, maybe Bun wasn't the blame. Maybe it's me. Okay, npm. This has happened a few times before me. My environment is very, very stable, folks. Do not doubt. Sometimes clearing the cache works for me. ls, okay, npm I chest. I just want to install one package. It looks like it's being more successful. Maybe. It's definitely downloading some stuff. Oh, that's a lot of downloading. In the meantime, if you're all wondering where this code came from, this is old code I used to sort this stuff, because I do use it. I do use this thing, and I'm figuring, hey, maybe other people want to sort stuff the human way, because when you get a list of items, hard to sort them programmatically normally. Ah, interesting. Yeah, that's a good one, Ken. I suppose that does make sense, because as far as setting goes, you can't set any more efficiently. Like has to be what makes it more efficient. Nice, yeah. I mean, I'd be curious to know exactly how they made it more efficient, like some bloom filter or... Yeah, interesting either way. Yeah, that's kind of... I always use it because it's more readable to say has and set than it is to, mess around and stuff. Well, just a little more readable. Makes me look like I know what I'm doing. As intended. Did the thing install? Yeah, it installed. What other stuff do we want to install? We would like to install Express. We need that. And since we're listening to environment variables, we would like to install test-driven development. We don't want to do any of that. We want to make some test. So I'll make a folder. I'll just make it like this. We'll call it server dot what is just like test.js. No. Describe server starts. It's amazing. Describe block test. Wow. All my type definitions are not here. Unprovided port. And then I guess we're going for... How would I test this? Well, usually I'm just testing the endpoints. Never really cared about which port it started on. Essentially I just want to make a super test. Well, super test doesn't start on a port. That's a good question. Test port is in use. I guess actually we're testing for an endpoint, aren't we? Okay, so that will be making a request. I'm not in node 18, so I gotta install. Well, Jest probably has it built in, right? So Jest CPU, does it have it built in? I'm more of a Mocha person, if y'all could not tell. Probably should have set that on. Okay, we got all the good stuff. Da 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 da. Let's just test that things are running. Expect 1 plus 1 to equal 22, because that's how math works. So now if I run npx jest, if that works, I will. There we go. 1 plus 1 does not equal 22. You are correct. And go to package.json. It's literally here. I was like, I'll just search for it. Apparently not. So a test is now a jest. Main file is not leap.js, it is index.js. There we go, so we have the test working. Const server equals require from the file that does not exist yet, server.js. You might have to do a double dot to get back to the root. It's okay. Test on provided port. So it will be... Nah, always the first one. It's fun, ain't it, folks? So it's going to be an express server. So it'll be... So what does Jest have built in? You know, it's got a lot of stuff built in. But yeah, all the afters, before, described, concurrent. What's it got built in? So this is... Yeah, that's normal. Fastify, you won't. You know, I have, like, I've been thinking about it. Like, that's what my 100 hours is going to be in. But I feel like I'm going to stay in Express just for the familiarity of it. You're right, it is faster. I've heard it's faster. I've seen it's faster. But just for familiarity, I'm going to stay in Express. Doesn't mean I won't rewrite it in Fastify given the time, but just for familiarity. I'm trying to keep general to what we're all using. Express, EJS, the basics, and Mongoose. Nothing, well, not Mongoose, just Mongo. Don't want to go too crazy out here. Want some of this to be recognizable. Okay, so server dot listen. I guess server listen will be something built in. Usually I do have my constants as a separate file. So I guess the listing on provided port isn't necessarily something I'd test. I would test specifically that constants are set. There we go. So this ain't server, this is constants. Constants.js, there we go. Constant values. Constants is from constants. I know how to spell that. Constants. Constant values. Port default equals funny number. So expects port. There we go. To equal. I know these are very bland tests, but that's what test-driven development looks like, I think. Let's create the file. Constants.js. So const port equals process.env.port or funny number. Then module exports equals a new object, port, key and value, .env.config. We want that. We also want .env, npii.env. There we go. So we get a port, and if we run a test, the port is set. Could not find the test. Well, because I renamed this file from constants.test. Gotta have that special syntax or that pattern. There we go. Cannot find constants, so I do need to go up a path. The whatchamacallit chest does not set my root to the project root. Cannot find module I didn't write that, did I? There we go. One passing test, and since I'm using jest, I can just be like coverage, and I get free coverage. Coverage for free. Hey, I do have the cloak extension services, yeah. Hide secrets, show secrets. I haven't gotten to it yet. We don't have any secrets to hide or show, but yeah, I do got cloak. So with that, we have our constants. They're being imported. Port default to thing. What's the default? MongoDB. Yes, sweet syntactic sugar. Always love it. Goldfish memory here. Wait, what syntactic sugar did I use? Inadequate dev. I mean, it's all syntactic sugar. It's been really good. And let's make a my god. I'm trying to remember how this works. I'm trying to figure out how do we start local a database folder. Do we just provide it the folder? What's the way to start a local one? Because while I will hook it up to the real one, I don't want to get there just yet. Okay, come on, where is it? Where is it? Oh, I have to Google this. env to JSON, JSON to env. That's an interesting one. Services. I don't know where I would necessarily use that, because at least most environments I'm aware of, are looking just for the .env file, stuff like that. But yeah, I see that useful maybe in making it more programmable, more machine readable, because JSON's a little bit more readable than env. But I think everyone can read an env. Might be as a middle step. People enter the env, gets converted to the JSON and that other stuff. Yeah. Definitely could be useful. .env might even be able to do it. Yeah, some do. Watch me goldfish my way through. How do we start a local server? Come on, how do we do this? Do I literally have to look through my command history, which isn't accessible to me because so let me, because I clear it for streaming, because I do got passwords in there. So just a moment. So let's see, Mongo. Oh, there it is. It's DB path. Yeah. So Mongo DB path database. There we go. Now it's spun up and serving data. Yeah, the up arrow. See, it's what I usually would do, but like I clear it because I got passwords in there and stuff. So I gotta look manually in my .history file to see where it is. I mean, I can search through it, but still, still gotta open it up. But yeah, that's the command I didn't remember for local database. Now we're gonna say const MongoDB URL equals process env the same, or it's going to default to MongoDB. Well, it's a string, which is. Will this give me a URL? That'd be cool if it did. I didn't know. Just the port, which I do need the port. Copy. localhost port, then database name. Let's give this a good name. Well, this is database name, so this will be, what's the project name? Pairwise Sorter. It's a good name. Go, start it back on. We'll also export it with the port. There we go, and one more test for that. The default equals, I don't need that equals there, that's very extra. Constants file, yoink that into here. And one last test, and run test. Bun.js. I tried it. Look what it's doing. Illegal hardware instruction, okay? I will give it another attempt, DD what? Thanks for coming by the way. Are we writing tests? Yes, we are doing test-driven development. Let me try to install Bun again. Maybe it'll work this time. Bash 3, that helps. Just running some random bash script. Surely it will do nothing harmful. But yeah, we'll try to run Bun again. And yeah, we're doing full test-driven development. Trying to be, force myself to do it this time. Bun was installed. Illegal instruction. Line something. Bun helped to get started. Bun is very dead. I mean, I'm not that weird of hardware. Normal hardware. Show script source, which line 113. Where are the line numbers here? Okay. Ooh, I'm on ZSH. There's some weird shell stuff going on. I'm a big fan of it. Big fan of copying and pasting random stuff. So let's see which bun. We're now on this path. We'll go see what this bun thing is. So if I just give me the URL. CD to there real quick. Well, not to there. Look at bun. Ooh, it's a big fat. Oh, that's right. It's a straight executable. Usually, if these are node packages, you can do stuff with them. Well, I don't know. I ran the script. Run the install script. This is the script. I mean, I can Google it. I don't think this is really going to give me any good results because it's my hardware. Like, the numbers aren't going to be the same. Hey, at least there's some other people failing with this. But y'all solutions related and duplicate. Okay, what's the solution? Hope I see some ZSH RC stuff. And I am on ZSH, so maybe it's a ZSH specific thing. Ooh, you're stuck in the install process. Interesting. Click on 67. Come on. On older computers? What? Ah, my heart. Ah. Ow. Come on. I'm not. You're making me feel old now. Okay, let's just show me the solution. Oh, it's just insulting me like this. I'm not that old. Applicable to an AMD CPU. Okay, so what are the instructions? I saw a script, but is that script we do? Without AV, I don't even know what this is. Why don't I have it? Hey, congratulations, you got advanced vector instructions or extensions. I must just have the basic ones. Okay, what's the solution? I just want to copy and paste a command. Just give me solution. Give fix. Okay, run this random script. Maybe I should read this one. Okay, let me actually read this one. The Intel emulator, so it just downloads something from Intel. They're trustable, folks. And it shoves it in. Okay, I think I can trust this. You do not accept the terms. You have 10 seconds to stop. Yeah, Intel. I'd sell you my soul. All that stuff. I won't use it to build nukes. All those classic instructions. Downloading SDE. Ooh, how big is this? Because software development. E. What's the E stand for? Something big usually. Hey, you got to the first. Technically, you're not the first to chat, but you are the first to be first. There you go. For default shells, bun. Oh, maybe I have to clear it. Exit, and then bun. Hey, okay, so I just need to install stuff from my old, ancient, decrepit computer. The whole point is I want you to run this one script. We did all this so you could run little script fast. What is wrong with you, bun? Oh, maybe it's bun run. Bun run. Leet.js. Okay, we literally installed you for one reason. Yeah, we bunned, but we can't run stuff now. Bun run test. Oh, it's running jest. I don't want you to run jest. But you're giving me output, which is successful. Let me try to read. Reading, right? Ha! Who wants to read? Looks like we have to figure out how to tell bun to run just random JavaScript files. Random JavaScript. How does bun work? Bun run file name. It's not that fancy. Bun run, so that's for the script. Bun install. Bun test. Okay, so bun run. So it gives me that thing. What if I just want to run a script file? Bun dev, bun. What? We name some things weird sometimes, you gotta admit. Okay, so obviously I don't know how this thing works, so we're just gonna create a package JSON for Leet. Apparently it loves being in projects. Yeah. Leet, and this was just node index or leet.js. Apparently this is how bun wants to run. Bun run leet. Darn my old computer. I guess this is why it's fast. It uses some fancy thing that only newer CPUs have. So that's the secret, folks. It runs on new stuff. Yeah. For sure. Oh, look. It ran in 9 seconds. I mean, let's do a direct comparison. Oh, the object was half the speed? What the? Leet. 1 second. Okay, so this is telling me there's some kind of caching going on. It's doing some kind of caching somewhere in order for it to have the speed like that. I mean, it's like by nining the actual speed, but that's got to be some kind of caching for it to do that. We can validate by literally swapping the order. Yeah, how the turntables. Now who's the fast one? This will tell us if there is caching. If I swap them and it's still the large small, then there's caching. Otherwise, it sucks at using maps. Either way, it's still slower than normal load. At least on my old dinosaur computer. Object 9. Map 4? Map 4. Okay, so even on this slow computer, the optimization is some form of caching or something like that. Where once I go through it once, it's able to remember it or do something smart to basically have my runtime. Still longer, but hey, There's your answer. Bun Run. Yeah, Bun Run. I think they're just like, we gotta have some funny names. Oh, we should build some software on this funnily named thing. But hey, I mean, it's cool if you got modern hardware, I suppose. It's really awesome. Not for me, though. I'm over here living in 2012, apparently. But yeah, the test thingy do be working. We do want to do some more stuff, so we need to test that the server is running. Whole point here. Test server starts. Which means I guess I'm mutating my thing just a little bit. Okay, now VS Codes. Which I'm going to try and embarrass me. There it is. So server starts. Server serves homepage. No, I guess constant defaults. Yeah, that is what we just did, so we can call it done. Now over here, add another one for server. Well, what are the basics of it? Just it serves serves homepage. Shows HTML page. That's all it needs to do first. And way up here, way down here. Okay, so that part is done. Constants exist. Let's make ourselves the server GIS, and a folder of public just for now. Hey, I'm glad that's working for your services. So yeah, at least on modern hardware, it appears that it essentially does the optimizations that map does to maps to objects. So yeah, very cool. Wait, let me try and remember, because you said on your node you had 300 milliseconds or something, didn't you? I'm trying to scroll back up. Yeah, you had 320 milliseconds on node native map. Huh. So it optimized the object compared to your 500 milliseconds, but it kind of made the map slower. Again, we're using a very, very narrow case here, obviously, with more extensive, I think it's supposed to run better. I would test it, but I don't have the new fancy AVIFs or whatever. Not new Express. Sadness. Module def exports equals app. There it exists. And there we go. So, boop. We have a little app. Now we want to do some app.use express. Let me think how we want to do this. I do want some JSON. I'm not using them yet, so we'll just go for the home page. App.get or app.use. We don't have any static assets, so don't write that code until there's a test for it. So app.get home endpoint request. We're not using the request. Response.send file, capital F, because lower is depreciated apparently. What file are we sending? We are sending public index.html. And that file don't exist, so we gotta make it. And we'll use the HTML template, so exclamation point. Where's my template? There's supposed to be a template here. A VS Code. After I installed Bun, VS Code got real sluggish. There we go. There's our template. Auto format. Don't need that thingy. Pairwise Sorter. Good enough. H1. You know what? Title is enough information for me at this point. Okay, so now we gotta write the test that this works. Now, I've looked. I don't think Jest has any built-in stuff, so I want Jest super test. Okay, I guess there's no special just hooking, it's just super test. For those who don't know, super test is a pretty neat combination of a testing and a requesting library. It allows us to write tests for essentially requests or fetches or endpoints in general, and it automatically handles the server, has some built-in expect queries, and some other fun stuff. So, super test server.test.js. Describe basic server endpoints, I guess. It has a home page. A very amazing test here. Okay, let's see what we got here. Function that does two separate fetches. You want to return whichever one comes back first and not bother waiting if the other is still waiting for a response. Any idea on getting that to work? Ugly ways to do a millisecond pull on each promise that feels wrong. There's okay. You're literally asking me an Anki question there, Frosty. It's in my Anki deck. I don't know which one is first, so I'm just gonna Google it. Promise race or any. It's either race or any. I'm not sure which is first. I think race is the one. You want the one comes back first. So race returns a promise, fulfills or rejects as soon as one of them fulfills or rejects. Yeah, so race appears to be the one you want. Any, wait, what's the difference? Oh, I can't remember. It doesn't cancel the other one, but you didn't ask for that. What's any do? Fulfills as soon as any with the value fulfilled. Okay, sorry, I'm trying to figure out the difference again. Yeah, perfect, of course. But yeah, I guess the other way would be 1 millisecond polling. It does feel very wrong. Thankfully, they built it in for us. As soon as one with the value. What's the difference? As soon as any. No promises, aggregation error. First that fulfills. Does not wait for other promises, unlike all, which is all. Okay, so the difference here, if you're still here, Frosty, is that any will give you the first one that, what do you call, settles. So no, any gives you the one that fulfills, successful or failure. Race is the first one to cross the finish line. So if you get 3 promises and one of them fails before the other 2 even get off the starting line, then any would return the failure. But if you want the first promise to succeed, then you want to use promise.race, because the first one across the finish line. Okay, I remembered it now. The goldfish woke up. Not inadequate dev. It's just a little Google food memory, and I just remember some stuff. Remember a few things. How do we use super test? Yeah, it's a very slight difference. Essentially, do you want the first success, or do you want the first fulfillment, which could be an error? I am thinking of the manual, like, what other behavior could you be looking for? I mean, yeah, I guess they've got both of them there. Super test. Here we go. This is how we use super test, folks. Yeah, read the documentation and copy and paste it. That's how we will use it. Now we do need server const app equals require. Gotta go up to our server.js. And then we want to, since this is a promise-based thing, return request app dot get. Let's read the docs. Okay, so you just write things, expect content type. This is a good enough one for me. Content type, not a colon, because we're not writing an object. We're expecting birds, folks. So npm run test. I want to pass a parameter, the watch parameter, because I want to run this multiple times. There we go, it fails. I wonder why. expected a content type of bird, got text HTML, char set UTF-8. Lovely. As remember, write the test to fail, then succeed. So yeah, content type, because that's always a good one. It has a home page. Expect 200. What more do we really want from this? Oh, apparently 200 was way too much to ask. Got a 500 error. Glad we wrote this code. How do I see why? As a test. Huh. So I know I can just start it up manually and see what it is, but so I'm supposed to be doing test-driven development. Anyway, thanks for that, Hydrate. The true first chatter. Appreciate that. How do we check the body? Yeah, so we endpoint, headers, auth, set, expect. How do we check the body? Dot then response, and I do assertions. Okay. Dot then r console log. Is that response or response body? We'll find out. And it's the whole response, so I don't want this. I want, so promise r dot. If this is like a fetch response, then I want text. Oh, there, autocomplete finally woke up. It's very painful not living in TypeScript land. Then console log. Show me the output. R dot text not a function. Sadness. So response dot body. It's an empty thing. Okay, just the response. I just need to look at it again. Let's have a looky-loo. Okay, lots of stuff. Here it is. Where is it? Dot error. Cannot get forwards. I know that. Dot text. That's very nested, though. Response. Status. Here it is. Dot error. What an interesting thing. I'll figure this out. There we go. So it spits out a dot error object. I am not familiar with this library, as y'all can tell. But we're getting this. Cannot get forward slash for what reason? Path with the absolute. Here we go. Or specify a thing. So I did dot forward slash, huh? Yeah. Or specify a root. Is this first or last parameter? Second parameter, okay. So it's probably going to be what? Root double underscore dir name. Get requires a callback, but got a function because I added the object somewhere else. Not to send file, I added it to the get. Now why is it angry? Oh, get the capital UTF-8. This is because in my HTML we got this UTF-8, so things are looking up. Things to be looking up. UTF-8, and now if we look, error is going to be what? Null, or false rather. And we can expect our 200. There we go. Test-driven development. Well, still feels clunky, but it worked. Let's clean that up. Clean that up. Auto format. I think that's enough to start off our first commit. So let's go check our little board. Supposed to, serves HTML page. Done. Serves home page. I guess technically I just did that, so let's delete this. Yeah. Touchdown. Okay, VS Code is really trying its best, ain't it? Okay, let's hit it with a... Oh, I know what happened. I didn't add my node modules to get ignore. Because I don't have a get ignore. I also should add my database to get ignore. Also should add my coverage to get ignore. No wonder VS Code's so slow. It's doing so much work. There we go. And with that, let's probably be able to open stuff now. Look how faster that is. Marginally faster. There we go. We did that. Next thing is to connect to the database. Then we gotta have some front end and other fun stuff. But that, I say, will be for next commit. Not on that repo. Or that repo. There we go. First commit. Git ignore. Constants. Not late. Package lock. Short. Package. Version 0.0.1. Because we ain't got nothing here yet. Main is index. Well, the main's not actually here yet. So let's finish that part off. One of the things that we can't just test. It's always something you can't test. Server equals require dot server dot JS. I technically could test this. It would not be worth the effort. Const port equals require dot constants JS server dot listen port call back. Nope, that's not how you do a console log. Console, that's also not how you do that. Console log listening at love me clickable link. Loving that. And now for the manual test, which would be npm run start node index.js. So gotta update package JSON. So start is node index.js. npm run start. There we go. It starts, and when I do clicky click, we have page, but we have the title, which indicates it is working. Okay, with that, so that is enough for our first commit. We got basic test, all that fun stuff. Run test. Let's look at some coverage while we're here. Yep, 100% coverage, because they're 100% of barely like a few lines. It's still 100%. Add package, server. Haven't gotten to the sorter. And our test. So first commit. So much the first commit that there is no GitHub repository. So we'll go to github.com. Add that, and then take our break. What do I call this? Package JSON, Pairwise Sorter. Amazing names for amazing projects. Public myself. There we go. Okay, and since we're pushing an existing repository, we yoink these instructions, paste, and look away. And when we refresh, boom, code is there, which, if I didn't mess anything up, is right there. There we go. And with that, we will be taking our break. It is before the timer is up, but that's because I paused it and messed with it. I'd say this is a good spot to take a break. Come back, we will do a code war, and we'll add some more structural things to this little project. Throw on a linter, make sure tests are being ran, all that fun stuff, and get to the probably also implement the test for the sorter, which it's kind of a bit of a black box. Haven't really gone over it, but it works. I don't know how it works exactly, but it works in my cases, and it's going to work for test cases, and then we will use this technically both in front and back end code, but we'll figure that out where we get there, folks. catch you on the other end of the break. Be sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax if you can. Feel free to come on back, folks. The break is coming to an end. There we go, folks. Welcome on back, welcome on back. Let's knock out this leak code, or not this leak code, this code war real quick. As I remember how to type numbers. This one is the lamp revisited. Don't know what we're revisiting, but it seems like a somewhat tackleable problem. Seems a little too easy, but there's gotta be something spooky going on here. We are told to define a class called lamp, having a string attribute for color and a boolean attribute on, referring to whether the lamp is on or off. To create a class constructor with the parameter for color and assign on as false on initialize. So color is going to be whatever there is, assign on is going to be default to false. It's going to have an instance method called toggle switch that will switch the value of the on attribute to the opposite, so it'll flip the boolean. And another instance method called state that returns the lamp is followed by the word on or off accordingly. Okay, folks, so start with the class lamp constructor, and the parameters it's going to receive are color, only color, so this dot color equals color, and this dot on initializes to false. Instance method toggle switch that will switch the value of the on, so we can say this dot on equals the inverse or the not of this dot on. And another method called state that returns a string. The lamp is, and the conditional, a little ternary magic here. So if it's on, then we want the string on, but if it's off, we want the string off. And that should be it, folks. Looks good. First try. And I'm going to be super leak codey. Noticing the similarities, they both contain the letter O. We're always going to include the letter O, and the conditional is going to be N or FF. There we go, folks. First try. Don't think it can get better than that. Since that was a little easy, we will be doing another leak code after we see if anyone used regex. Did anyone use? I know there's gotta be one person who shoved regex into this. Nope, someone was real short. That's neat. Color. Interesting. So they created a setter for color. That's nice. Yeah, we all know there's a regex in here somewhere. We just gotta look hard enough. There's always one. Oh, okay. They're using some bit magic, which I guess is cool. This on, or if the true, if it's on is on, else. Okay, that's a way to do it. I think Code Wars are losing their game. I see no regex around here. Oh, they defined them as not on the prototype. They defined them on the specific instance. More memory expensive, but yeah, it works. Ooh, state descriptions. How internationalization friendly. Oh, they returned this. That's neat. Just a little bit of chaining. Oh, returning this from constructor. That's interesting. Underscore. Can't really tell what they're from, but it's obviously a pattern. Yeah, I'm not seeing the regex. Very disappointed. Okay, let's have a more properly 6 Caillou, because I don't know what that wasn't a 6 Caillou. I don't know what that was, but that was not 6. So reach me in some my digits. A little bit mathy one, but I think we can handle it. We have the first value of a sequence, the initial value, and we have a pattern called pattern L's. Hopefully we won't be taking any L's today, which is an array which contains the differences between the contiguous terms of the sequence. So in this case, K1 to K4 is the first 4 values. terms of the sequence, then they start defining it. So the second term is the initial. So the first k equals the second term minus the first term. Pattern W. Yeah, we're gonna make pattern W. No L's at all today. And let's look at this pattern. So term 1 equals 10. Term 2 equals 12. Okay, so I add 2 to 10. Then I add 1 to 12 to get 13. I add 3 to 13 to get 16. I add 2 to 16 to get 18. 1 to get 19. 3 to get 22. Okay, so essentially we add this. So we keep a tracking index of where we are, and we add that to the current value. Then we move that index forward, wrapping it around accordingly. Make a function that receives 3 arguments in this order: initial, pattern, and nth term. Okay, so we're supposed to can perform this process of getting the next term to get the nth term. You know, this isn't as mathy as its description initially points out. So we're going to say let value equals init val, and we will be changing this to pattern W. Oh wow, this casing is I can't handle this casing. There we go. I fixed it. Phew. Okay, and then for nth term, that's just a for loop. Or it could be, I could do something really weird. I can make this recursive, but I won't make it recursive because that would be weird. Hey, thanks for the follow there, Gromit. Or Gromit. Yeah, it's Gromit. That's what I'm going to go with. Hope your Saturday's been going well. Ours has been. Doing our first code war of the day. We don't actually need a let. Well, we do need to do this n times. So let I equals 0, I less than term, I plus plus. Let's do some off by 1 checking. These are all big numbers that I can't think of. Okay, we're just gonna let the test tell us what's wrong. So we're going to need another value. We're going to be P or PI for pattern index. It's going to start at 0. What we will do is say value plus equal pattern W PI. We do want this to be incremented. We can do this all at once by getting the value and incrementing it. Then we'll have to modulo it. So let's not do that. So we'll just use it there and then say PI equals PI plus 1 modulo pattern W dot length, and of course orders of operations apply, so gotta make sure the plus happens first. I think that will correctly roll it over, and then we're going to return value, and it's going to be off by 1, then we'll fix it. Expected 10 got 20. Well, that's no, that's off by more than 1. Big yikes. So 10, 2, 1, 3, 6. That is an example they gave. Let's follow that. So term 1 is 10. Wait a minute. Expected 10 got 22. That's not right. Wait, what? Hold up. Because the sixth term is 19, sequence of the sixth term is, yeah, that's right. Sum of dig equals 1 plus 9 equals 10. Oh, okay, so there's more. I didn't read the instructions. Let's take that last term and sum its digits. Reach me and sum my digits. Very good at this. So we can take this value, which is 22, which is not right. So if I set I to 1, it is 19. Okay, there we go. Now we take this, turn it to a string, turn that string into an array of digits, then we sum those array of digits, convert back to numbers. So, convert to a string, we use template literals, then spread, because That's how we want to convert to an array. Then reduce to get our sum and our car, which is technically a digit. So we will call it a digit. We'll say sum plus the digit, but the digit's a string. So we need to say plus digit to use the unary plus operator to convert the string to a number. Since reduce will take the initial value, which is a string, we want to give the initial value of 0 to make sure the initial value is a number. We looking good. And boom. Not first try, but would have been first try had I read the problem, but close enough. We can do some fun stuff here. We can modify init value. There we go. Let pi, yeah, we gotta have a variable around for that. Is there an easier way to do this? How do we do this? There's probably an operator. Modulo equal? No, it's not it. I don't think there's a fancier way to do that. This can't be done any better. Could make this recursive. Yeah, inadequate dev. If there's one thing I would like to, people to figure out for my stream, it's just seeing the process at which I go through problems, like seeing how the magic is made, basically, So that's one thing that a lot of tutorials and things I don't get to see too often. So I'm glad you're learning from the process. Speaking of the process, I think this process is about done. Like I said, I could go full recursive, go full code weenie, but it'd be weird. I have to set a value for the thing. Now, it looks doable though. Let's go full. So value pattern W and then pi equals 0. There we go. Time to go crazy, folks. So if not nth term, return this logic. So basically, if we reach the end, okay, the base case, do the summing of what my value is. Otherwise, return value plus pattern the thing, well, recursive rather. So return the weird function name, pattern W, that don't change, nth term minus 1, then pi will equal basically this logic right down here. This is probably going to be off by 1, but we'll see real shortly. Got 4. So we probably got 1 and 8. Nope, we got 4. Well, we got 4 somewhere. Let's console log it. Now, this might not be readable console logs because the way we got 2 and 2, so we went too far. So how do we rectify this? If nth term triple equals 1. Okay. It was off by 1, and if we do a submission, maximum call stack. Okay. This is why you don't do recursive all the time. It goes maximum call stack. Hey, there you go, Ken. Now you're fetching network requests all over the place, eh? Congrats. Was race the trick, or did you end up using any, or whatchamacallit? Either way, glad you got it working. Yeah, I think this is my solution. As fun as that recursion was, it obviously did not work. Okay, let's find the regex. Regex. You could have just done. I always don't think of the fact that you don't have to roll the number around. When you change it, you can just modulo it by the length when you use it. I always think about that. Oh yeah, good one there, Frosty. Yeah, because anything but an actual network error is a success. Yep, race doing the finish line. Yeah, probably had to do a dot then to like get the response, and then if it was not response.ok, then throw a new error. Otherwise, just dot then continue returning the response to be returned as usual. That's the pattern I usually go to make to make fetch throw an error on a thing. Although, yeah, you can't do that natively. I don't think they have a setting for it. Be cool if they did, but yeah, glad you got it working. Someone really one-lined it, but no regex to be seen. That was a good one, folks. Ooh, let's see what we got. Okay, so we have an edge promise. So we got promises going stuff. Response. One to the serverless, one to the edge. Fancy. So any of them, if it's okay, return the thing. Otherwise, get the other. And wait for the other. Okay, that's an interesting way of doing it there, Ken. Yeah. This, as you can see, not the way I initially thought of, but yeah, calculating the other based on URL. Nice. I'm trying to think if there, like, if you didn't have the URL, would there any other way to tell them apart? Is there like a dot fulfilled? I think there are some attributes on promises you can see which one is and isn't fulfilled. But I guess between this and that, it could fail. The URL would never fail. If you had 3, for sure. Essentially, you want to return the first OK one, right? Yeah, if it's always... Yeah, because I'm trying to think, because like the way I would have done it is the way I described it, but doing it this way... Yeah, I can't think of it. Man, let's go. I mean, I'm curious at this point. I got to do it in a JS file. We just a yoinka this. It's just a scratch pattern on. Yeah, because like TypeScript. I love TypeScript. Next, the way I would do it is promise any. Then what you map all the promises p. Then it's what p dot. Yeah, so this is the promise p dot then. We add a then to every, which has the response, which is then like, hey, if not, well, that's not how parentheses go, but if not r dot ok, throw new error, or throw something with the r if you want to use it. Otherwise, return r. Then from these, it'll race might be able to give you. You might be able to use race to then get the one that succeeds first, and if none of them succeed, you get the aggregation error. Yes, so it basically we force turn the not okay responses into errors. We can still use them since we can literally just throw the response, right? You can still use it. You can use it in your .catch or whatever. But how would you get the other one at this point? I guess you wouldn't need to, because you're only getting the one that's successful. The disadvantage of this is that if both of them fail, then the logic is a little different, because if both of them fail, then you're kind of falling through here. But if both of them fail, you would fall through here, getting the aggregation error or nothing. I don't know what you'd get. It is functioning a little different, but this is the way I was describing, to basically force it to a failure. But yeah, it works, that's all that matters. Thanks for sharing how that approach was. Hey, King 440, it is going good. Oh, cool, Frosty. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna change your behavior a little bit, but I don't know, it might be where you're going, might not be. So I'm trying to think. Promise race. And yeah, King, it's going well. We knocked out leak code of the day, done a code wars, doing some test-driven development. Pending promise settled. if empty, forever pending. Yeah, so I guess if none of them succeed, it actually hangs forever, Frosty. If race, yeah, it'll just hang forever. Which might not be behavior you're looking for. But yeah, I assume, like, either way, you're kind of assuming one of them's going to work. You just want the first one. If they're all failing, then you got much bigger problems to deal with. Okay, that was a good one. Let's jump into the projecto. Here we go. So, yeah, what's the next we want to do? Let's look at the list. Sadness. We get sadness. We can delete this file now. Well, let's restart VS Code. Or reload. Poor VS Code. It happens inadequate. VS Code sometimes, it's just too much work for the whole thing, you know? Oh, I gotta turn all that stuff back on. Yeah. All the things turning on. Pew, pew, pew. Okay, everything should look back on. Okay, open the board. It's still doing some work, apparently. There we go. Connect to database from MongoDB URL. That's the next thing. So npm on. Can use plain old MongoDB. No mongoose, no fanciness, since we all haven't exactly gotten there yet. And time to Mongo it away. I have a local database just for funsies, but obviously I'll use the real one in a momento. So let's get to. I want to be able to test the database. So let's go ahead and test-driven development. Database.test.js. So describe database. Very amazing names. It connected to. Now we do need to get the database. Oh, really? Yeah, I thought, I mean, if you're using promise any, then yeah, I think promise any is the one that does the aggregation. Yeah, promise any. So yeah, if you're still using promise any to as soon as any of them fulfill, then yeah, because effectively you're getting the exact same behavior, just one of them is being a failure, not success. It's the race that wouldn't throw the aggregation error, I think. But yeah, glad it's working either way. Can be connected to. What an amazing title that is. So, because we're going to need a file where we're going to say const database. Yeah, very. As you could tell when I had to look it back up, there's a very minute difference between them, but all depends on the goal. And I mean, your initial solution had it working either way, so 5 different ways to do the same thing, right? Database.js, and there we go. Of course, always happy to figure out cool problemos. So what we want to do, we want to say well, we want to do this before the import, don't we? You know what? Okay, the connect to database will take a URL. Connect to database, give it a URL of memory database. So I have used this before. Y'all see my quotes API. This is what we use to create an in-memory MongoDB data memory server, as it's called. Super fun. Full readme. There it is. Paste. Oh, clicky. There we go. Memory server. How do we use it? Import the thing. Dependencies first, local second. So const equals require. There we go. Mongo memory server. So what we're gonna do is we'll use this as a const or let Mongo equals null. Use it before and after. So before. How do we want to do this? We want to say Mongo equals new Mongo memory server. After we want to use an error function correctly and close or stop. Turn Mongo dot stop dot create appears. Okay, so it's not new. I got that syntax wrong. It's thing dot create, and it is asynchronous, so it's a promise. So we'll make our function asynchronous so we can await it. We don't need to do that here because it will return the promise itself, which Jest should be more than happy to evaluate. And they use Mongo D. We'll use that too. And now we can say connect to database. This a database. And then how do I want to do this? Hey, thanks for coming on by. Harura. What types of extension do I use in VS Code? I use a fair amount of them. Let's think of my favorite one is error lens. So error and then the lens. What it does is it puts errors on the lines of codes that have them instead of hidden away as a squiggly. Another one I like is Quokka. Allows you to essentially turn your JavaScript file into a quick scratch pad. Shows the output of stuff on the line it's being ran of. You can start seeing a pattern here. Bracket. Now that comes with it. Rainbow tabs. That's a cool one. Trying to remember what this one's called. That does this. It's called breadcrumbs or something. Hey, no more autocomplete. Sure thing, King. See, it is. Ooh, top of the hour too. Picked a great time to activate it. So, Copilot was already off. So, oops, forgot to turn that on. Bracket lens. Yeah, that's what I do. That's the last extension. That's pretty cool. Adds the opening bracket text on the closing bracket. So yeah, we have connected database dot then client. It's not connected database. It's get client. There we go. Then client. What we're gonna do with the client? We're gonna do something with it. Well, technically, connecting is a success, so we're returning this promise. Ta-da! Lose the glasses. Okay, we're stacking them up, eh, King? Oh yeah, lost all my real estate. Let's close that. So, can be connected to. Does that. We want to do something else on failure. So we want to be throws error on invalid. I don't know what this is. Throws error. Then we give you an empty string. King, I don't think there's no code to optimize yet. What code do you want optimized? What do you want calculated? Something's wrong here. Oh, we have too many of these. There we go. Okay, so we got some code written here. Now I have to create a file. Okay, let's see. Oh boy. Gonna find some. Gonna make me work for that one. Let's think. We have a create a file. While you think of a cool thing for me to fix. database JS const MongoDB. I don't know how to do that anymore. The goldfish has swam away. As we're waiting for this though, we can be all module exports equals a function that I'm trying to figure out how I did this or how I want to do this. Function, we'll figure out what to do with the function in a moment. Come on, where's my quick start? How do you do this? There you go. Mongo client equals require MongoDB needs to be destructured. Now I do want this to be somewhat cached. Okay, I got it. I was worried about like how the order of operations were gonna work when I was setting the process env environment variables, but I realize now that it just calls them directly. So I will say let client equals null, then if not client equals new Mongo client process env MongoDB URL Mongo DB URL. And of course, always happy to help and share cool tools and stuff. It's all about making the experience that much easier, folks. Oh, I hope your Saturday's been going well. I don't think I asked. Here we go. That's code we want. Client connect. And this, which makes this function asynchronous. And then I do want to always return the client. So if we're not connected, we create the client, then we connect to it, which at that point could throw the failure. Otherwise, we are just happy. Which means we don't pass it a string, we set things. So we say process.env.url equals this thing, which means this isn't logic that goes here, it goes here. I'm trying to think of logic. Just before single test. There we go. Set up and tear down individual test. So it's shoving it all in one thing. Sure, I guess that's my solution. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Okay, all things are good. Because I'm just realizing that my constant isn't being used. Ah, I got it. I fixed it. There we go. So we're not going to do that. We're going to go to database. We're going to import const the URL equals require. Well, it's local, so constants.js. And since we want this to be immutable, we import it not destructuring, and that auto completes. It does. So that way we can mutate constants via jest. That's what we want. So import or const equals require constants .js. I don't care about the order at this point. And this is where we start setting things up. So for this particular test, can be connected to. We're kind of yoinking this. I guess we just don't have any text for it. Because we have to do a before. Oh, hey, thanks for the follow there, Jafarov9. Or, yeah, Jafarov9. Hope your Saturday's been going well. We're over here just doing some test-driven development. Okay, so it can be connected to. So before, we would say constants dot variable equals mongod. Well, I had it in my clipboard. Get URI. This ain't autocomplete. It's clipboard. Very different things. Very different things. We also do need old, but old MongoDB plural equals constants dot clipboard. Then we can say constants dot clipboard equals old mong URL. So we're setting it and unsetting it for this very specific test. Return get client is basically just successful. That's all we really care about. So we can drop the full function, go down to arrow. Now for throwing errors, we're not doing that. We are, if it's in the same environment though, so okay, so another thing would be that it uses the caching or whatever. Let's just run this. I think we've written enough to give this a run. Dot only. Oh, what's this? Oh, this is right here. npm run test watch. There we go. Before is not defined. Aha. Just before. I see before each. Is that what I want? What I really, really want. Before each. Before all. Okay. They call them a little different than Mocha. That's fine. What are these? These are before alls. They don't matter because they're only around one test. There we go. Database throws error. Well, that's supposed to be an error thing. This is an order of operations going around right now. And it's not throwing an error because I have a local one running. But now if I say to run all tests, it will fail. It will not fail. Great, open handles. We dealt with this last time. Okay, so it's not failing. So basically we need to be able to so we want to be able to reuse it, but we want to be able to force not reusing it. So reconnect equals false if no client, or reconnect is going to be if client await client dot. Oh great. How do we stop you? So constructor options, so close, and it's underline connection. Doesn't do what I want. Yeah, because connections are closed, servers are stopped. That makes sense. Client close, yeah, because we're re-adding it. So for this one, we say I want a new one, which will change the URL, and it will fail. It's a 10-second timeout, ain't there? There we go, throws an error. Just set timeout to increase. This is a longer running test. Maybe set. Somewhere I gotta update the timeout. Oh, really, whoa, dude. I mean, testing, it's cumulative knowledge, you know? It's not that bad. The CSS, yeah, we are in complete agreement there. Being the CSS whiz, not exactly fun. And remember, at this point, I am doing testing, but I am setting up the testing framework, which is a very different thing from actually writing tests. Like, setting it up is a bigger front load investment than just, oh, it's already here and I just add an extra test. Yeah, debugging CSS, I think everyone agrees debugging CSS, not fun. Here it is. Just set timeout. How do I do this? "15 seconds. That seems right. Ain't fun. Oh, big failure. Exceeded timeout of 5,000 seconds. Okay. You know, I need to set some options here. Maybe connect options. Ooh, what is this coding style called? Let's find out, King. So, creating a namespace, returning a new namespace. What is this, kind of like factories? You're using a function that's essentially just calling new on something else. I guess you are making it the destructuring or preventing any of this other stuff being changed. Although we are using this provider, so this is creating a namespace that is a member. So it's a little bit more than a factory then, because factories I think are usually isolated. I don't know what you would call this style though. I can't think of it. If anyone else has an idea, what is this coding style? Creating a dependent object? I don't know. Yep, use the cluster, you have the class, constructor, create namespace. Ooh, this is the only thing it does. So essentially this is acting as a helper almost to essentially create namespace. This is the goal. Everything else is essentially just keeping stuff to have it around for creating namespace. The formatter does this. I mean, yeah, puts each argument on the same level of indentation. That's not too unexpected. Oh, don't know what I just did there. Instead of trying to like optimize indentation like how y'all do, yeah. Looking at this though, this could very much well be, I mean, unless you're using these attributes outside, like accessing instance dot all these, this could very much just instead be a, what do you call, a higher order function, you know? A function that returns this function that you can call as many times as you want with all these, essentially this one provider. The rest of it, I'm trying to see what the rest of it are doing. I'm guessing, yeah, this wouldn't make sense unless they are being called outside, so it might not be implementable as a higher order function. I mean, it could still be, just be a weird looking one. It's very OOP though, object oriented. Maybe that's the style this is, object oriented factory. Because this fact, like this by itself, essentially is just a data class, which is just a structured object that has certain key attributes and properties. It's an interface basically with known keys and known values for each of the keys. That's what that top half of it is. The bottom half, if it didn't exist, this would be just a data class. Since this does exist, it's data class, but it's not just a data class. It does have some functionality, creating namespaces. So yeah, I wouldn't know the exact name, but that would be the closest. And I mean, what's the alternative, right, King? It could be worse styles around. Here we go. Options. Mongo client options. So we'll initialize this to an empty objecto. And now in my test, we can be like, hey, options. You get 1 second. That's all you get. Sadness. Let's copy the rest of the example. Exceeded 5,000 timeout. There it is. Okay, so we got the error as we were expecting. So how do we do just expect error? Which means apparently it's server selection timeout, which is the one I want. No, I just want that one. Where's throw? To throw this. I guess to throw is what I want. Can I give it a name? To throw, a regex or thingy thing. Okay, so it'll be expect little arrow. Then what do we call this? Dot to throw. How do we say this? There we go. Hey, I love to see some modularity there, Frosty. Ooh, loving this. So just pass it an array of all the args, does it to all of them, URL and the options, then takes the result. Oh, yeah, I recognize that code. Then you await any of them and get essentially the first one, or the any. Yeah, so this will be the first that JSONs. Nice. Fetch args URL. It's been a hot minute since I've done this TypeScript trickery. Let me jump over to a TypeScript project real quick. I don't have learn fully on, because I think there's a way for, instead of you having to define your own interface or your own fetch args, I mean, obviously this is the most readable way, there's a way to reuse what I'm trying to say. Reuse, so you can basically tell TypeScript to use the type of the parameters of this function. Let me just look it up. TS parameters generic. Using type parameters. I'm bad at searching this. Yeah, should be there just to reuse it. I mean, like, obviously, it's a fetch. You only get 2 things, and you've already typed the request in it, so autocomplete's gonna love you either way. It'd just be, instead of you being the source of truth, in case they change, you fall back to the node library or whatever. But yeah, I mean, no other way. Can't really see any more optimizations than this. I mean, you can't really do anything to make that better because you have a throw in there. You can't ternary a throw. This ain't code words either. Just T and then T. Yeah, Mr. Samal or Samela. Yeah, you're right. That would be a generic, but what we're going for is a generic of arguments from another one. Who would have thought bin and fastfire would be good on modern hardware? Bun in TypeScript, yeah. I gotta think of my logic. Code, active, learn, always. There we go. I gotta get to a TypeScript project to be able to do anything. Oh yeah, and I can zoom out now. I'm no longer blind. Yeah, here we go. App TSX. Let's just... Come on. I believe in your VS Code. It's not that many windows. Probably should. I'm gonna pause it for a bit. But yeah, I'm gonna wait for VS Code to do things. Do my fetch args. Actually, you provide a very lovely piece of code here, just for the auto-completion purposes. There we go. Let's see, an array of parameters. What do you call it? Fetch. Will that figure that out? Yeah, services. I mean, it's for me, it's less of a hardware, less of a software, more of a hardware thing. My hardware apparently is literally too old to handle this. Okay, wake up VS Code. Okay, so if I call split fetch, oh, this does make it an array though, Ken. So your way is a bit more. It is a little different. Come on, VS Code, I believe in you. Parameters of type. I've used it before. I'm just trying to figure it out. Left laughs in 7. Yeah. Utility types. Here it is. This is always the page I want. There we go. So not partial or required. There we go. Constructs a tuple type. Yeah, so it would be a tuple instead of whatchamacallit. Parameters of the function. Fetch refers to value. Type of. VS Code woke up. And then what would you do? You'd spread the args. There we go. And now you can say split fetch is an array. And then these values is going to be... Come on, autocomplete. You're disappointing me. There we go. There we go. So here we got it. We have... There we go. So if you use parameters type of fetch, you get the automatic thing, which is input, request info, and init, request internet. So yeah, that would be another way of doing it. Use React query. Yeah, services probably should do that. That might be useful too. This ain't really my code. I was just trying to figure out what this needed to be. Yeah, use the TypeScript. The TypeScript does the work for you. Now it is a little different, Frosty, in that it's no longer an object, so it's going to be a different call signature. Some people prefer objects, some people don't. But considering it's fetch, and your first one's always going to have to be a URL, or technically it has to be a request info, whatever the heck that is, which I guess could be an object. Oh, it can be a request? Okay. Yeah, the fetch specification. You can do tons of stuff, apparently. Yeah. And if you're really fancy about it, you what? Turn this into a spread operator, Ken? Oh, I don't know if you can do that. What would that look like? Yeah, it'd be an array of 2 pairs. Yeah. Then instead of an array, you can just have destructure that a little bit. Yeah, I basically figured that out from the first one there, Ken, with you when you did the hyphen edge. So, yeah, essentially, whoever gets it to you first wins. If you want to be really fancy, and I haven't used this in a while, but there's something like an abort controller. I don't know if it would benefit you. Like I said, I haven't actually used them, because like the fetch is already started, so there's nothing to abort. I don't know. I don't know where the abort controller fits in on the life cycle of a fetch. It may be useful. It may be too late, basically. But if you want to go real crazy, you somehow fit an abort controller into the fetches, and then once you get here, you call the abort controller to cancel the rest of them, or cancel the other one. There's only one other. Yeah. Yeah, thankfully, we ain't got to do that. We're in Next.js land. It handles it for you. There you go. Yeah, that's a cool little utility function there, for sure. And I got a test case over here that I think... There we go. Expected substring econ refused. Sadness. Function did not throw. Well, that's wrong. W run only failed test. Well, you were throwing errors. Oh, it literally didn't throw, huh? Sadness. Well, it was throwing a minute ago. Oh, gotta put a return on here. What is going on? losing my sanity on this one. There we go. And now it's failing. Database throws error, as expected. So when I expect this thing to throw an error, ooh, asynchronous. It's asynchronous. It's not throwing an error. It is rejecting. Okay, Jess, how do you do reject? Dot rejects. There it is. Ooh, the Airbnb TypeScript style, or the standard. Yeah, it's a pretty good one, King. As I'd say, just pick one and stick with it. You know. Lots of cool standards. It's a pretty popular one to go for. So how do I see expect dot rejects? There we go. Boop. Maybe this is what it wants. And yeah, I will be throwing ESLint on this in a momento. The rejects handler looks like resolves. I don't really know these standard names myself either, King. I kind of just... There's a wizard on ESLint, I believe, that kind of, you ask it yes or no's, and it just figures it out from your code also. Probably what I'm going to do. Oh, expect assertions 1. I gotta do this. Sure. Rejects is not a function. Oh, rejects to equal. I don't know what this is about. Hey, Robodom, how's it going? Hope your day's been well. Yeah, Saturday's been well. We're over here doing some test-driven development. So I'm losing my mind figuring out why the jest. How do asynchronous errors work? Trying to figure that out. Ooh, good one, programming. Yeah, you're right. Code styles versus standards. They're a little different. But yeah, I'm just mixing them up. They're synonyms in my brain. But yeah, coding standards, what you mean. Yeah, no, you're right. Oh, that was your last task, Robodom. Yeah, I'm glad you got through it. I don't keep them in the thing. I mean, they're just not kept on refresh. It's definitely been long. Yeah, it's been at least, it's going to be at most a week, or at least Tuesday, or, yeah, that was my last stream. Oh, he meant to add it. All good. Yeah, that's probably what I'm going to go for, programming. I'm just going to go with a predefined style and all that. Weebstorm Luel. Never heard of that one. Oh, WebStorm. Oh, WebStorm, the editor. Gotcha. I get it. Alright, there you go. We're done. Level Ground Framework. It's a pretty good template. That was a fun one. Okay, I forget what this is. An asynchronous example. How do y'all use this? Blah, blah, blah. Dot resolves. Maybe I don't do their thing. I just expect. I'll just do a dot catch, right? What do I task track with? That is a custom little thing, so it's part of my overlay. That's a React code over there. It's just you run the commands, comfy.js detects it, updates some React state, passes it on to that component, which renders the text. Ah, that's a good one, Robodom. Yeah, good practice. Oh, for me personally off stream. Yeah. To-do list is just basic, create a to-do file that uses an extension. To-do, and you can say feed cat code things. And this uses the to-do extension. What's it called? Yeah, I'll find out its name. There you go, to-do plus. There's the extension ID. Hey, things have been going great, Robodom. Out here, being full, all test-driven development-y. At least today, though, programming, we're using Kanban, which is Kanban. That's the name of the extension, to be a little more organized. You're right when you do, and it'll show you, it'll like find all the to-dos in your project and make them in a list. I've seen ones like that programming. All different ways to keep track of stuff. See if that's what I want. To-do MD. Yeah, I've heard of that. I tried them all out in about a while ago. This one worked for me. Return. There we go. We got it. So error dot message. Yeah, oh, just a plain markdown file. It all works, right? Yeah, programming. Everyone's got a different style. Some people go full on Trello board. Some people actual analog post-it notes, stuff like that. Actual calendars. Whatever you find, just find something that allows you to keep track of what you're doing. Keep it on a schedule, maybe. Everyone's got a different style. How do I call fail? Fail. Oh, how do I spell a fail? Fail. Yeah, very organized. Hey, appreciate it. Yeah, go ahead and late lunch and coffee. Enjoy, Frosty. Thanks for sharing that that little utility. Love making things reusable little pieces like that. Well, there's still a new error. Did not fail. I have to resolve a new error? That seems wrong. What if I do expect assertions 1? Try that thing again. There we go. And now if we do not fail, as in we have a Mongo database running on that port, for example, and then we rerun it. There we go. It fails because we didn't fail. Loving that. And with that, this database suite is basically done, because you're only supposed to make sure you can connect. Also got these options going around. Can be an async function. Maybe. Let's see if we can make this. Let's trust VS Code won't mess up. We never fails. Unless we want to fail, Robodom, right? All failures are successful failures. Yep, always learn from failures. Always let them be lessons for us. Okay, return await. Catch error, return expect. Yeah, this is all. This is a little more readable, so I am a fan. Big fan. It says requiring the environment variables being a certain thing, but you know, you've done this enough. Okay, with that checked off, index.js. So before we listen, we gotta connect to a database. So const Well, let's figure out what we called it. Database test. We called it get client. Get client equals require database.js. It's going to be return. Well, just get client. Then client. But we don't actually need the client. We just need to log in. Boop. Boop. Bottom. Now we can say npm run test, 100% coverage. Npm run test double hyphen coverage. That would help us actually see coverage. Npm run. Oh, we have an uncovered line. Line 8. Oh, because we never try. What do? We never try when there's no client. We do try when there's no client. Well, I don't care about that. npm run start, make sure that thing works, and it will fail because no database started. But when I start one, okay, apparently it was able to pick that up that quickly, so it was a reconnecting thing. And yeah, now we are listening. Go to package JSON, turn the number up, go to our list of tasks. Database connection is done. And yeah, I say it's about time. Get to the actual list creation. That's gonna need test-driven development, eh, folks? Tedious. And database. Check the box. I'm not using that to-do list. Loving that. You know what? Let's go ahead and we were speaking about it. Let's get ESLint on the project, just so we can have it. I'm trying to think if there's if I can recall whatchamacallit. The init. Yeah, we want to install this. Paste. Get started. Tutorials always updating. Oh, didn't mean to delete that one. Come on, guide. Tell me how to do it best. I don't have an ESLint. Give me free rules. Can you just give me default rules? Hey, see films. I'm good. Hope your Saturday's been going well yourself. We out here doing some test-driven development on my new pairwise sorting full stack thing. It's slow, but it is test-driven development. I thought that's what it was, but I was looking for like instructions. Oh, it's npm init. See, the new ones say do it a little differently. I was looking for the official instructions king, but that would have been what I used hadn't I found this. It's a weird looking command though. Ah, dank. Yeah, see films. Sorry to hear it. Hope it's not the corona. Let's do all the things. CommonJS. None of those. TypeScript, sadly, no. It runs technically both. I'll answer questions. Ah, man. Yeah, that's kind of. I've been seeing a whole bunch of different. I mean, obviously it's not, but you know, Leah was recently hit with it. Melody just got off of it. Like, man, a whole bunch of people been recently getting it. Man, wish you the best of luck though. My config file. I like JSON. I like tabs. I like singles. I am Unix. I like semis. There we go. Oh, there's a new one. Well, that's very depressing, Robo. That would make sense, though, yeah. Would make some sense. npx ESLint your file. npx ESLint all my files, just do it to all the things. There we go. ESLint RC. There we go. For sure, yeah, there's not much more you can do than just be safe, folks. Ooh, fixable option. Okay, so package. Ooh, new information. Love to hear about it, Steve Films. Unless you're keeping it a surprise. Of course, that's cool too. Lint. Then how do we do this? ESLint dot fix. Ooh, we don't do the fix. No, we'll just do that. PM run lint. Then I can manually add double hyphen fix to do cool stuff. Gotta do the double hyphen because that's fun. I think it's just gonna add a bunch of semicolons, which I love. Okay, it did the thing. So ESLint jest, right? Ooh, a new city fact pages to add. Interesting. So, find a thing in here. Do you have jest in the official? Oh, we have nothing about that here. You're showing me stuff here. Jest. There we go. Depreciated from jest environments. So apparently jest is a environment. ESLint. Let's figure it out. Jest is an environment, folks. That's how you do it. npm run lint and oh, perfection. The green check marks, they don't have any. They should add some green to satisfy us, but that is how we add ESLint to a project. Just run through the wizard, figure out what environments you exist on, and then complain about the changes it made to your code. Okay, so just semicolons, love that. What'd you do to this code? Semicolons, love that. What'd you do to this code? Semicolons, love that. Okay, absolutely perfect. Add ESLint. That was a good one there, pretty easy. And yeah, let's go ahead and do a push. Git push. And yeah, with that, got our list. Kind of went off the rails there, huh? Any moment, VS Code. There we go. Add linting. Just any old linting's fine. And instantly check it off. Bust those rails, yeah. It's okay. It's like we were doing that thing. We were placing rails right before we went over them. So yeah, with that is working. I suppose next. So next is actually going to be a break. When we get back from break, we're going to be doing the front end. Front end is going to compose of simply list available, and so a fair amount of front end stuff, but that's also going to kind of generate into all of these, in which you have a user ID, you have the ability to view current list. Okay, and also we want to initially come back to previous list, view previously interacted list. I know how to spell things. Open previously interacted list. There you go. That's how we want this to work. So when you go to the page, it's going to be like a mini dashboard. Initially, if you're going to open your previously interacted list, if there ain't any, you'll just be shown a list of lists, how meta, with the ability to create new lists at any time, and of course, static assets need to be served. Oh, there's an example. cfilms.com, Seattle. Nice. Cool stuff. And this is all straight from the database, I imagine. Professional sports teams. Nice. Where in Seattle is the Popsicle located? What intonation? Oh, and a little trivia too. Let's click that button. Oh, is that part not done, Seafoams? Yeah, that's a big popsicle. Resource was blocked due to MIME type text HTML. Oh, it's at 404 not found for your popsicle answer JavaScript thing. Sadness. I wanted to know. Oh, not for the database. Hard coded. Awesome. I think my bad. I accidentally forgot. Those who don't know, C-Films does some pretty cool streams themselves. Where is Popsicle? Oh no, the bot. Okay, the bot eventually got you. How do I search? Popsicle answer JS. Huh. I don't see why this ain't working. Ooh, maybe it's Seattle Popsicle? I don't know why it would be here. I wanted to know. How will we ever find out where the Popsicle's located at? Let me see if I can... Maybe it's shoved in the HTML. Image answer. No. No one knows to this day. Well, maybe we'll come back and we'll see next time. We'll come back to see. It was like, where's the Popsicle? Better be sure. The answer is a pop-up. Yeah, I figured it was something like that. Hey, congrats, C-Films. Got your styling figured out, or your code standard rather. The answer is a pop-up. Oh, I'm trying to zoom. Zoom don't let me. Okay, let me yoink your image. I want to zoom. Huh. Yeah, it reminds me of one of them, those plastic slides, basically. I'm gonna spoil it for y'all. Where is the Seattle Popsicle? Giant red twin popsicle in the 4th and Blanchard building on 4th Ave. There's the spoiler, folks. But yeah, C-Films, that looks pretty good so far. Oh, what'd you link just now? Yeah. A TypeScript code formatter by the TypeScript compiler service. Man, that's pretty cool there, King. I guess if you don't want to use ESLint, because ESLint does support TypeScript that I'm aware of, you can use this, which I guess it's a more direct approach, because you don't have to involve ESLint or other stuff you don't need. But yeah, that's a pretty neat find. I'm glad you found something that works for you, King. Oh, it's pretty popular too. Pretty cool. Ooh, the search bar for movies. Yeah, I think you mentioned that last time, C-Films. That was something coming up. Oh man, looks like you got something. Oh yeah, because right now you have them in sections. Right. So yeah, is it gonna be like on its own page, or is it gonna be like here somehow? Total movies 42. Nice. What's the independent? Oh, okay. My code won't be fixed. 50 extra lines of brackets. You gotta love that. You keep that vertical line count real low. I'm in dark mode. Probably doesn't look like this to y'all. Ooh, it looks nice. My eyes are hurting though. Ooh, is this a sortable? Oh, nice. You made the thing sortable. Or Oh, it jumps you to the other section. That's a smart workaround there, C Films. What are these? What are these doing? Oh, cool. You can check things you've watched before. Nice. Dark mode option when? I don't know. Yeah, that's a cool. Can't wait to see it coming out there. It's gonna be awesome, C Films. But yeah, we are a little, just a little, like not that much. We're only like a little bit over our break. So yeah, we'll be taking our break, then we'll be doing all these um, tasks kind of in one blob because it's kind of a bunch of functionality at once. Well, we might be taking a break for this project for one session and doing some GitHub CI/CD stuff. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what we'll come up with on the other end of this break. Be sure to stretch, hydrate, relax if you can. Welcome on back, folks. We are back from the break. Gonna do another code war real quick. Linked list, remove duplicates. Going through all the data structures today, folks. So it's pretty straightforward sounding. Probably don't need to read all this, but as you gotta always do, make sure to get those edge cases in. Write a function which takes a list in increasing order and deletes any duplicate nodes from the list. Back in time for pain. It's not that much painful, Frosty. It's just elite code. It's only 6. It's still in the yellow, not in the bad zone yet. The list should only be traversed once. The head of the returning list should be returned. I think we can handle this one, folks. Look, they gave the definition in the code, which is very nice. You don't always get that. At least not in Code Wars. So, if passed in list is null, simply return null. So we have that possibility. If not head, return null. Or return the original head, whatever they gave us. Now, we still need to keep track of head, but we need to traverse the list. So we're going to say let current equals head. And while current next, so there is another value in front of us, we're going to say, hey, if current data triple equals current next data, then we want this node to be skipped. So here's our graph. We have, let's see the example. So we have 2, oh, that was horrible, 2, 3, 3. We have all this pointing going around. If 3 is the same as 3, okay, let's make 4 here. So we're here. We're checking that the next one is equal. Then we want to set this one's next to the next. We want to point to 4. So we want to skip it by saying current next equals current next. This is current, this is next, this is next. So current next equals current next. I'm glad me saying that word 15 times didn't make anyone confused at all. So current dot next equals current dot next. Else, did it say sorted? It did say sorted. It said sorted in increasing order, which I don't think the order matters, but it did say sorted, thankfully. And then we want to return the original head, which, since we didn't mutate it, should be right there. First try? First. Well, I mean, this is looking good. First try? Yeah, it's good, King. They're not always upfront with the information. First try. So let's make that case up now, Ken. Let's create that example. We have multiple duplicates. Oh, we have an example right here. A while inside a while. So right here's an example. We have like 5 ones. See, the reason the duplicate within a duplicate is working, is because I don't, here it is. So if I just always go next, then I will miss a duplicate. But if I only increment current forward when they're different, then I go forward. So in the example here, where we got 1, 1, wow, this is horrible. 1, 1, 1. Okay, this is a horrible example. Yeah, essentially, it is the same thing you would want to avoid, like doing any traversable list, and you remove an item, and then you move forward. Same way as when you're doing a for loop. It's the exact same thing, but since we're using a while loop, we have control over the traversal. So current next doesn't happen, or the incrementing of our current position, we have to explicitly do it because we're not using a for loop, which gives us the control of if duplicate, then get rid of duplicate, but don't move forward, versus if not duplicate, move forward. Now, this could be optimized even further. So I can have another while loop inside here that continues to find all the duplicates. So for example, if I have 0, then 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, and I'm here, instead of going through this and moving them one by one by one, I will find the first duplicate and see, are there any more? So instead of pointing and then pointing and then pointing and then pointing and then pointing, I can just point straight to the next one. So that one might be an interesting optimization to make on this. Yeah, let's give that a shot. So if current data equals current next data, then let last. Yeah, I guess maybe it's not an optimization. Semicolon. Well, I guess you're right, because I still have to traverse it either way. Rude to the point. Yeah, you're not wrong. Or right to the point, yeah. So computationally, it'd still be identical. It just felt better in my brain. My brain was like, this tastes delicious. But yeah. Computationally and everywhere else, it's the same. Although I guess you would get less assignments, though you would make up those assignments by doing the actual checking and going forwards. So yeah, we're literally picking at nanoseconds or something there at that point. But yeah, first try. Let's see what other situations we got. They shoved all the conditionals in one thing, in which, okay, for a loop. So they kind of did what I think what you mentioned, or closer to what you were mentioning, Frosty, where you have a for loop controlling your traversal, and only when the data is the same do you skip. So you're always going forward by 1, but then you're only skipping when you need to. That does look a little nicer. Oh, here is literally my solution, written without braces. Wow. Where's the regex? I don't think we got one. Ooh, using a cache. Huh. That's more memory. It's more expensive on the memory. Prev node equals next node. Similar idea. Let's check that. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, a little bit similar to what it was. Yeah, so while current and current next, get the next. Yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about there, Frosty. Instead of doing just get this, then this is next in this case. So next becomes this one, then this one becomes all of these, and eventually next becomes this one. So you only do one assignment to current node next to the real next instead of 1 by 1 by 1 by 1. Exactly, Cam. Yeah, I do like that. I mean, it feels more optimized, but maybe it isn't. But it feels and it looks a lot more impressive at the very least. The very least, it looks fancy. Wow, okay, we got some code golf competitors over here, apparently. Oh, they're recreating a node, too. Oh, I appreciate it, yeah. It looks like you know what you're doing, you know? Mine was just like, it works. I mean, it was still just as readable. I understood it. It looks like it feels like it's doing a little bit more, which obviously it is doing more. I mean, like comparing the two, it looks like, oh, this one's doing some more optimized work, when in reality it's optimizing it on one end to be more expensive on another part, maybe. But yeah, I mean, unless we're counting nanoseconds, I am a fan of mine. I think I'm a little biased, but I would say I do like mine. But yeah, that was a good one. Appreciate the attempt there, Ken. I'm only slightly biased, of course. Completely impartial judge. Yeah, that was a good one. Always good back to get these linked lists. Okay, so on to the project. So, essentially we're doing a whole bunch of front-end stuff, and we're supposed to do it in test-driven development mode. Boy, is this thing making me go slow, huh? So I guess the first thing is that when we go to the page, we're going to see... Initially, it's just going to be nothing, so... It's going to be... Well, not all that. We're not going to see a linked list on our page, not in this one. Just imagine that. This is a linked list of your sorting apps. Let's sort them. So, basic layout is just going to be here. I'm going to have a little plus sign of like, hey, add a new list. And this is going to be a list of your list. If you have a previous list, it'll go to the new list. Ooh, nice C films. The new city page. Glad to hear it. Where is that popsicle at? And then once you click on them, they will show you. Yeah, so basically just going to be a page, and it will have static assets. It's test-driven development thing. I do need some front-end chess, so chess play right. We're gonna go Cypress. I did play right last time. We go Cypress for E to E. Although at this point, yeah, we do need to what? No, not there. Introduce EJS into the party, right? So let's get that in here. Index. Whoa, ND. We're not independent developers. Index to EJS. Let's drag in that HTML file now. Yoink. Pairwise Sorter. We'll just throw some text in here. Curly thing there. New date to cal string, which won't actually be local because we are doing the server side. There we go. Wait, is that not how it is? I think that's right. Now npm install EJS. Goodbye index. Where's delete? Delete. Too many font properties. Oh boy. Too many font properties, and you mean the font CSS selector, or too many options? Oh, for the framework. Yeah, I can imagine. Well, they gotta support them all, you know? Imagine if someone comes by wanting to adjust the font XYZ thing and they didn't support it. Ah, the outrage. The absolute outrage. There we go. Amazing CSS. Never seen anything like it. There we go. On a format like that. CSS looks great. Now we need to serve these static assets. We have to write this bit here. Write the test first, the code second. Which I kind of already broke, but too late. How's the home page? So yep, the server has a home page. serve static assets because we have to request one. This is a wrong content type, so this will fail for us. npm run test double hyphen watch. Want to see these tests run? Here we go. The failure. Okay, now we have to make this failure a success. Going to our server and just saying, hey, serve some static stuff. Express static. Public. Content type of that. And now that one's failing. What are you doing? What are you doing? Well, let's see why. It's an error. Okay, so I don't know what that one's doing. Oh, maybe we've dropped off this now. Okay, so we do need that. Don't know why that was being weird. Oh, because we're now using the static thing, right? UTF there. Understand it. Now this one will fail correctly. Text CSS. There we go. Expected 200, got not found. Okay, so I broke this real good. This is a public folder, yes. Because we're not using this anymore. So send or render. File name is index. So, yeah. Internal server error. Probably gotta tell it to use EJS, right? So express EJS. Give me them up-to-date instructions. Where are the instructions? This GitHub wiki page. Hey, that's all that matters, Robodom. Progress is progress. No matter how much more there's still to go. There we go. Guess at that view engine, folks. These all tests are passing. Now the next test would be... What would the next test be? It's a good question. So, static assets, boom. Generate user ID for logged out users. All this front end logic. I suppose we can get to some of that. How to put the icons to the social media links. Yeah, I think what I did, trying to remember what I did actually. So for some of them, I literally took screenshots of the icons, like from the template big picture, and just cropped it down. Some of them I went and found some SVGs or, you know, good high quality ones to put in there. I'm not sure if there's anything special that needed to be done. Or anything special that I did. Maybe there was more to do, and I was just like, looks good enough. Screenshots, a lot of people did it, yeah, especially for them logos that you can't really find anywhere. If it works, it works. So all this needs current ID, right? So we need users, which means we need a database. Okay, so the way this is essentially going to work, trying to legitimately using font awesome. Oh, yeah, I mean, that's a tough one for sure. You're definitely not going to get the exacts, but you should get relatively close for most of the general ones, like a Facebook and a Twitter and stuff. But yeah, I can see why you've been, it's like, I mean, fonts ain't that complicated. Font awesome. Good luck. Okay, so next thing we want to do is we want to test basically our user ID, because the way this is going to work is that everyone who comes here is going to get a user ID, or at least they're going to generate one that they'll to use, like, to be able to interact with the site with, to like persist their stuff. Now, if they don't create an account, then that information is bound just to local storage. I'm not going to store. I mean, I could just go storing everyone's stuff, but yeah, sure, I'll store everyone's things, but only when you actually add stuff to your list. So yeah, then we ain't gonna care about scalability or any of that fun stuff. So let's get the server. And test-driven development means we write this half first. So we have serve static is there. So I guess we're doing, what is it? So here's the thing, end-to-end or unit on the endpoints. I'll go unit on the endpoints. So I'll make a folder here called, I'll just make it called routes test.js. Yeah, that will correspond with the routes we will make in a moment. We got server, and here we go. Double dot server, exactly. So describe routes. We have our first one, which is getting the user ID, which is going to be called, because I do want this to be somewhat programmatically usable, although I won't go full open API to get it. Hey, thanks for the follow there. Dimnor Nabaria? D Nabaria or database Obaria. Hope your Saturday's been going well. I'm over here struggling through test-driven development, as you can see. just want to write code, not test. Okay, so describe, generate ID. Might I say forget the test? I don't know. I mean, everyone claims, like, and I hear it all the time. It's like, test-driven development is amazing. You'll never, like, you just gotta do it. Like, it's gonna change your life. And I've always been like, I've been good enough. So I may hate it after this. I may love it after this. But either of the way, after this, I'm gonna have an opinion of it, which is why I am forcing myself to do test-driven development. yeah, I'm putting it on the right for because it's easier for like Twitch. Like when I close and open it, the code doesn't move. If I put it on the left, then the code jumps, like it jumps like 50 or 20 characters. So I put it on the right, so it's easier for people to read the code when I open and close this thing. Hey, thanks for coming on by the way, Frog fan account. Hope your Saturday's been going well. And yeah, it is. It feels like it slows me down, Like, I could just go on and make the feature, but gotta test it first. I don't know, maybe I'll love it. Maybe my opinion won't change. We'll figure that out. So, API/me, application JSON. Yeah, I do like tests. Like, tests are good. It's just writing them first is what's a little bit new experience. So expect 200, then expect. I guess we're expecting some JSON, huh? Response body to equal. Actually, yeah, I have to actually figure out how to do the super test now. Super test. Super test. Super test. Yeah, and expect. How do I get my body? I just want to check the response. Response body, I guess I could do that. Status headers. Yeah, you got it, Robodom. That's exactly what my mind was like. Let's wander over here. Field attached, I'm not doing any of that. I guess not too fancy. It's just expecting content, so expect. Yeah, it's definitely fun. So expect response dot text, I suppose, dot to match, and let's just make them UUIDs. Match UID 4 seems like a good one for me. Wait, does Mongo use UID 4s? I want to use that one. That's what they're gonna be. Which one do we use? V4, right? Okay, I think they use a library. What library do they use? They use bson. Bson? Yeah, npm bson. So I'll just use their library. One of these. Because I know it used to be in Mongo, but now they've taken it out. Well, I'm not doing all that. Here it is. New UID. Which library? Realm.bson. $3 million. I'm sure this is the one. Bson serialized, deserialized. No, I just want to make the number. Yeah, this ain't what I'm looking for. Generates and parses Bson UIDs for use of Mongo. Better than string, sure. 9,000. Okay, feels like this is the wrong library, though it's popularly used. I want to know how to programmatically do it, Google. I don't want to use a net. I want to use what you use. Okay, I guess the server generates the randomness. Yeah, I don't care. Thing is, I've seen it before. I just can't remember it. Why I'm in the Google rabbit hole. This takes 20 minutes. Oh boy, King, that sounds terrifying. Okay, yeah. That's making a whole lot of things. Keep on growing. Yeah, that's a lot for sure. Yeah, we're in the Google rabbit hole, Ty. That is true. 20-minute update, huh, King? That definitely sounds like a big one. Fortunately, you don't do it too often, though, right? Pulami. Never heard of that particular one before. Oh, infrastructure has killed one of them. Yeah, I've seen one of these before. Okay, that makes sense why that pattern makes sense now. What do I think of the start page of your Sightsee films? I don't recall any changes to it. Well, I didn't look at it when you last mentioned it. Terraform. Big, yeah, that's huge. That's a big one. Let me turn off dark modes. Yeah, it looks good, C films. C, yeah, there's a C here, so you're living up to your namesake. C films, Seattle. Looks good, everything's readable. Oh, start page. I was like, oh, your homepage looks fine to me, C films. Yeah, I think you may have mentioned this before, but I don't know, it's fine for me. Google's kind of already got a fair amount of information, but yeah, it's, I hear it. I mean, DuckDuckGo is selling stuff now, right? So I think start page is the next privacy-focused search engine with Google list results. Encrypted, yeah. White theme. Oh, shadow play. Okay, okay. I will be bright themed for a while. Oof, this is gonna be painful. Color theme. Oof, some of these are real painful. I'll find the darkest light one we have. Oh, not seeing any. We'll go red. Light high contrast. We ain't doing that. I think solarized light is the least painful one. Phew. Yeah, it's a tough one. I'm not keeping this for more than 15 minutes. Will the future be gray? Maybe. Yeah, Thai 984. I've heard of it before. It's, you know, as far as, because DuckDuckGo, I think, sold stuff. Will the future be gray theme? I don't know. I mean, dark theme. Gray theme might be the future. Just a nice middle ground, but I don't know. There's always going to be those on the extremes, right? Hey, you beat me to it, King. Yeah, I was getting. Yeah, here's the thing. This one, I guess I have to bring in MongoDB to generate IDs. Yeah. Yeah, I guess this is the same link I got over here. Thing is, King, yeah, this is good. I've seen a way to do it without MongoDB using the inner library, but I guess I'm asking for way too much here. I'm just asking for too much. So generate string matches. So regex for UUID 4. I'm just gonna find some random regex because I think 2match can do cool regex stuff. Okay, so looking at this lovely regex, I'm just gonna copy it. Oof, painful. So 12 characters, 4, 3, any of those, 15 of those, \Z. Don't know what that is. Yeah, you're right. C films. There are lots of alternatives to Mongo, though. Of course, it's going through Mongo, so I'm fine going through it too. So this is end of string, and this is beginning of string. Expect to match. Oh, also missing some semis there. Yeah, shadow play. They can be fancy. I'll try to explain this one though. Okay. So let's go through this particular regex. Yeah. So we have starting at the beginning of the string. That's what the caret means. So beginning of sequence. Then we have these brackets, which represents a grouping of characters. Then we have 0 to 9, which is from number 0 to 9, basically any number. A to F, any letter between A and F, and then it closes. So this can be a grouping of any of these digits beside each other. Then here, you say curly braces 12, so we want this grouping to be 12 long. Then we want the character 4. Then we want these characters for 3. Then we want one of these 4 characters, and these 15 of those characters. Yeah, regex 101 also probably better explainer than this. Oh, you're doing some crazy. I don't even want to look at that. You're doing some JSON stuff. What are you parsing JSON with regex for? That's dangerous. So yeah, just 2match should work there. Returns generated ID. So I'm going to say, what is this? API me. Or wow, this is probably a better name for this. API me returns generated ID and additional information. So expect. How do we do just match object? Some of it with regex. I've done it before. I just don't know the syntax to tell be an object or be. What's the thing? Come on, show me the syntax. It's not a to be though, it's a thing. I'm gonna read the entire documentation. Sadness. Yeah, so Jest is just a testing framework. It's not bound to React or any code base or any type of code. It just comes, so it has the test runner, built-in coverage, built-in mocking, built-in stubbing, which is just mocking in a different way. So it's just a testing framework with a bunch of built-ins. And additionally, you see it commonly with React because, I don't know, it's a pretty cool framework. You don't have to customize it at all. But yeah, it can be used technically with anything. Yeah, usually, like, the other alternative is Mocha, which you can also use with React or wherever you've seen that before. Just a different way to do it. Object containing, is that what we're looking for? Just, maybe I'm thinking of a different library that can do this. Object containing. To match object. There it is. I knew I was there. I just had to find out what it was called. And then this syntax should tell me the other syntax where you can do like values are regex-ish. There it is. To match object. It was literally right there the whole time. There you go. Expect string matching. This is the other thing I was looking for. Started learning it recently. Well, welcome on aboard. There's always more to learn, right? Body to match objecto, testing everything manually. Oh yeah, for sure. So we have ID, which is expect dot string matching. This is what I was looking for. For sure, much easier testing by hand. I went down that route too, with minimally like making my own little baby testing framework. It was nice. Obviously not something to do forever. Okay, so that part's good there. Then what we're gonna have is an array of list. Yeah, an array of the list is gonna be empty because you ain't got nothing. So API me contains that. Or maybe I'll call it info. Me is good enough. Good, so that when you get yourself, you return basically nothing. If you have an ID, though, you would be expected to return some stuff. That's right, the next one. So we got transgenerated ID. This is partial, right? So we don't care about that. So we should be able to remove it. Subset. There we go. So that is what I want. Transgenerate ID. Then the next one is where we have to start building out the API to allow it to have list. Returns current ID. Because the way this is going to work is that once you get an ID, you should communicate with the server so it remembers who you are. Now I'm trying to think of the way I want to do this. I don't want to, just code stuff. But it's going to be done via a token, so NDN. And the token will be signed with your ID. So how do we set tokens? Super test. I think I have the docs still open. Where is it? Around here somewhere. Set. There it is. Set authorization. Watch me. Oh, I didn't typo it. Very amazing. What auth schema? We're not using basic. It's bearer, right? That's the one I'm looking for. I thought that was it. The goldfish memory's not telling me which one it was. Because we're not storing the username, we're storing a JWT, so maybe this isn't where it goes. Ooh, shorten that code. Okay. Let's look at the code we're looking at. Can't really shorten this code. This code's pretty short already. We don't have much code to shorten shadow play and we find something. I guess to... Oh, okay, we can shorten these bits. So, we can put these into a helper. Yeah, okay, this will work. Here we go. Const get me equals a little error function that calls this. And now, instead of doing that, we can say get me, and then .expect all these things. And in addition, we can make this a parameter for... Actually, we can't make that a parameter. Why is this angry? Oh, missing semicolon. Thank you, ESLint. See, we made it a little shorter. There's not much code to make short your shadow play. Hopefully that is progress. Oh, we can make that shorter. Drop those. Auto format. Loving that. Also drop this while we're here. Yeah, good job. We getting there. Drop that. ID, so authorization. I forgot how this is. I do want bearer, right? It is the bearer scheme. Why didn't the MDN tell me? Hey, I appreciate shadow play. Yeah, we made it a little shorter. Bearer. Then I have to give it a random U. Like, well, technically it's a JWT. So while there is a user ID, I'm not getting that. I'm getting a JWT, which is just random characters. Is there a minimum length? Because I think it's all content dependent, right? Yeah, so you don't get any of that. So just expect to be string. Data type. There it is. To be instance of. I will take it. Expect or instance of. Okay, let's look at the jest docs again. Instance of. Oop, we had an extra hit there. To be instance of. Oh, let's see what that is. So, namespace is a map and the get method returns T or undefined. So one way you can do that is you can throw an exclamation point at the end of this. I mean a literal exclamation point, be it either here or over here. And that will basically tell TypeScript, hey, I am asserting that this is not falsy, that this is truthy in some way. Another way, so I would be saying as, so you can say result as whatever the value is, or as t to cast it to something, or as any as t. But essentially, exclamation point is your friend here. Though of course you probably already know this. If it don't exist, things are going to catch on fire. Yep, result as t. That would be another way to do it. Or exclamation point. I think those are the two best ways to do it. I mean, hopefully that it's never actually undefined, right? Or else you're taking the risk. String contain. So let's figure out how that works. There it is. Expect object containing, string containing. These weird things. To be object containing, here's the weird stuff that I'm looking for. Exact expected string. So I guess we're not getting that. Checking with the has method. Okay, so I'm a little bit surprised. I guess TypeScript's not smart enough to figure that out, King. Yeah, types map has get is still, yeah, returns undefined while it has. Yeah, I mean, I think your best you're gonna get is as t or exclamation point, but I see why you think it would be weird, because if you did an in operator, it would obviously figure that out, but yeah. Right after, here's an example. We're gonna see how there's no solution to this. Signs limitation, it can't keep track of map, yeah, you're right. Oh, old feature, let's see if it happened. Could clear as an interface, that's right. Alright, yeah, exclamation point is what they say to do. Method chaining. Well, you have to implement your own method at that point, and yeah, that's not worth it. Yeah. Not seeing any other way to do it. Strict null checks, and yeah, you see it's still open, so I don't think it got fixed. Yeah, not seeing any solution unless you start implementing your own maps, basically, with your own type and all that fancy stuff. Beavis is entered the chat. There we go. Yeah, it's from 2016 because nothing's happened. Yeah, Oven. Okay, so we don't have any code just yet to complexity check of, but we have this here. So this will be. So this is gonna be basically O of 1. How do I do map in TS then? That's the way, King. You were pointed out. I mean, this is it. It hasn't been solved. Unfortunately, that's it. You use exclamation point, or I don't know. That's it. You're asking for too much, I think. I know it's disappointing, but it's because it's an interface. It's not like something it can keep track of. You can do type guards. Use my last 100 points. Ah, it's okay. You know, we fixed that real quick. There you go. You got your points back. Oh, really, Frosty? Huh? That does sound like a very specific edge case or a specific instance. Let's say edge gets back faster. There's still benefit to the serverless because it'll spin up the instance of future requests. Hey, yeah, like basically a wake-up call. Ah. Yeah, very architecture dependent, but yeah, that makes sense. A little like, hey, wake up, because I had to go to the edge, but next request is coming to you if you should wake up. So yeah, that actually is what you want. Imagine that. Okay, I think it's been 15 minutes. I'm going back. My eyes need it. Whew. Back to dark mode. Feels great. Hey, of course, Shadow Play. Thanks for coming on by. Hope the rest of your Saturday goes well. Okay, yes, so returns past ID. Did that. Returns past ID. Authorization bearer. A, B, C, D, F, G, H, I. It's an amazing ID. No one complain. Expect ID to match the object of that amazing string. It's not an ID, darn it. It's a token. Now, wait a minute. My goldfish memory is really kicking in here. I don't think I need to... Yes, I do need to send it, because they have to explicitly send it back. Set. Because I can't set it here. That's a client side thing. Drop those. Got a lot of tabs here. Let's get through some of these. There we go. Yeah, can't do that. Okay, so that's the way it works. So it spits me out a random string. Direct response body colon token to be instance of. Let's see if I can figure out that one. To be instance of. Lovely. Of who? Of string. I have semicolons, that's all I care about. Returns generated. Returns generated token. Returns past token, because it does not give you a new one. For consistency, it'll spit it right back at you. Now for that, the logic is working. Now the next one will be setting. So creating a list and adding something to it. We just need to create a list so it remembers what we gave to it. This is where this function is starting to depend on the rest of the code. An API. So instead of me, we're going to want to be list. And this will be a post method. So I'll go ahead and do that. Make it look a little readable. It creates a list. Smell my semicolons. And yeah, essentially list right here. So this code here. Request app dot post API list. Set authorization bearer there. Expect response to be essentially the generated ID of the item. So response body, just for consistency, want to match string. Now this is where we do want UUID, so let's find that regex. Boop. There we go. That's what we want. Missing semicolon. It creates a list. And this test needs to return existing list. I cannot believe I have not had Copilot on this entire time. Existing list. There we go. Oh, I went too quick. It has now abandoned me. There we go. Const list equals ID, name, items. This is actually pretty good. Good, it's not that kind of endpoint though. So let's request app. Me's gonna give me all the information. Still get me. Body. Now list contain an array of them. Created and updated our properties that will exist on the list. So expect response body do match object. Good. So list, there we go, and one of them, so it's going to be name essentially. All we're going to pass you is a name. We're going to expect back this stuff here. Don't need a return. Auto format. So this is where, so we do need the returns. We do need to do some other stuff. We need to create the list item, which is doing a post. This is a test. It shouldn't be interacting with the other endpoint. We should be manually doing it. This is where we access the database and make some stuff. await get client. Okay, database is not importing that. Import get client from database. Import get client. I don't care. Oh, here it is. Collection users. Although we're not inserting it into a user, we're inserting it into a list. Insert one. Name test. Loving that. Unexpected token get client. I put it right there. Why is it angry? Because it's async. Got it. So we insert one, fix the semicolon. Now this will give us const. Will I get any completion here? I will not. So give me the document, right? Which should be underscore ID. ID, which should match. ID, name this. Items, which is going to be an empty array. Okay, so we've gotten this part going where we can add things to the list, or we can add lists rather, and things will appear. Okay, I think that's enough test. Time to start writing the code out. Okay, let's jump into the routes. Routes.js, const router, const express, require express, nope, not app express, express router. No figuring that out, huh, Copilot? Which means we'll also need the controller. Controller.js. There we go. And let's say the router, so it'll be router.get me request response. Well, actually, this goes to the controller. Controller export dot, no, not that, modules, module exports. So module exports is an object, but now we get to add each of them. Equals dot, where is it? Get self, or get me, equals, nope, not giving me that information. Get me, nope, not there. Get me, and then compute request response, and next when things go wrong. All the semicolons are missing. Okay, so now we need to traverse through this, and well, let's look at that. It's spitting back the token. So we're going to say const token equals thank you Copilot. Authorization split after the space 1. Good. So it's going to be a possibility this doesn't exist. So I'm going to say let if not token, no token. That's not what we're doing. Otherwise, send back the token and get the list. So we need to install JWT. I think it's just spelled out. Three years ago, huh? Oh, that seems to be the right one to me. So let's import that. Const JSON would. Do they spell it out? They do not spell it out. JWT. There we go. Let's close a few of these things up. So if there's no token, then we need to generate an ID, which we do right up here with this code apparently. Const object ID equals require MongoDB. Now look at this definition. Wait, please use object ID. I got you. Where did you get object ID from? No, I guess this is internal. Let's look at it again. It is from bson, or base, whatever this library is called. I might as well npm bson create. Yeah, I mean it can be useful, Robodom. It's more, yeah, that needs practice, like, when you're working with others and working on a team, but you can get pretty far without it, which is probably why it's not a widely familiarized skill, You don't need it, so you don't use it. Especially when it's just you working on a project, you're not going to get any merge conflicts, any, like, usages of it, like, no discussions, none of that. I'm just going to use the Mongo one. It's good enough. If no token, then token equals, how do we look at the docs? T.sign the payload. Payload is ID of object ID. How do we do that? Gotta go back to that tab. New object ID, figured. Then the other information is secret or private key. Alright. Oh, okay. There you go. Let's figuring that one out. You know what? One day is fine for me. Nice, Robodom. Get that practice in. Okay, it generates a random ID. Now, I guess there's technically a possibility it would exist in the database, but I'm going to rely on the fact that it's random enough. Yeah, you're right. That's all it can do until, you have, like, real life interactions, Robodom. There's only so much you can do yourself and mock and practice with. Oh. I don't think we need to do that. You have token, then it's going to be, once we have token, it'll be return response.json token. There we go, and your list is empty. Beautiful. This is something that hasn't been set yet, but now we go to our constants file. Amazing. Loving that. Get the import in here. Or don't. Who needs imports? Const jwt secret. There we go. Good. Copilot.js. I'm in controller, so I don't need to go up anywhere. It's just the file name. And here we go. So now we need to get something from this, which is get client, get database. Now we will return get client collection list, find all of them. The list where the owner equals, I guess, yeah, we need to do verify to get the information out, to get the user ID out. Right. JWT verify. What's that do when it fails? So first we need to do the verification. That needs to exist as a middleware. I can type module exports dot handle token equals Hey, Silent Spy. How you doing this great Saturday? Hopefully pretty well. We out here... Oh wow, Copilot's writing us code. We out here, doing some test-driven development to make my pairwise sorting full-stack app. Function handle token. Yeah, I remember you. I do forget sometimes, but I remember you for the most part. I'm a Silent Spy. Doing the leak code, nice. Did you do the leak code of today? Is it a little tougher one? Requires like I don't know, like the soccer ball one. I don't know if you're doing that one, but it's a good medium. Requires memorization or caching in some kind. Yeah, so if there is no token, I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing here. Yeah, just implementing a little bit of authentication is part of it. Yep. There we go. So handle token. Watch it happen. Wrote a comment about fizzbuzz. Fizzbuzz. Right, a function that takes a number, returns a string, and its corresponding fizzbuzz value. Okay, it's just writing as a novel at this point. This is a lovely novel. Okay. This ain't. Okay, it's just going on forever. Let's give it the actual fizzbuzz problem, right? There we go. We'll give this as a comment. Alright, function. Not a letter about fizzbuzz. You're right. Alright, function that outputs integers 1 to n, but prints fizz. Okay, now we've given it a solution. Okay, wait, literally write me code already. It's just writing comments. Okay, maybe I have to use the function keyword. Maybe it doesn't realize it's code time. There it is. It's code time. So let's see how optimized this is. So yeah, I to n. They even named the b as a buzz. Look at that. So it did the both. So technically, one of these is getting recalculated. Could have been variabilized. Not that bad though. It solved the problem, Robodom. It solved the problem. That's your solution. I mean, if your solution's on GitHub, then yeah, you've kind of signed away your rights for it to be shoved into the algorithm, right? I want to see what the efficient thing does too, because there's another half of this that explains code you can highlight. So if I highlight some code and I tell it to explain it, let's see if it can do that. I made that? No, I made that. So let's see the explanation. For loop, iterate numbers 1 through n, check if divisible by 3 and 5, if so, else, if divisible by 3, else. Okay, so this is kind of just humanizing the lines, but it's not wrong. Know me? We all wrote fizzbuzz. Let's close that off. Oh, Copilot don't like that one. Okay. But yeah, I can do some pretty neat stuff. Yeah, it's interesting. It can do cool stuff sometimes. If no token, generate token. Then response JSON, send you the token with nothing on it. Yep, that is the response when you don't have a thing. Otherwise, you do have a thing, then we verify it. JWT verify. Is there an asynchronous way to do this? Oh, there's a callback. Okay, yeah, I want it to be asynchronous. I mean, from a good part of it, Robodom, it could. Token JWTs secret. And what's the callback? Error and decoded, right? If error, up at this point, we can promisify it. Turn new promise. Oh, graphics driver's doing a weird funky dance there. Go error decoded, so error or resolve. Yikes. Okay, let's do. This thing's looking bad already. Where is my information? Oh, near that there. Do I need more parentheses? Oh, error question mark, not that. I was wondering why everything's looking wrong. Here's the thing, when it fails, wait, why does verify fail sometimes? Callback, verify, callback, verify error. So that's why it fails. Okay, I need to know what the error is for. So when you fail, I could go promise, but I could also go callback. Oh hey, thanks for the follow, Ty954. You know, I don't feel a need to promisify something that doesn't need a promisify. So if there's an error, I'm gonna call next. Otherwise, with the error. Otherwise, we just call next anyway. Let's multi-line this. If you return next error. Otherwise, request.user equals decoded. And then we call next as appropriately. And everyone's happy. There we go. So this is our handle token middleware. Essentially, it grabs a token, and if you ain't got one, it will send you back a new one with a JSON response. If you do got a token, it's going to try to verify your token. If your token verification has failures or errors, that error is going to go get handled somewhere. If your token is not bad, it's going to take the result, put it in request.user, and go to the next thing. Yeah, thanks, Ty. Yeah, it's a little VS Code inspired, but yeah, just randomly comes down, types out some code, you know, figured I'd have something a little more unique than just the other random stuff. That's pretty neat. Handle token. There we go. So now in routes, we want to get const handle destructure handle token equals middlewares. There we go. So for me, you need a token. And then let's look at the other test. So when you do this, we're always going to get back your token. It's a consistent of the thing. Maybe it shouldn't be a consistent of the thing. Maybe we should really be dropping 403s on certain routes that don't handle it. So I did kind of just abstract this. I don't know what for, but it's abstracted now. Oh, no wonder that thing is angry. Typoed it. That logic is there now. So get me assumes the token is verified. So we have the user. Const user ID equals request user ID BEAUT full. Now get client, get collection list, find where the owner equals user ID, then a list. Let's do all this. Response JSON. Okay, it's doing some mapping. Okay, that's not too bad. Let's auto format that. Okay, we chopped away some things. Dot catch next. It's good. Okay, everything is as it should be. Formatting went crazy there. Let's try to clean it up a little. Okay, so we don't need that logic here just yet, at least. Put it back because I feel like we will need it in a moment. So when we get ourselves, we already have a user ID, we grab it. And we go get the client, get all the lists with an owner of yours truly. Then for each of those, for all the lists, we chase on the response of giving back the token, giving back all of our list information, which is each list mapped to an ID, a name, and an items. Now this will need to be a projection, but that is a future problem because I haven't added tests for items yet. So no test, no code. Now for routes, we need all these stuff coming in. Const get me, there we go, get me. I'm loving that. Okay, this is looking good, so this part of it is going well. Now we need the actual creation. So post API list. This is the one where it's going to require token, which is like it, but a little bit different in that. Oh, come on, paste we go. Acquire token. Which if you ain't got the token, you're gonna get a bad response. Response status. 401 appears to be the one. I think what? End. There we go. And then we perform the verification as need be. I'm taking the error and passing it along. I don't have enough functions to really take advantage of these middlewares yet. That's what's going on. So what is my endpoint? It is API list. Require token, and then what do we have here? We have add to list or create a list. There we go. And in controllers, we gotta go. Not all that. Create a list. Got to get the user ID. It's going to be an insert one. Owner is ourself. Name, there it is. Items empty. BEA beautiful. Then we're going to respond with what exactly? The I'm thinking because so I'm rethinking over my own code, you know, it's like just write it differently and all. So I'm thinking it might be simpler to keep the token in cookies instead of constantly passing it back and forward through just JSON. Because I don't need the information in it. I might, so I'll leave it in JSON. So this is just, so the response is different. So tests gotta change or code's gotta change. Because I'm just expecting a UUID of the thing. The toMatch object, I can say token and list ID, but I'm not getting my token back. toMatch string. So I'll just JSON the string, which is response, and it's going to be response dot inserted ID, something along them lines. And yeah, I think that is what we want. Let's quiet these errors down. Yeah, this should be enough. npm run test watch. Let's see them fail and start fixing them. Get client dot because it's get client dot database dot collection, right? So let's see, wherever we have get client dot collection. There we go. Get client collection database. I don't remember my name, but it is stored on my constants. There we go. Pairwise selected. Pairwise sorter. Let's go ahead and add a little hyphen to that. Love me in my hyphens, because it's unreadable otherwise. Did the test like that? Because a constant just changed. Good test. You're watching out for me. Got HTML, and the error happening is there's no database. So in order to fix this, we need to get a database. So this is where we go to our database test, bring in Mongo memory server, and start using that accordingly. Nice, C-Films. Glad to hear it. So I could add this as some helpers. Let's add these as helpers. Alright, so we're going to say test helpers.js. This is going to be... I will eventually upload it to YouTube, just another grats, but currently it's just going to be up on Twitch for the 14 days. But after then, yeah, I will get it up to YouTube eventually. Function use Mongo. This looks very much React, I know, folks. We'll return from this little function. Now, here's the thing. Some of them want to change it, some of them shouldn't. This needs access to constants. Okay, so the way I'll do this is I'll put this in some logic. Okay, so this creates the server, providing you a little... This does need constants. There we go. So that way we can return a use function, or just any function that you call, and it will do all this from not from this constants, from that constants. Get the import fixed. Boop. There we go. Gotta export this. Loving that. Lots of semicolons, very angry. There we go. So what this does is it creates the server, and then whenever you call it, which is what we'll do in a moment, it stores this old one, sets the new one, and after the tests are done, removes the old one. It's just before each. Hey, Finite. Hey, how's it going? Hope your Saturday's going well. I'm over here just forcing myself to do some good old test-driven development. How did you how far did you make it with the that remote? Or I'm trying to think, what was it? Slights or not sure, you were doing something with it, but it was you were like you didn't even get to the code. You were just messing with the signals at that point, right? Yeah, still it looks like a big project, fun project, but still a big one for sure. Ah, nice. I mean, hey, decoding the data, figuring out the standard, that's most of the work. Then you essentially building your own interface for it. So yeah, there's a lot to it for sure. Mm-hmm. For sure, for sure. Yeah, I'm over here. I'm just, I figured I'd force myself because everyone says that test-driven development is the best, but usually I never adhere to it. So I'd figure for at least one medium-sized project, I will force myself to do it test-driven way. Test first, code second. And yeah, I'm just going to do this on a little pairwise sorter, which is essentially you have like a list of items, and then the way it sorts it is that it asks you, oh, which of these two do you prefer? And then as you answer that, it asks you the next one, oh, which of these two do you prefer? But it does some pretty like smart math in a way that it only asks you the minimum number of questions possible. Yeah, yeah, for sure. And I mean, I do enjoy tests in general. Like, I love me some tests. It's just the test-driven development is, something I never really tried out for size. So, gonna try it, see how I like it. And hey, there you go. Get that level ground framework. Did you get them social media icons working, Robodom? Let's see. Create memory server. We do that layer. Where is it? Not layer. I do this somewhere. Hey, that's okay. Yeah, it can be, especially with using Font Awesome, it can be a little tough. Screen cap the icons. Just get it working, huh? Just get it working. Equals create memory server constants. Just need the import. Helpers. That's a great name. Now for user memory server, we have this logic here, and here we just call it to do the thing automatically. Looks good enough. Out of brain juice. Yeah, you got it. You only got so much energy, gotta rest every now and then. Only. What's the point of an only test if you ran everything? Bun gonna burn. I tried it, King. It just well apparently it's my freaking old hardware that it doesn't like. So on modern computers, I'm sure bun is really fast. Hey, DN Bull, how's it going? Over here, forcing myself to do some purely test-driven development. Those don't know, DN Bull does some cool stuff. Apparently, it ain't a fancy enough one. It's on my thing, but I think I might be able to bring it up here. Yeah, so it's in CPU's FX8350. I know it's old, but it's fast enough. And RX 580. Another hype tech, yeah. X Metrics. Okay, y'all coming out of the woodworks now that I show you that. I tried it to the end, Bull. I tried it, and it's like it was angry. Like, oh, we don't like. It gave me segmentation faults. Basically, I couldn't even run the help command. It just seg fault. So I figured it out, and it's like, oh, you need AMX12. Your CPU needs to know how to do stuff, basically. So yeah, here's the thing, Deanbull. Even I guess it's on my hardware, but I tried it. It made the code like 5 times slower. So not on. Maybe you need the new hardware, only for new hardware and only. Yeah, Deanbull. Like there are other more pressing matters, you know. Much more pressing matters need to be handled. Okay, let's see. All these errors. So many errors. Close. Open. For sure, for sure. This is mine. Oh, let's take a look there. Yeah, like most things, like just like how like fetch is in the node standards, like sure, it'll be usable in a few years. Ooh, 3300. Let's see. Full one of them fancy Ryzens. Yeah. 64 gigs. What do you use? How many Chrome tabs do you need, King? Woo. Ooh, dual monitor. Nice. Yeah, that's all fancy. Fun fact, you can run a Windows without, you can just download one for free. What is the main website for it? That's a good question, C-Films. What main website are you referring to? Yeah, I can imagine. Don't really game much anyway. Ooh, yeah, you're not wrong there. Not wrong at all. Okay, see if this thing's working now. So, call instance, routes. Hey, it's a passing. Look at that. That's it. Now I can write the routes test for what's going on here. For the Rascal 2 brand. Oh, you mean just rascal2.com. It's just my website. See, films. There is no there's no big purpose for it. It's, you know, it's about me. It's got my blog on it. Got my projects on it. You can do the thing, the contact on it, my links on it. It's just, you know, personal site. Nothing too crazy. Even the M1 don't survive against it, eh? That's what you gotta love. Macs, they're good, but when you get pure raw power, right? Dot collection. Apparently there's still one more. Dot database. Yeah, see films. I think we know that one. Oh, really, Gmo? I mean, I've heard it's like they're faster than previous Macs comparison wise, but yeah, maybe it is all just the hype. Never got into the iOS ecosystem myself. Never made it that far. I mean, yeah, I assume it's like, yeah, you compare against your own technology, you're always gonna have better results. Like, why wouldn't you? Dot database dot function. What? Say what? I know somebody. Yeah, I'm familiar. Just familiar enough, you know, King. Expected JSON. Okay, yeah, they're all angry, and this thing's not working. So returns existing list. Because the await. I got it. Must act creatively. So that once we await this, because there are two separate asynchronous operations. Now we can await the insertion of stuff. Does that at least work? I know it's gonna fail, but set timeout. Yeah, so it's just angry. Thing took forever. This is where we need to. So this is before all. So they bulk. So I want to say before each, which means my helpers changes. So instead of doing it for all tests, we want it for each. I mean, yeah, I didn't really think it was much of a secret there, X Matrix. Like, it's not for. It's very specific. What do you call audience, right? It's a lifestyle almost. Yeah, I've tried to game with Linux, unless I don't know. I haven't really gamed much at all though. I just go for the Windows because, like, I have no interest in dealing with it. My hard drive can spare the extra 100 gig that Windows loves to consume. I do not care. Yes, we have all noted to each. Although this is already all each. Yeah, we'll just change both of them. That won't hurt. Yeah, DM Bull. And that's kind of basic experience, you know? So it's kind of disappointing that it's like, I can't handle that. It's like, it's your job. You're being marketed a certain way and you can't do what you're being marketed for. Get out of here. I mean, wow. Wow. On one hand, that's WoW. On the other hand, it's a little bit of an older game, so it's. I mean, unless it's that badly optimized. Oh, COD, yeah, those ones are not too optimized at all. All the games, okay, you just made a script to launch every game, right? Xmetrics doesn't have central heating. They have a PC. They just have one and that's it. That's all they do. Okay, now for the get client, it needs to like force, right? So this is the only logic that needs to happen. True, right? Now when I do the import of the app, does that do the import of the database? It does not, right? So as long as I get client true, this should work. That one's still failing. Okay, let's try just this test. Okay, only that test. Now what is... Okay, just... How do I do only? Just only... Because this is like... I could do this in Mocha. Yeah, Dean Bull. That's the fun part, Dean Bull. When the test suite is set up and you just gotta like copy the one that looks closest to what you want to write, change some names, and ta-da! You quote wrote a test. Those are always the fun ones. But yeah, setting it up a little tedious. My word, Jest, what are you doing? I have done all of my projects with 0 test metrics. One failed. Okay, where's the failure? Why are you failing? Why are you failing? Yeah. I will not do tests because you don't need to test what's already perfect. Ain't that right, metrics? Okay, so it's taken more than 5 seconds. But why? That's right, it's not necessary. You are the expert. Is it just the insertion that's being weird? Let's see if that's it. Hey, that works too. Okay, so it's this logic that is catching it on fire. So let's see what we're doing here when we say database get client. So console log. Don't worry, there's nothing here to hide. I like a console. Okay, so first it is this, then it switches over. Okay. I'm only doing one test, so... darn, Jest is running other stuff. Oh, because it's parallelized to different files. That's annoying. Yeah, Robodom, of course, of course. Appreciate you coming by and yeah, making progress in that level ground. Bit by bit. Database. So if we say, oh, not that database. Database test. Yeah, of course, I appreciate it. I mean, I'll be going on for... I plan on actually getting this to a usable state, so I'll probably still be on. Yeah, have the rest of your Saturday, too. Dash, yeah. There we go, so we got the skip going on. And our console logs... There are no console logs. And what in tarnation? 24-hour stream then? Okay, maybe I'll see you next time, Robodom. See you next. It ain't no 24-hour. Oh, no wonder that's not running, because I took the code out. I wonder why the routers aren't working. Because I never put them in. App.use, API, acquire routes. That would help, wouldn't it, folks? Yeah, see you later, Robodom. Cannot find controllers from routes. Yes. Okay, I go to routes. Controllers.js. Yeah, I mean, you know, I want to make them good. I don't do many streams, so I figured, if I can't do a bunch, I'll just do a bunch of good ones. Cannot find controllers.js. Why not? Did I name them wrong? Controller. Yep, I named them wrong. Controllers. There we go. Okay, route.use requires a middleware, but I got an object because I never exported it. Module exports equals router. Content type JSON, got HTML. Big sad. Big sad. So we're supposed to be getting API meet and token get me. That's all supposed to be JSON. Paths of handle token fails. Then we go next error. Yep, should all be there. Okay, let's go for the first test. So I don't know what this thing is doing, but you can stop. There we go, we've cleared that one out. Now that one is good. Let's look at the controller in question. Let's see how. So, get client, and then we just call it. So what if instead of this logic, because I'm seeing the way that this is fighting me, we export an object, and that object has a client, and that client can be taken off and on. So const database equals here. Gonna have a client which is null initially. The real module exports essentially this entire thing. And a little, I almost don't even need a connection function. If we just made this a proxy though, made the object itself a proxy so every access to it goes to the database with a tear down functionality, because that's what we're missing, is the ability to tear it down. Hey, thanks there for the follow, Ronaldo. Hope your Saturday's going well. And hey, thanks for coming on by there, Plex IRL. Hope your Saturday's going well. I'm over here doing some test-driven development, and the database is super fun to work with. This is why, as everyone who's came by has said, creating these initial tests are not fun. But writing little tests are a little bit less tedious. How have I done this in my quotes API? Because it's working over there. Yeah, it can be hard, Plex. So I'm part of 100 devs. It's actually a what do you call it? An agency with a free training program right here on Twitch. Next class is like Tuesday, but you can watch the old VODs and catch up to it. And it goes from 0 to full stack web development. So if you already know HTML and CSS, it won't be you'll probably like glide through the first few ones just to get to the JS part where it goes from all the old JS to the modern JS, everything in between. Of course, there are other resources like Free Code Camp and stuff, but this one's live and you got people to ask help from and such. Don't really have that in the other ones, at least not for free. There we go, there's my quotes API. Where's my data? Okay, how did I do it here? Yeah, so if there's no client, I set the client. That's literally how it works. How do I do the test? So set database data. So that's from setup. Yeah, so I get this stuff, and before I create it, I get the client, and I connect it, and this happens before all of them. So all of my interactions are working on the database. God, can you learn Bootstrap before JS? I believe you can use a lot of Bootstrap before JS, because it is more of a styling library, but there are some parts of it that like are JS dependent. I don't mean the code depends on JS, I mean you need to write JavaScript in order to use some of them. Like if you want to create a toast dynamically, it's basically all dynamic behavior. You would need to know some JavaScript for Plex, but for the most of it, which Bootstrap is mostly a framework or like a CSS library, you don't need to know JavaScript. And for the other way around, you don't need to learn any CSS framework or library before JavaScript at all. Let's see what we got here. See films. Beaverton, Oregon. Nice. Oh, this is all nice and linked out. Pretty nice. See films. There's a comma. There's a space here. My eyes. Super play space. Maybe it's just my computer, I guess. Oh, there is a space before that comma. I don't know how it got there, but it's there. Oh, there it is. It's after the super play. There you go. Besides that, looks great. See films. Looking good. See films. You gonna make one of these for every city? 'Cause that is a big project for sure. Don't know how all these things open still. It depends on what you mean by that. So like if you, let's go to Bootstrap for example. I'll go through, we'll see like some examples. Cause I don't think anything is really considered cheating. I think the only thing you could possibly be cheating is yourself if you like do something without understanding how it works. So if you like just copy something in to like use a component for like all this, definitely copy and paste all this boring stuff in. Copy and paste. You don't have to type this manually. Just for the important ones. Cool. See films. Yeah, where is the customized layout? So yeah, like columns, for example. Yeah, so like if you wanted a 3-column layout, you don't have to type all of this HTML out line by line. Plex, I wouldn't say. I'd say you can more than fine enough just copying and pasting it. You just should be familiar with what you're actually copying and pasting. Or else the only person you're going to be cheating is your future self whenever you need to customize any of this logic. What else do we got here? We got checks and radios, right? See, like this. I would totally copy on this. I don't think you need to know exactly how to, you don't need typing practice. You need to understand that these classes exist and what goes on where, I would say, if you want to be an expert in Bootstrap, but for the most part, you just want to use the examples they've shown. And they've shown a lot of examples, so I wouldn't consider copying this cheating at all. Ooh, a fancy checkbox. Yeah, it's just copying without understanding is where you're not gonna cheat the code, you're gonna cheat future you. Okay, so let's simplify. Yeah, exactly programming. That's the way it's meant to be used. That's right. If you fix the comma, let's go back. Let's go check out that comma fixed. Phew. Okay, see films 10 out of 10. Looks good now. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to defactor a lot of this logic here. Client equals here. We're not going to do any of this logic. This will only be for our initial client, so drop that out. You finally found it, Xmetrics. Nice. Oh dang, Plex. Yeah, you are. Do not feel pressure at all. Then, yeah, you got. There's always more to learn, you know. Dang, that's a lot of storage, metrics. Whew. You running a server farm over there? Fancy. 1200. Yeah, I need 1200 for all them drives. Crypto storage. Ryzen 9. Hey, same as the last person. Fancy. ATX M4. Yeah, that's only the next generation up from me, so I'm not too far behind. I'm only one generation, and hey, 580. I don't think I have the 8 gig, or I have the 570. I'm not sure. C films. I mean, it's static HTML. There aren't many two ways to go good or bad either way. We can look at the accessibility, see if that throws any flags on us. Beaverton, Oregon. Paragraph. Oh, up. Nope, go right. Officially became a city there. Country. Yeah. I mean, I'm not seeing anything wrong accessibility wise. Oh, hey. Oh, Alex, I appreciate it, but I don't want to do that. So accessibility looks good on that C films. Each one's a paragraph. Yeah, that's not wrong. Using B, that'll work. Do you need object-oriented programming? How would you even implement that, C films? How would you object-orient your HTML? And yeah, thanks for coming on by, Plex. Hope to see you again. Good luck otherwise if you're in your journey. Again, it's going to be all kinds of cool stuff to make. A digital hoarding problem. Ah. Yeah, that's some stuff, alright. It's a fair amount. Okay. OP with the PHP. Just one PC. Whew. Nice. Spy on your chats. Nah, it's unreadable. I mean, we wouldn't be able to tell even. I can't tell from this side either if you are using OOP or not, C films, because it just generates HTML, you know? So I wouldn't be able to tell even if you were using OOP. vanilla PHP. Okay, yeah, PHP 5.5. I'm looking the before all, the global before all. Come on, just be cool. I don't want before each. I want with one-time setup. Here we go. Not beginning of file. Okay, I need to do this before the import. Okay, maybe it's called a setup file. Yeah, I do suppose it is about time for a break. I've just been grinding my face on trying to get Jess to cooperate. Ooh, there's the raw code, huh? Okay, looks like Twitch mangled that URL. Let's have a looky loo. BPAST, huh? Oh, yeah, so I mean it's just HTML. There's literally... okay, so I see what you mean by object orienting it. You can make a different object for each city. Okay. So yeah, you could do that. You are kind of already doing that with your title and description. Yeah, to go object oriented, this is also outdated. But you would have the header, and then you would have essentially all of these be keys and values. For the arrays, they'd be joined by a comma. Yo, hey, thanks for coming on by, GoPro Slow Yo. That is quite the username. What were y'all doing? We're over here doing we're looking at CFilm's website, but right now we're doing some test-driven development. Ooh, InfoSec hacking AWS. Oh, jeez. Hola. Yeah, you fooling around. That's cool. Well, thanks for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. Everyone go and get them a check out. Cyber Saturday. Awesome. And I don't hack AWS. I use it, though, so... Ooh, completed flaws.cloud. Of course I will. I appreciate it. The only hacking worth learning is social engineering. This break has been brought to you by my internet, flaws.cloud. So that is the website. Just, we're waiting. Did you break the website? Nope, here it is. Oh. Interesting. Yeah. Huh. I'll have to check this out, definitely, for sure. But yeah, folks, we're over here, so this is the code. We're building from scratch a full stack application, and we are specifically using test-driven development to make sure everything works. Yeah, I have heard of that one, Xmetrics. I have heard of Try Hack Me. Here, that's another one I heard of. Yeah, we're over here doing our test-driven development, essentially of a pairwise comparison site. Yeah. I'm trying to force myself to write the test first because it is so tempting to just go ahead with the code, but I am forcing myself. Test first, code second. I'm over here right now. I'm just fighting with Jest and getting the database mocked because before I used Mocha and I was like, oh, I'll use Jest. I haven't tried that one in a while, and it is just tedious, but we're getting through it. Eventually, the full stack is essentially going to be pairwise sorting, or preference sorting, in which you have a list of items and you'll be presented with options of which one do you prefer over another one, and it specifically asks them in a order in which it tries to ask as few questions as possible to get your sorting preference for the entire list. So if you have a 10 list, an item of 10 entities, Usually, you're going to need to ask 45 questions, but with this method, you only ask 22 questions, and it's able to infer the positions of other ones based on the answers you've already given. And yeah, we're just making a full stack app that'll allow people to sort stuff, based on that concept. Yeah, right now we are messing with the database. Let me flip that around. Yay, it is. It's tedious in this experience, that's for sure. It can be. There we go. Another 26 minutes before our break. Yeah, what we're doing now is we are getting Jess to work for me. So, I forgot. So the thing is, I need a one-time setup. Synchronous can do inline before all and after all hooks. So this is what I want. So I do want that logic. So I have some test here. Figure it out. So I need to use the database. So this one, I get the memory server and I call the use. And the routes, I need to do the same thing. Get the memory server and then call the method. No imports for me. And I have to import constants. More imports for me. There we go. So now we are getting in our memory server. This is for our database because we don't want your test connecting to a real database, and it does all the things. Now let's see if that gets us a little closer to what we want. Content of got text. That's not what we want. Line 51. Expect, or at least getting a 200. We're getting sadness. Okay. Expect response. Log response, comma operator. Parentheses. ESLint is angry, but we will brave through it. Okay, so we got a whole bunch of stuff. Get API me. Cannot read properties are undefined at handle token. Okay, so somewhere in there is the error. What specific line? Line 8. So request.get authorization. So it might not exist, so we need to use the optional chaining. So the question mark operator with the accessing. Doesn't really tell me what property though. Reading split. It did tell me, I just didn't read it. Then if this fails, it will be undefined. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, there we go. Look, we got a JWT token. Okay, this is progress, which means undo this, go back to our JSON 200. And line 51, still angry about, so yeah, I have forgotten this little prefix, which apparently is on all of my JSON content types. Fix that. Okay, expected 7, received 2. Let's try to read this error. So, expected a list with an array of objects, instead got a list with a token. So, the reason that's happening is returns existing list down here because I commented out the code that would add the thing to the database. Now when I do this, it should work. Fingers crossed. Intermediate value dot database is not a function. Okay. Well, let's look at all the other places that I've used get client. get client dot database in the controllers. Okay, I mean we can just console log what this thing is. Let's see what we got. Const C equals console log. What do we have here? Door number 1. It is a Mongo client. It does not have a database function. npm. Has my goldfish memory forgotten this much information? Where's the quick start? So dot connect. Oh, it's dot db. Wow. Yep, I did forget that much. So it's not database, it is dot db. Fun fact. There you go. Poof. Okay, let's see what this is angry about. Okay, so I have an old console. Let's do another refresh. That output was messed up. Okay, so we have an ID of undefined. Okay, let's figure this out. So we have. Let's see what we get back. Let's see what our response is. Console dot log inserted ID. That's what it looks like apparently. Let's see what it looks like. Okay, so it is acknowledged and inserted ID. Oh, that's what I get for not using TypeScript today. Inserted ID resolves to, we'll just take the inserted ID. It's more than enough information for me. No, we will rename it to ID. So we can use the object shorthand. Here we're getting closer. So our array is just empty. So that's sad. So to match object list here. Why are we getting a token back? Because we didn't send a token. That makes sense. So how do we say dot set? Exactly so. We have to give them a token for them to give us stuff back. So when I set authorization bearer token, it gets angry because that's not a valid token anymore. Very invalid token. So my solution is to make a valid one, which I can do right here. Const token equals. No, that's not what I want. So I have to go to the middleware where I'm making tokens, copy off this code, and make a token for testing. A testing token, if you will. I'd call this by saying this thing right here. There we go. Insert one owner. Need this ID here. I do need some more information. Owner ID equals a new object ID. Owner becomes owner ID. Name is test. So if the ID of the owner ID expires in a day, to be secret. We need one more import from the middleware, which is this one. Nope, give it to me. Isn't it fun coding an entire project the same size, larger than the code you're testing against? Yeah, it's super fun. I'm having fun. The point is that it will be fun at the end, right? That's the point. The fun comes at the end, not the beginning. So it will be fun eventually. Soon. Like I said, this is kind of like I'm more familiar with writing tests after the fact, but I don't know. I mean, that's why I'm doing this, right? Xmetrics, I'm going to, instead of taking someone's word for it or not taking someone's word for it, I'm going to see the payoff for myself. I'm either going to be really happy that I love test-driven development at the end of this, or I'm going to be really happy that I know test-driven development ain't for me. I mean, hold on, X. That gives me lots of feelings. Tons of feelings of accomplishment I get from that. Depends on the complexity, of course. That's you are reading my intentions, X metrics. That's why I'm here. I'm brute forcing it to see why the hype. What is the hype? So what's this one angry about? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and testing in general, of course. Yeah, that all applies. Const token equals, here we go, plus token. Yeah, I can see that for sure. How do we console log text, right? Do that. Yeah, for sure. I mean, that is another advantage of it. You don't have to think about it. It just works. Client DB is not a function. Yep, I gotta fix that code. Yeah, I mean, it's a me problem, but it's a problem that needs fixing, right? Then client.db. I mean, this feels clunky here. Never got the aha moment. That's what I'm hoping by the end of this. I'm hoping I will aha. Where's my darn aha? Insert 1, and then what? Parenthesis this. There we go. So I have to go to the other get client. Although, why is this asynchronous? Because it needs to be, because the connection needs to be made. Oh, the connection doesn't need to be made. Okay. I've written this weird now. I just gotta live with it. I have to live with my consequences. Get client. Then client. Whoop. I know how to spell. And then this, the dot, then. Lovely. Where's the next one? Hunting them down. Okay, I think I got them all. Are you happy? There we go. So we got... Well, what is this one yelling about? Come on. Close the thingy. Received value must be not null object. Received has type string. Okay, so is this... Returns an existing list. Okay, so when I add, it returns an existing list to match object. A list is an array of objects. A list is an object with key of events. When did that happen? To the controllers. Yeah, get me is supposed to be right here. And those are my created lists. Let's not have any list. See if that changes something. Oh, it's .toArray. Never called toArray. Got it. .toArray. Right. There we go. That's now gonna do it. It's gonna do something rather. There we go. Expecting a list of objects. Got a list of sadness. Okay, so there's something in the database. Let's look at the user ID. So what's happening is it might not be storing it or looking it up as a correct user ID. So we're gonna look at the one that we're parsing out. It's a hex string. Love to see it. And the one we are putting in. It's a new object ID. So let's look for npm ID equals string. I probably have to create a new object ID from it. There we go. So it should be the code I'm already having. I don't want to use equals. I'm using it in the query. I think I just make a new one, which is something that my whatchamacallit handle token middleware should be doing. So middleware, do your job. Press user ID equals. Oh, you want to copilot that for me? Decoded ID. It was a nice try. New object ID. Boop. And is that import accessible? It is. At this point I could destructure from go copilot. So we will destructure ID and the rest of decoded. Instead of ID being ID will be new object ID, passing the value of ID. How many times can I say ID? One more probably. Yeah, see films, that definitely feels like something that can be optimized to be object oriented, or at the very least an array of things, an array of mappings, which are just associative arrays which are objects. So maybe you don't need to go full class based with a class, but an array of objects would definitely, I'd say, help scale that up. Okay, we got it. We got something here, folks. I'm just missing the items doohickey. Now if I drop these console logs, this will look pretty. Oh, the green pest. Who am I calling .skip at? Well, I'm calling .only here. Okay, so we're almost there, folks. We have one of them working. We got a few more to go. So got JSON char set. Easy fix. So JSON quote. There's the two I missed. Bam. Oh, that's missing the semicolon. Bam. Do it again. Sing it again, Sam. Okay, let's see what the one that's failing. Got text HTML, because that is a invalid token. So I need to generate good tokens. Do I even need? I do need to do this. So let's. Where else am I saying? Error 2, 3 other places. Should I put it into my database to make the database generate the pages? Well, you could put it in your database, C films, and then as you pull the things out of the database, you'll have essentially a table for each city. So yeah, that would be probably the most proper way to do it. You don't have to. You can just declare some giant constant global somewhere, which is basically just an array of all your database objects, but you're not putting them in the database, and iterate over that. But at that point, it might as well be a database. Yeah, static HTML. I mean, with PHP, it's kind of like its job to generate HTML, so I wouldn't know the way to do it, but it should be an easy way to do it. Flat file DB. Yeah, it's just it's still a database. It's just in a file with a PHP extension. Still a database. So yeah, create list. Yeah, who cares about that performance? Just make it. No, come on with my lines. Const create new user, create new token. You don't get any information there. User ID. token. Oh, that's a very simple return, ain't it? Yeah, create new token. Where's my closing? Close. Yeah, see films, I mean, that's not really gonna, database ain't gonna affect that either way, but yeah, meta tags and all that fun stuff. Lots of crazy different ways to improve SEO. Although, I mean, let's see how your SEO goes. You're at the top of the list. I don't know what more you want, see films. Yeah. This entire universe isn't figuring that stuff out. Missing semicolon. So, const user. This will say users create new token. What do we have here? ID token. Token. Nope, that's not where that goes. So it's only this. I'm not using that ID. We can drop that. Sadness. Can I access user before initialization? Of course, because that's not how JavaScript works. Const ID equals for sure metrics. Trying to get to the first page for movies filmed in Seattle. Man, that's gonna be a tough one. I mean, yeah, you literally just get the actual movies, IMDb, Wikipedia, Seattle Met. Okay, so this is where I'd see maybe you'd start competing here with the Seattle Mets, Seattle PI. Basically, all these websites have Seattle in the title. Then Culture Trip because they put Seattle in the title. Yeah, it's a pretty good goal there, Steve Films. ID and token. There we go. Simplify that a whole bunch. Yay, it passes. So let's remove our .only. And I have to do this for all of our other requests. Tedious, but this is the life of most tests. They ain't dry. Dryness at least isn't a priority in them. I will dry it out later. Just want to get it working first. Don't even need that. Look at that. So, returns pass token. This is a duplicate test. Goodbye there. Returns generated token. Gives you a new token. 11 that. Returns pass token. 11 that. We can do some more logic here. We can do a decode of it. Const ID equals JWT dot decode. Actually, we want to verify, don't. I mean, actually, you wouldn't be able to. Client would not be able to decode. Verify. They only decode. Triple equals. But we're not going to be able to figure that out. Expect to be truthy, I suppose. To be instance of another string. We need these strings. We can do toMatch object. toMatch object ID string. I don't have that. There we go. The last result of the third page. I mean, that's pretty high up there, I'd say. Just being on it at all is pretty good for you films. The bar graph visualizer needs some work. 1 bar, 2 bar. Oh, they need heights. Oh yeah, push the button. Fixed height would make more sense. Fixed height. Using a map range function. Oh yeah, using a range input. Something. Percentage based. Yeah, that would be pretty cool. And then have a number on it, maybe. Oh, hey, Grat Kane. I'm glad you made it. Yeah. Oh, 200 is the max. I can go fast. Oh, I see. Yeah, like set one of them to max and the rest of them percentage of that max. Yeah. I mean, there are all kinds of little tweaks you can make to this. I don't think it's going to improve the SEO exactly metrics, but yeah, it could be improved. Maybe slugify this URL, bar graph visualizer. Actually, are the rest of them? Yeah, the rest of them are all slugify. Just this one, I guess. Fun but challenging. For sure, it's a nice challenge. By the way, I hope your Saturday's been going well. I'm Grat Kane. We over here just doing some test-driven development. Oh, nothing's happening there. About to pass the last of our tests, I think. We're only failing one. So close. So request body token to be instance of string. I don't know what that is. Let's just console log it. Just see what's in there. What's in this? Where's my console? Here it is. So it is an object. Response.body.token. Weird. Expect constructor string. Received value this. Okay. Well, how does this work? Again, it's a learning experience for sure, folks. Expect to be instance of thing. Received value has no prototype. Let's just console log this while we're here. What are you? You're a string, darn it. Maybe it's this the one being weird and it don't know how to point. Well, what an amazing conclusion, right? It's not. It don't know how to point to which line's failing. No, apparently it does. I'm looking at their examples. Let's hard code an actual string in here. Making me paranoid now, Jest. Do I not know how to use... Oh, because it's built-in string. Great. Just test value is string. How do we do this? Test if object array is string. Here we go. Yeah, should be a string. A to be type for those who want it. To be type. Okay, so I should just use type of, huh, folks? Is that what we've come to? Type of to equals string. I will do it myself. Type of to equal, or am I using, I don't know. It matters not. Still failing. Expected function string. That would help. Now this is something I cannot compare against. But hey, these tests are passing, so the randomly generated one is randomly generated. And I should be looking for this here to match string. So this I can actually say to match object. Here we go. ID expect string matching. Hopefully that's right. Failure. I said .id. I want the whole object, and I don't want type of. Do it again. Sadness. Oh. That is not a UUID 4. That's just a thing. Okay, glad to hear I was wrong about that. Don't know how that happened. Goldfish memory, I thought they were UUID 4s. Oh yeah, this is on describe only. No, it's not. What's this test doing? How is this even working? Let's show some random stuff in there. It's literally not running. Cool. Cool. Well, close that. Close that. Okay, we're so close to having basically all of this working. I do have owner ID. Let's use our helper. Cost ID token. And we name that to owner ID. Get that token there. Good. Yeah, so when you turn the existing list, get me, you should also have a token of token. About this one. Good. Confident the ID matches. We can one line that and one line that. Loving this. Oh, got a little, did something there. So it does not give you the token. Interesting. And this is specifically for which endpoint returns existing list. So when I ask for a me, I should always be getting a token back. So let's go to the controllers. So when you ask request.user.token, of course that doesn't exist. Have I done this kind of thing before? If you mean in generally, yeah, I've done authentication before and tokens and before. I've done all these things before. Like I'm not breaking any new ground here. The only new ground I'm breaking with this project is that I'm doing mainly the test-driven development first. So I'm writing test first and then the code that's testing second. And the actual program, which is the Pairwise Sorter, that's the new part. Yeah, but you know, it's always good practice to, as you can see, I do need the practice. Okay, so somewhere in the middle where I lost the token. There we go, request.user equals there, request.token equals token. There we go, look at all these tokens we add. Restart again. Oh, for passing password. For passing tests, X metrics extend the timer. Okay. When we get to that break, we'll have an extra 2 minutes on. I appreciate it. I mean, we're basically almost there, except for this describe block that's not doing anything. I literally don't know what's going on with this thing. So expect 400. This thing's literally not running. Just, do I have to put this, like, does it not support multiple route describe? Because that kind of sucks. Describe routes. Drop the P. Grab that. To the bottom. Out of format. Yay. Well, I appreciate it, Grat Kane. It's all just time, you know, time and experience. And at least like being able to navigate this particular file, it's because I've created it from scratch. So it makes it easier when you know everything. It's not a new project and you haven't been familiar with. When you create it from scratch, it's easier to navigate the entirety of it. Oh, entire nation. Okay, let's be all verbose. Okay, here we go. Okay, in the constants server routes, post API list creates a list. Oh, it's saying it's successful, but I'm so paranoid I don't believe it. I don't believe it is successful because I'm not returning it. Got it. There's the problem. Remember, whenever you're making asynchronous tests, you need to return the promise. It won't figure it out for you. Okay, so everything's on fire. Let us drop the outer describe. Auto format. Bring it in. And yeah, so we need a real token. Let's do that right here. There it is. So when we create a list, we will have an ID and a token. We gotta pass the token to the header. Oh hey, appreciate the hydrate there, Lippy. Appreciate it greatly. Don't think we need that ID, we just need the token. Now what happens when we create a list? Sadness. Expected JSON got HTML. Okay, let's see what went wrong. What exactly went wrong? I think I turned verbose off by now. Here we go. Cannot post API list. Ha. Just literally can't find it. Look at the routes. Hey, because it's a get. Hey, see, tests are helping. They're doing stuff. Cannot read properties of undefined. Reading name on line 32. And click that. Request.body.name. So, I sent some JSON. I sent nothing. Request body. How do we do this? Super test. Super test. Well, that's not super. What? Where's my documentation? Okay, I'll go over here. Where's all my code at? Okay, yeah, expect. How do we post? There we go, send. That's the way we do it. Fancy. Let me try that over there real quick. Ooh, look at this that you notice different. Oh. Been in the wrong browser. I think it may be getting less higher. Hold on. Maybe. Not sure. I wasn't looking that deeply at it though. But there's a limit. Oh, the URL. Yeah, I did see that. I thought you meant the actual page. Yeah, that's definitely the more SEO preferred way of doing URLs, which you already knew. You just missed that one. Yeah, you got that one down. Good job. All slugified. Okay, so .send apparently is the way you do it. Oh, don't want that tab there. .send name. Yeah, since you're sending a JSON object, it'll become a JSON object. Hey, whose name are we sending? We're creating a list of name list. It's like naming your dog dog. Cannot read properties undefined. So this is the part where, the tests are helping me. I haven't written this part of the code. I have not, not that code. Server, it cannot handle JSON information. So express use JSON. Do we need to use URL encoded? Not going to put it on if we don't. What's your error? Connection refused. Oh, the database was like, no. So I don't know what that problem was about. But we'll figure that out real shortly. Try it again. It's running again to my solution, I know. Connection refused. Oh, because, yes, this database only exists here. So I think we can. There we go. I have to use this little magic hook every time I want to touch the database. Never mind. Connection refused. Did it create a different one? So I know these are one file things. What if I do this globally? So I bring it all the way up so they share. I don't know if we can do global before eaches and stuff though. Okay, now you're just being weird. Controllers. So you're get client. You're both using get client. I can actually inline this. I don't need all that hanging out here. Why are you not happy? Get client, client DB, collection, insert one. Right. Maybe I'll check the race condition by putting a dot only on it. Only. .json's not a function. This is a new one. Okay. What's up with this? Controller line 32. I named response thing twice. So yeah, we'll destructure. Inserted ID out of this so we can just, send that through. Don't know why I was getting the old error. Expected Baba response body got empty string. Okay, let's do some console login now before we see what just went at multi-line arrow function. Auto format, please. Thank you. Undefined. Okay, let's say resu. Just see what it is. Insert one returns. Gotta return something. There we go. Inserted ID. I had the case wrong. My D was capitalized. It is not actually capitalized. If only I were in TypeScript right now. Okay, now we have it working as expected. So we drop this, and it should. Well, this thing's gonna be angry, but. Two match strings on a function. That's fine for me. Expect response. Response.body. Type out rather. To equal. String. Okay, final test, folks. Or last test, who knows if it's the final. Apparently we're still skipping them. Dot only. No, Grat King. This is, just, I felt like because I felt like I just wanted to start a new project from scratch with user auth and stuff, just to go through it. demonstrate how a different way to do it, and I wanted to learn some test-driven, or I wanted to force myself to do some test-driven development. My 100 hours project is still in the works, but it's essentially it allows you to, so if you've used YouTube, then you might have seen some videos that have chapters on them, as in they're timestamps, but they're in the video player. My 100 hours project is a full stack web app and a Chrome Firefox extension that allows you to do this to any video. Oh, you've heard of YouTube? I'm glad. I am so glad. I did not want to have to explain that. So there's this place where these tubes connect videos. Now, but the extension allows you to create, modify, update, and share your own timestamps, which could already be done in the comments, but the difference is here is that they're on the video. So much like how they're on the video, you can click, you see little markers on the timeline and click on them and jump to one or the other without scrolling down to the comments. They are also, it hooks in and adds them to the video. In addition, this is the reason how I started using it personally. I became its first user. When you're watching live content, you can easily, with a press of a key, create a marker at wherever the content currently is live, and then when you go back to the video or the VOD, if you're on Twitch, the markers will be there. So that's what I've been doing for the Leon's YouTube videos as I'm watching live on Twitch. Hit the thing, add the markers, all that stuff, and I have to shove them in the YouTube comments because that's the only way I see it until my project's done. It's also good for older videos and videos that the author no longer exists for, or they have inaccurate timestamps, so people can share and be able to use other people's timestamps without being limited by the video. Yeah, those are the ones. Those are all machine generated. Well, after I click the buttons and type the things, then they're machine generated. But yep, that's the analog way of doing it. Okay, let's see what this is about. So get me, I'm just gonna hard code this. This was neat, but we're going back to hard code. There we go. And indent. Other than that, now all of these aren't being returned. Yeah, I mean, I did the first one manually. Never again. Yeah, after I did the first one, I was like, no, this can't be done manually. I'm human. Gotta automate this thing. Maybe I'll create another file for this endpoint. What is this doing? AB, so I did before each. Before all. So change all the eaches to alls, maybe. Maybe that will like it better. Oh, look at all these passing tests. Ooh. Okay, folks, that was a big one, I will admit. But we got passing tests. The IDs are being generated, and it's all working. Now, if we do a npm run test coverage, this is where I hope this test-driven development's gonna start paying off sometime. Middleware, let's light 14 to whatever, to 25. Huh. Oh, 14 and 25. The errors. Yeah, so when there's an error, I'm not testing it. Okay, it depends on what kind of thing this is. But yeah, we don't need to test it. It's good enough. Let's get this commit in the bag. So constants, what did I do? I added a JWT secret. So let's go to my constants test. And add a JWT secret here. Effective secret to equal secret. Loving that. Next one, the controllers. They literally didn't exist before. Clean a lot of that up. And that. And that. And middlewares. Handle token, require token. We'll fix it later. Packages. Oh, package does need to be updated a little bit. We have a new feature. I mean, it's an API feature, but it's a feature. Routes, a new file. Server's been modified. Think just the JSON. Nope, we added a bunch of stuff here. Homepage and API handler. So let's put the sets, the uses, and these all separate. We're also implementing EGS, which we're not using. Oh, we are using it for the static assets test. And the constant test, we just added that. The database test, we did that. Let's look at the database test. See if we can optimize this a little bit. If we don't need to, we can just call it here. Will this break something? Because that one test needs to fail. It doesn't fail, does it? Yep, don't fail. So it does need to be here. I wonder if this will be enough. Or does it need to be in the above scope? We will find out. It looks good enough to me. Which means create memory server. Let's look at all the references. We export it as a function that returns a function. In reality, we do not need this. So we can do it all and one for all constants there. After all, MongoDB stop and clear. So we'll clear the constant first, then stop it. Good. That makes this a lot easier to use. Now to use it. So clear those extra parentheses off, and those extra parentheses off. One more run. You see, now the tests are starting to pay off. I change a thing, and I don't even have to think about if it's working or not. We're making our way to the promised land, folks. Yeah, I do need it there. Probably fix that name, but don't need to. Helpers, this is my... Yeah, needed that. Routes test, yeah, needed all this. Yeah, this is the API logic. Server static content, yep, needed that. And index EJS. Don't do nothing yet, but we can literally keep doing nothing. There was nothing for you to do. Hopefully Git will detect it's a rename, because that would be very cool. Hey, I figured that was a rename. So this will be add user authentication. Hey Ryan, thanks for coming on by. Yeah, I don't have any project-specific ones, but we got code. Yeah, hope your Saturday's been going well. You're coming in just at the end of this particular session. It was a big one. But yeah, essentially what we're doing here is I am forcing myself to write test-driven development code. So I'm forcing me to write the test first, and I'm making another full-stack app in the process. Basic pairwise comparison sorter thing. where essentially, like if you have 10 items and you wanted to ask someone to sort them, it would require 45 questions. But if you ask them in a certain way, essentially use a pairwise kind of algorithm to ask them, like if someone likes dogs greater than cats, but chinchillas greater than dogs, then instead of asking if someone likes chinchillas versus cats, you can infer based on like a linking of questions. So you have like here's one node, another node, another node. If both of these have an answer, then you can interpolate an answer between these two based on if this one is like greater than or less than. So if like this one's greater than, this one's greater than, then you can interpolate whatever the value for this one between these two items should be. And that's what this little full stack app's going to do. Also going to have a little API, but I'm not going to go full in on it because I know people say great things about test-driven development. It is tedious on the startup though, so let's see what things we can at least check off though. Any moment, VS Code. Come on. We believe in you, VS Code. There it is. So, generate user ID for logged out user. Create new list. Yeah, we have some more front end stuff going here. I have a fair amount of stuff going on that need to happen. I think let's update this a little bit, then we will take the break. So, view current list, it's technically there. Open previously interacted. That'll be a redirecty thing. So that'll mean each list will have a created at and modified at, and each item will have a created at and modified at. Right. I think the next session is actually going to be getting to a bit of the front end. That is what we'll be needing next. And with that, it do be time for the break. So be sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax if y'all can. I'll catch you on the other side where we will warm up with Elite Code, or with a Code Wars, not Elite Code, and jump right back on into it. That's what it do be. That is what it do be, programming. feel free to make your way on back, folks. The break is coming to an end. We'll end it by reversing a linked list. Recursively. Ooh. Because usually iterative ways are the easy ones, so I guess that was a little difficult. Recursive reversal. As with many, it's going to be... So, oh look, they define it for us. Again, really cool folks here in this particular... Really cool author on this particular one. So as always, go for the base cases. They're the easiest to work with. So recursively reverses... Does it have to return? Okay, so if it's null, then it's null. So if head or no head, return head. How about a list of length 1? So it'll be if no head or no head next. So if it's 1, then we do that. And here comes the recursive part. Okay, let's start thinking how we need to do this. So we have 3 and 1. So this needs to be called on every node. Technically on every slot on every node. So if we have 3, 1, then we have nothing. And then we need to get... Explicitly we need to return 1, 3, nothing. So what do we call... So if it's 1 to nothing, then we automatically are returned 1. So 3 to 1. So if we call it on the next value, right? So our result is calling it on the next value. Then we set next. So that'll be this one. Dot next to the original head. And we'll see how badly that goes. So const next or new head equals reverse head dot next. Then it'll be, hold on, if I do that, then it will infinite loop, won't it? So someone needs to get set to none. So this one gets set to none. No. Head dot next equals none. Hold on, figure this out. So we have 3, 1, nothing. So head is 3, 1 is new head. So new head dot next. Okay, well your next definitely can't be me anymore, right? So that one's gone. So I am correct in saying, okay, let me scroll back down. Yeah, so head next equals null. That handles this bit right here. Now how do I point new head back to old head? So is it new head dot next equals head? Maybe that's it. I'm supposed to return head at the end of all this. No. Because watch what happens when there are 3. 1, 2, 3. And then it's 3 and 2. So sorry, I'm getting there. This one's gonna be a little bit of a tougher one. So yeah, so new head is 3, new head next equals head, so 3 goes to 2, then head next equals null. We don't get back to 1. We lost 1. which means this one's next needs to point back to. No, so your next needs to point to this thing. Yeah, okay, I think I got it. So if we go back to 3, then yeah, so your next needs to point back to this one. Okay, yeah, okay, I think I see it. So it's not new head next, it is head dot next equals back to the head. Since I say head next equals null, that creates it, and then that breaks the infinite loop. And head, not hexed. Let's see. Okay, so let's see how bad we're off. Unexpected token. Okay, we don't have that power. So if not head, or not head next. 3, 2, 1. Expected 3 equals 1. Okay, that does not do what I want. Okay, let's think this one through. Oh, I'm supposed to return the new head, right? That was the whole point. I'm so close to being a first try. Okay, good enough though. So it is the more complicated version. Well, I haven't ran it though. Yes, the more complicated version of essentially the iterative solution. Why wouldn't you use the iterative solution though? Your guess is as good as mine. Oh wow, this could be one-lined. Well, that's associating new memory. I didn't realize you wanted to all do that. Recursive with tail. Oof. Here's the way I did it. Next goes head. Reversed. Okay, so looks like there are about 2 ways to do it. Well, that's not recursive. Oh, push. Nope, that's not recursive. How dare you? Who do you think you are? Okay, back to the project. Okay, so we have view current list, open previously. So we have that one done already. Open previously interacted list. So that will be on login. Add item to list, voting. So yeah, we're going off of the API on this point. Well, you know what? Why would I do an API when I don't have to? Test-driven development. Because API is going to be a lot more work. It's going to be nicer, but it's going to be more work to do. Alternative is just make a bunch of anchors all over the place, receive the request, go all over the place. So let's add a new route, essentially all the routes for interactions. And then we built our front end that will include those routes inside of it. Okay, routes, let's see. So API me, API list. So it's technically all the API routes. So get me. This spits out this JSON output. Yeah, test-driven development. Okay, so I'm going to go for the front end then. So in our tests, we have front end, and then we will have a thing called home test.js. Let's go create a server, copy server. Then we do need the database logic here, which means we need imports from this and this, probably all 3 of them. So let's copy all 3. Okay, client is assignment never used, fine to me. So home page. This is gonna be, first we're gonna start off with what is code-driven development? That's a good question, C Films. I got no idea. We're doing test-driven development though. Do you know what code-driven development is? Hey, Neko Chats, thanks for the follow. Hope your Saturday's been going well. Or maybe I accidentally said code-driven when I said test-driven. Code-driven testing? Code-driven development. Never heard of it. Let's see what's up. Huh. Oh, so it's essentially you develop via configuration, I imagine. What is feature-driven development? I assume that means you develop based on what you need to at the moment. Okay, so we're getting really into the Agile Scrum terminology, methodology area, it seems. Customer-centric. So essentially, every stage of the software, it should be usable by the customer. Shows. Hey, Pierogi Ed. Thanks for coming on by. Hope your Saturday has been going well. Over here doing some test-driven development. Slowly but surely. Hey, glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Oh, wow. That sounds like a nice day. Yeah, gotta do it every now and then. Soaking in the sun. Gotta. Oh, nice. Probably not see films. Don't really see that. I mean, I've kind of all my things have been feature-driven development up to this point. My Quotes API has been feature-driven. My Always Lurking has been feature development. Even this is somewhat feature-driven, though there aren't any actual people to test it on. So I don't know. No, this ain't my 100 hours. This is just a project I decided to make so I could practice and see once and for all what the big hype about test-driven development was all about. And I figured I'd get, redo all the basics, get back to basics before class started back up on Tuesday. Knock all the rest off. Yes, let's see. Just Cypress, I think, is what I want. I don't know if I want Cypress. It might be a little more work. Maybe not. This is very much on the UI. Do I like cucumbers? Yeah. Cucumbers are great. Delicioso. Okay, get client is assigned, but no, never used. I know. Okay, let's figure out what we're doing here. Probably. I ain't gonna start no timer until I figure out what I'm doing here. Okay, so I have the home page. I need to display all the users list. Have an anchor to create a new list. Or have a form for a new list, rather. Cucumbers go great with Cypress. Hey, okay, there you go. I was wondering what it was. That's a good one, see films. Okay, so homepage shows or redirects to last last modified list. So this is going to be interesting because a vote counts the modification, so I'll have to figure that out later. Here we go. If we go here and we have a token, so this is where we gotta do some stuff. So I have another test somewhere around here. I have this helper, so let's make another helper. So I do need both of these in my helpers. I guess we'll need to destructure this out. So modules exports dot create new token equals come on function. Yeah, we're going old function, no arrows, no more arrows. And we need all this stuff imported. Don't you just love it? So I copied some stuff. JWT, that's one import needed. Where did I copy it from though? Routes, yep, so you don't need that here anymore. Do you have a helpers import? You do. Create this, create new token. Good, this one also needs constants. Oh, drop the ID. To hear that. Constants there. Why is this angry? Gotta get that Mongo ID, which I just deleted from there. I will cut that and paste that. That's now happy. Now everywhere we're using create memory server needs to update. Now it's going to be cost. These ones update to a destructured variant, Alaxo, because the exports are now named. Boom. Okay, they've been fixed. So redirects to last modified list. Yep, so super test redirect. What a weird looking format. I don't know what that is. Here we go. Expect 302 location, all that stuff. Okay, so when we go here, after we set our thing, I don't care about that. 302 location, list, and a list ID, which we don't have. That's okay. Arrow function. Oh, we'll back down. Go. It's going to be a return. This thing's angry about semicolons. Now let's go to our other one that we actually make stuff in. Routes. Here it is. So we do stuff. So I think we can save some of this. Const client equals. Oh wait, get client because this is asynchronous. So we have our client. We actually want the database. .db. Can you copilot for me? Thank you, copilot. Now what we need to do is we need to add a user, add a list with a last modified. We add two lists and make sure we go to the right. Nope, come on. Yep, name test, created at, modified at, items, empty. Okay, and this needs to be an insert menu. They also need an ID. Well, I'll give the IDs back. So this needs to be an array of objects. Oh, second object copilot. Okay, one line by line. Loving that. This is where I gotta kind of define how I want to interact with this schema. Oh, probably should turn that on. Is what does modified, what do I want modified to mean? Do I want it to mean that the list was modified? In which case, what is that modification? Just a renaming of the list? Or do I want that rather to be an item changed in any form whatsoever, added, removed, or voted upon? And if I do want it to be the former, which makes the most logical sense, do I have that update modified at every single time? Or do I craft a pipeline in order to find the last touched one, basically? Because the items are going to look like this. Like they're going to have an ID, a name, not a quantity, not like that. Actually, it's just that in, right? ID, name, and maybe a description. Nope, we're not going for description. These are very simple entries, nothing crazy. And then my votes, so what a vote is going to look like, or a comparison rather. So it's going to look like an object where you have left, where you have A, which is ID of 1, B, ID of 2, and then you have the actual decision, which is going to be 0, -1, or 1. Well, it's going to be -1, 0, or 1 in that order. There we go. So that's the way our comparisons are going to look like. I'm trying to think how that scales though, because this is going to be the largest table of all of them. So I'm trying to think if there's a way to, I can put the comparisons in here and get all full Mongo, literally put them inside each other. I want to keep it one-dimensional though. I want to avoid a lot of item duplication. So what if I went for key value result? So I have items here. I'm going to say comparisons, which is a mapping of ID, so A to B. So between A and B, we have whatever the result is. That way, because I don't think I'll really need comparisons otherwise. Like, I don't need them to be normalized in any way, because they're not being used by the app anywhere else. Now, items, I don't think they need to be normalized in any way either, because they're only used in the individual list. Alright. So let's look at what database interactions I do have, and let's denormalize all of it. So let's find index, let's find routes, not controllers. There we go. So we have lists, we find your list, and then take your list, smush them all down, ID, name, items. Exactly. Create a list, which we create a list belongs to a user. That is the only thing that is destructured. I mean, I could denormalize it all the way. Users have access to their list, but there's no benefit to that. This has a benefit. All these sub-documents, do they need IDs? I suppose so. Yeah, they will need IDs. And these are my comparisons. Okay, this is good. So now let's go to my list creation. Update it accordingly. So items here, comparisons, empty object. Beautifully. Also need create at and modify that. So how is that going to be represented? I think maybe Copilot's right. Modify that. Yeah, we'll just keep that null. It's going to be a comparable, so we're going to keep it also as the now. Now, there we go. Const now equals list. There we go. Any other insertions we're doing? Just the one. Glad to see it. Okay. Item IDs. We'll get there in a moment. For now, what front-end test we're writing, they will need an ID. All this information. No, we're going to want test2, which is a name. We want to go based on the ID. ID is safe to expose because it's not really that dangerous. At least these entities aren't too dangerous. T2. Yeah, we also have an ID of 2. Oh, insert mini will give me the ID actually. So, const things. What we're going to do here is return console log things. What we want to do, this one. What's this other one? Yeah, that one's not doing anything. It's testing time. Don't need to do either both, so. See what we get. Okay, so we have a lot of bad imports because we are nested in another folder. How about now? Cannot find server from, okay, did not go up high enough. Higher! There we go. Wow, that's, oh, that's weird. Oh, because there's nothing happening, right? So we're expecting insert in IDs. We want the second one. There we go. We want ID. T plus ID. Oh. I'm doing this on home page. Yeah, the home page should take me there. Then I'll have another page called lists that you can see all your lists on. Okay, this is for the home page. Get bored and inspired to waste time in code pen. I mean, it might not be a waste. Cannot destructure that just yet. Well, let's see what you got, metrics. As soon as I figure out what I did wrong here. I'll figure that out. Oh, you did the C-Fill 5 chart. Nice. Any character bar height. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 9,000. Let's see how it handles. Nice. And then if we do, what is it, 50? Yep. And if we do 4,000. That's looking pretty nice metrics. How did you... Okay, so we got some... So they're all flexed. Are the after content position... Oh, so that's the text and the thing. That's content, yeah. Position relative. Okay, it's JavaScript here that we're setting class name bar. Wait a minute. Oh, I didn't realize you could use object assign. That's actually a smart way of doing a one-line way of just adding a bunch of attributes to something. Neat. Background color, pick your color. 100% height, that many pixels. Yep, and here you calculate the height from the largest. Nice. Yeah, that was a pretty nice little put together, X metrics. $4,001. There we go. Yeah, that was a pretty good job. -5 doesn't handle it. Oh, it just counts as normal 5. That's cool. Yeah, because you're using regex to do that. Nice. Yeah, for sure. I see. And you're taking all the integers. That's pretty good parsing. Hey, ain't that nice? Ah, yeah, an RPM tachometer from the 90s. I didn't realize that. Yeah. I mean, I was just putting in numbers. Yeah. I mean, I was more curious. So like, what causes the colors? And then because I saw it as a background color X, so it's the height. Which means if I do 90, 180, 720, 360, I should be able to see like basically all four. That's not how it works. 400. And wait, how does that work? Oh, it's based on percentage. Okay, I see. Yep. That's a pretty cool one there, metrics. Yeah, I figured it out. 0 to 360 by the percentage. That's why it never doesn't roll over. Pretty cool. Okay, what's going on here? Nope, yep, we haven't figured that out. Let's console log it. Hey, appreciate the lurk metrics. Yeah, you could go get that fuel. Oh, is this not an object? It doesn't look like an object. I mean, it does look like an object. That's what I'm saying. It looks so weird. There it is. Two string. There it is. Okay, homepage. Middleware. So instead of handle token, let's add one more for parsing the token. Function parse token, do the logic. Oh, okay, you're writing it all weird. Essentially, if it don't got it, then just next along. Or if it do got it, then only error then and next along. So essentially, it doesn't care if you don't have it. It will do literally nothing. Which is kind of what handle token the other one's already doing. So I suppose I can return parse token. Request. Nope, that's not how it works. Request response next. Yeah, and then here I'm gonna take whatever you have here. Here we go. So if I just add so many. Not request dot token. So if there's no token, then what do we do here? We do what we were doing already. We give you token. Congratulations, you just got token. You've been tokened. So come on, parentheses. Where are my parentheses at? This is a return. That's just ESLint angry. Otherwise, then I'll call real next, and we'll be fine. If we do have an error, which we may have, just pass it straight on. Which means this logic is good. Const token. There we go. Make new token, give you new ID. Everyone loves it. Now for required token, it's the exact same logic. The difference being that we 401 end you. Nope, we don't JSON you, we end you. There we go. Did do that? Okay, I did. Hopefully, okay, I've already broken something. Love to see it. Oh, I'm not calling any of this, right? Not this parse token. That's not how it works. It's accessible? It's not accessible. Okay, so function parse token, and this equals parse token, cause what do you call that? Hoisting. If hoisting will get me where I need to be. Response, no token, return next. I'm not using response. Angry about a comma, semicolons. I only want one failing test, the one I'm currently working on. There we go, one failing test. Good test suite. Okay, so that got a little bit cleaned up. And we can use parse token to essentially add it if possible. So, parse token. Can we get an import? Sadless, we cannot. Cost routes. You know what? This does belong. So yeah, we're kind of in the middle ground. Those are API routes. This is a non-API route. Let's just bring in the middleware. Parse token. There you go. Curly there. Okay, now we're gonna check. Hey, if no request token, then we need to add a token. So handle, so middlewares, and we will add it to you right here by creating it, somehow passing it along like so. You know what? I think we'll just use a cookie instead. Changing my idea. We're using a cookie. So if no request token, parse token, handle token. There we go. Do want this one to handle it. The handling is going to change. Express set cookie. Where is it? Ah, gotta use cookie parser. Love to see it. No, it's dot cookie and then key value. Gotcha. Yep, token, request token. Don't need the rest of that. I need a new one though, which is right here. Express cookie pasa. Where is it? Come on. Oh, this is a library. Ah, using the default. Missing semicolon. There we go. Now we can, after that, we can go ahead and set it. Token equals here. Const user, essentially that ID. Const ID equals here. We can set that directly to the request. Request.user equals object ID, which matches that ID. Then on the next one, we go request.token equals that token, and all that gets sent and done and dusted. Acquire token when it fails. 401. Render. Yeah, we're just gonna 401 it. You should never be able to access these endpoints anyway, so it will not matter. Token. Alright, let's go ahead and update the server one, then we'll update the rest of them. So, it's not request token, so there's always going to be a token, no matter what you do. I don't need to send you the token. I can send you the user, though. Oh, Copilot knows what I want. No, not the token. There's the user. And that's either going to have a name or it won't. Figure it out when you get there. Will it contain the list? Depends. So this is we start bringing in the database. Where do we controllers? There we go. Get client, and that import comes from there. Both of these, close to that. Database, I know this belongs elsewhere. I'll move it in a moment. Grab in a next to handle this. Come on. Then client.db, autocomplete. Ah, sadness. There you go. Collection list find all of my list to array the null list. And then the list of the cleanup. Good. Comparisons, good. Okay, now all we're missing here is closing parenthesis and next not being used. Catch. Okay, so this is all the information being passed along. Request user ID, that is correct. No, we'll go and return this. Be fancy. And we'll move this one over to our routes. Good job, routes. Yep, to go back being useful again. This is what we called handle. Here's homepage. Homepage, all there. add that semicolon for it. Now for these ones, technically me just got replaced by the home page. Very sad. Now create list is a form. Once it creates the list, you will redirect to boom list insert ID to string like so. Good. Yeah, I'll keep the rest of the list here. Okay, so that is good enough. You know what? I'm gonna go back to the other way. We're gonna send the whole thing. Because I realized that converting between the underscore and the other underscore is going to be too difficult. Underscore ID, underscore ID. There we go. So we got it out. Put all the stuff back in. There we go. And acquire a token for a 1-0 away. Glad to see it. Okay, so the home page is here. Create lists and endpoint. Next one. Add item. Add item. So we go to collection list. This is going to be in MongoDB node push to array and away. I guess it's going to be aggregation function. Not mongoose though. Maybe it is this operator. Okay, create update one. There it is. So it is update one with the ID of the list ID. First body list underscore ID. Yep, of the one that you are an owner of. Comma there, so that one doesn't need to be comma. Yep, so that's the one we're done. That's the one we're doing. And here come the changes. So first object, second object, push. There we go. Okay, so that's pretty good. Create that, modified, yep, all that good stuff. So, and now we need the set, right? So that is push. We also need set. Can you figure it out? Thank you, Copilot. Get update one. Does that give me the changed one? Actually, it should just redirect me back to the list, right? So it just refreshes me. Good. Good, good, good. You know what, we're gonna call this create item. Create item, there we go. That's the logic we want now. Now we're gonna want compare item. Compare items, here we go. And this is where we, okay. Add field to object. It's a set, okay? So we need to find the list that is this one owned by me. And we're not pushing anything to it. We are setting comparisons. And this is where things get fun. So dynamic field request body A, request body B equals request body result. Nested set objects. I don't know if that's going to override. Dot notation. Is that what we want? It will create the required one. Nice. So this is technically set object. Here comes the template magic. Boom. There it is. Copilot knew exactly what I wanted. Now it's angry for something. So this is my key. I don't know. Does it need to be like this? There we go, just like that. Now it isn't really being done with anything. But the information of when the setting could be done would be useful, so this will be result, and then it will be what? When. We'll actually create it at. Keep with the pattern, folks. Yeah, let's go modify that too. We should have tons of stuff in this database. And once you do that, you are redirected to the same page, right? You just keep going back. Well, not inserted ID though. We have to go back to request body list. Same thing for the last one, actually, because we're not inserting, so we don't get that here. Gotta go back to the list. Okay, with the creation and the comparison. Now, where does the actual order of the list come from? That is on the front end. I believe the front end is going to do all the ordering. That means... No, the back end should do it. Okay, so we have the creation of the item, comparison of the items. That's the result. This is create items. We need another one that returns the next one to be compared. Get comparison, right? There we go, get next comparison. So this is, first we need to get the list, so find one where the list is ID owned by me. It will just find it. I don't have to do a to array. Shouldn't need to. There we go. And we have list. Now with list, we need to have all the items too, thankfully. So now we go to our sorter. This is where we bring in the sorter. Sorter up arrow function. It's multiple lines. It's going to be return response. Well, not return yet, but response. response.render compare, and then it's going to be, we don't have this information yet, so we won't add it. Hey grandpa, how's it going? Over here just doing some test driven development, slowly making our way through, though I've kind of stopped being test driven because it is a tedious process in the beginning of projects. Yeah, I appreciate that, Ryan. Good catch. Hope your Saturday's been going well. Yeah, well, it's just so slow, Ken, you know? Like, I'll just write the code, and then I'll test it afterward. I'm still testing. It's just so tedious, you know? Nice. Congrats. Mobile-driven development. Oh, we are... I don't even know if we're going to make it to the front end, you know, because this test has been so tedious. Like, I want to, but... So tedious. But yeah, right now I'm just building out the back end. I like the test for him, but I won't write the test first. That is just killing me. And thanks for the hydrate. Is this mobile first? I guess. It's this screen first. See, films. This screen is the first screen it's being made for. Yeah, it is very great for functional, but yeah, for full stack at least these ones, it's just tedious. So but yeah, at least these ones, like, I'm writing the functions, do they work, do they not? We'll figure it out. I will write a test, I'll write it after the code though. So now, and all that, what do we care about that? We don't care about that. Okay, so we have the list, we have to create the sorter now. How do I import that? Close that one. Sorter.js. So I mean, I don't know. I haven't looked at Wikipedia for those sites there. See films. Guess been good as mine. I'm sure I scroll up to the link. I just go to the actual site. I don't need to scroll up. I assume we're just comparing the tabular data. It took me off to WikiWand. It's much more informative than just statistical, so I think that's pretty good. See films. More of like a travel thing, you know? Like you get to know all the cool things to do there and things that's happened, all kinds of cool stuff. It's less information, obviously, but it's more probably pertinent information straight up on the page instead of having to dig through all this to find out all this. Well, let's go through this sorter now. So, let's see. Now they are sorted, or they're initially by IDs. So thankfully, all we need to do is say const IDs. Yeah, it does see films, but that's more factual and stuff, less cultural, it seems. Now, will it always be a stable sort? Let's find out. Great. Ordered exactly, because that's how they're stored. Okay, so for... essentially, I have a size, and I have a bunch of attributes. For each of them... Interesting. Because my sorter is very much index-based, and there's a magical array. And you're given the index of each one, so I have to figure out how to destructure this into be handling this way. Yeah, see, when you get a question, you get the index of both. Because we have the sorter, we're just gonna say sorter get question. This will return two indexes. Const A AI BI. There you go. Those are our two lovely indexes. Yeah, see films? I mean, that is kind of what it's meant to be. It's not meant to be at a glance information. It's meant to be all the information. It's like they're solving two different problems, see films. Which is why they're obviously going to be two different solutions. Here we go. Now that we have the indexes, we can say const A there. Go Copilot. And this is going to be while true. So basically, yeah, it's going to be a little expensive because it has to recompute every time, but you're not adding a billion questions. Question equals sorter get question. Now, this can be null at some point. Exactly. If question equal null, then we break. So we set A and B to null. Or comparison null. There we go. Actually, it's not. That's wrong though. We're rendering compare with comparison as null. Otherwise, we get A, we get B, and we look up the answer. So, const AI BI equals question. There we go. So if they are both in there, then we continue, but we have to give our sorter add answer. What is the answer? It is a result. Good. I don't care about this long code. Let's go for the other way too. Else if A, good catch there, Ryan. That would have been, I mean, the blue screen was there. I would have caught it eventually, but yeah, better get it now than then. Yeah, that's the exact inverse. Copilot doing it good again. So if it's A, B, or B, A, because sometimes if you add more items, the ordering will get changed, add the answer, continue on the thing. Unexpected constant condition. Okay, great. So we'll just do this. And while question not equal null. Whoa, that's doing a lot more than I wanted. Although we could just make this a for loop while we're here. For let question equals sorter get question question. Well, there we go. We'll just make it a for loop. Why not? And then our comparison is a... Yeah, I guess we do want the full item, don't we? Result. Nah, we don't want that. Okay, this should be good. Now, A and B are out of scope, so we gotta fix that before we can go anywhere. Actually, it's question that needs to be in scope, so what question... Actually, here it is. It's the end of this loop. If neither of these happen, then we're returning with this. So else turn auto format. There we go. Can we do this on one? There we go. Okay, now AID, I can just give A itself, right? A is a big enough object, it can live on its own. Come on, down. There we go, looking good. I think we can further inline that. There we go, and I'm thinking, items, they do have IDs, that's right. Okay. Now, if we get through all of them, the question becomes null. Here's a base case. If there's never any, then it ends. So this logic doesn't go in here since we're not a while loop anymore. It goes out here. Lovely. Oh, that's not where it goes. Okay, so this is good for getting our next comparison page. Now let's think of what pages we have left. So go to the home page. If you are new here, then you get to make all the ones you like. If you're not, then you'll get redirected to your last touch list, at which point you can click an endpoint to go to all of your list. We need that endpoint and we need all these routes. So where do we get to see all of our lists? Not on home page, because that is where the redirect happens. So yeah, this is homepage. Don't know why it's called homepage. It's not really a homepage anymore. So list, and all of them do need the user information. So I need to make sure that's added to all of my renders. Auto format, thank you very much. Let's multi-line that. Not with that symbol, with that one. Good. Any other renders I got? I do not. So let's update this one now. This is going to be list, which is in the list endpoint. Just going to give you all the list. Homepage, here we go. Now for our list. So this is when you're on the home page. It should force you to redirect to, wait, where's this? The latest one. So I guess I kind of already had that part. Let's see, constant last modified equals list dot reduce. Ooh, okay, so that's fancy. That's actually for the modified at, which is good. We want all of the modification dates to be contributed, basically. So let modified, so const modified equals here thing. So for const list of list dot modified. Oh, not that one. Modified list dot ID equals, so it's going to be this one. But then we have to go through all the items. For const item of list items. So modified equals math.min of item modified at and modified of the list ID. So of the original and the new one. And this can be for every key for const key or const A and list comparisons for B, list comparisons, there we go. Modified at, it's not modified, well technically it is because created is also there. So that is there, and now we go through all of these and find essentially object entries of modified, which one has the, then we sort by B. So const last modified equals object.entries modified, ooh, reduce, it's not a reduce, whoa, how you doing this? That's a number though. Last modified items, so I need to sort A, B, one of those. There we go, B1 minus A1, and then the 0th gives me, that's not right. Does the indexing of 0 not change the type signature? Okay, no, it's an array and array. Now it's a single, and now we want the ID, another 0. Last modified ID. There we go. Now, well, this thing might be optional though, so let's. So this is where we say, hey, if last modified ID return response dot redirect, boom, otherwise we return the normal stuff. Hello normal stuff. Here we go. Again, could have been done with an aggregate in the Mongo, but we're fine. So we got list, homepage, all these cool endpoints, so I'm gonna start hooking them up. So here, this is homepage, a list, this is list. What is the next one in my list of handlers? We have create list. Are we using that anywhere? Create a list, so this is a post to the list endpoint. Good. Create item, so I suppose this will be a router.post to the item endpoint. Well, we do want to actually get some information out of this, so there we go. So we post to the list, and then the item, require a token, create, we don't have that imported, create item. Now this one is taking, I wrote it with body, but it's not body list, it is query list. And the listicles query list. Good. So as our creation of the item, our comparison of the items. No, didn't mean to drag that. Here's it is. So it's going to be A, B, and it's going to be a result, right? I mean, this doesn't even need to be a post, but it is the setting of something, so we'll make it a post. So what are we calling this? Compare items. No, not create item. Compare items. All these things I had were body, but now they are query. Good to see it. Okay, now, yeah, that's because we're still locked in. Now, I think if I have the front end giving me an order, I'm trying to think. Compare items, get next comparison. Right, so this is one where I need to perform a comparison. So I guess this is going to be compare. Okay, I do need something to indicate if a list is completely sorted or the sorted percentage of a list. So I'll put this one up here. So when you post an item, you make a new item. When you post compare, you get next comparison. But this won't be a post, this will be a get, because you will want the next comparison. Good, this will find the right list from query. Then send you off to the compare endpoint with the user and the comparison. This is good looking so far. I'll probably can turn those off. They're not doing anything. Okay, those are all my controllers, all my middlewares. Now, we got none of the EJS needed. Now, I do need a progress indicator. So how do I tell how far along my sorting is completed? Get question. So it's this current item is greater than or equal to size means we're done. So if this current item minus this dot size, that's how it is. This current, yeah, that's how it is. So my progress is in the sorter. So I need to get it out of the sorter. Which means everywhere I get the list, I need to additionally add. I kind of need to populate this entire thing. Okay, let's do this. Sorter from list. Well, this part's going to be a different part, but we'll write that in a moment. Function list to sorter. And we give it a nice list. And boop, there it is. Create a sorter, go through all the questions. We ask for a question multiple times, nothing. Well, this current try changes. Does this execute multiple times? Probably. So let's put this outside here. Let question equals so scope can get to us. Let's look at that again. This current try equals math floor, which means it is changing. It's being assigned at the very minimum. Old CT equals sorter current try. So I'll keep the old one. We'll go ahead and put this as a variable. Old CT is old current try, and then question gets set to that. Question, old CT becomes old CT equals, come on, Copilot. Nope. Sorter current try, question gets set to there. Here's the logic that doesn't happen. So if we're done, then we break. And we return sorter. Not missing semicolon. So if we look AB, it's not in. If we look BA, it's not in. Then we break. Old CT's assignment never used. Oh, that's a typo too. Right, because it needs to be outside. But old CT equals. There it is. So drop this let back in here, basically before every call to get question. And there we go. I think it's the inverse logic I want. So if sorter current try not equal old CT and set, oh come on, nope, not that, sorter try equals old CT. Right, so this should fix it. This might be something good for a test, but we can keep going. So we got list to sorter down here. Const sorter equals list to sorter list. Now we have a sorter. Then we're gonna get a question. Sorter get question, and then this is the logic happens. If there's a question, return question. Actually, it's going to be right here. Now we also need to get the A and B out of it. So it's logic. Return. So if there's a question, we're doing this. Otherwise, actually the condition is here. There's a question. There we go. Or null. Love to see it. So yeah, that ternary, don't go there no more. Parentheses? What's it want? Unexpected closing curly. There we go. Okay, so this part is now working, and now we need to go through, where is it? They're making some good progress now since I've been in that TDD. It was not worth it, at least at this stage of development. So get next comparison is this route here, server is here. We do need to use route switch. We are right there. Thankfully, don't need any of that. Let's give it a start. npm run start. Just literally start her up. It's okay. Most middleware must be installed separately. Oh, is cookie parser not a thing? Oh, cookie parser. Would you look at that? Thought that came with it. Well, what do you know? So to the server. Okay, let's get that installed. At the very least, wrestling authentication. Yep, that's. Well, let's get a start going on this first. Then we'll start the authentication. I would help if I use cookie parser. Thank you. I do have a thing telling me when my server is on, of course. Mongo. Hey, thanks for the follow there, Lara Geeks, or Laura Geeks. Hope your Saturday's been going well. Man has, as we... Okay, we're still doing testing. We're just not letting tests go first. There we go, controller, line 30. So, yeah, there's nothing in here, which makes sense, because there's nothing in here. Probably need to go question mark dot because that's undefined index 0. And it would help if I had some dev script. I might as well chuck that up. And then what do we have here? Start here, dev nodemon index.js, npm I nodemon. Hope it doesn't look in the database. Npm run dev. We'll find out. Failed to look view home pages. Now it's views time. Oh, why did I call it that? I called it home page. There we go. We're gonna call you index. Okay, index looking absolutely lovely. Now what information are we passing to our index? Or user and list. Okay. Very basic front end. Practically will not exist. Index EJS. Oh, if we're going to index, that means we don't have any lists. We literally don't have any lists for going here. Which means you literally don't need any. Great, so this is where the logic of the user comes in. User's either going to be, so there's always going to be a user. The question is, will that user have a username? That's the logic. Okay, let's do a little bit of nav going on here. Nav. Oh, okay. Love me a nice thing about this. It's not what I'm writing yet. Okay, EJS logic. Actually, let's just spit it out. JSON stringify a user. Nope, not that. User. And now for token logic, because my middleware is still on old logic, so request cookie token. Got that. I think that's the, since I did generalize it all, that is the one place we need to look. Now if we refresh, request.cookies now function, of course, because it is, wait, what is it? How do we get cookies from you? Dot cookies, okay. So, back to the middleware. Dot cookies, not that one, it's response. Request.cookies dot token. I guess I could have just destructured it at this point. Assume that's how it works. It's just a plain old object. Let's see how we're looking here. Hey, look it is. There is our. That's our entire JSON web token. It contains a little bit more information than just ye old user. And as you can see, it is persisting even through a hard refresh. Loving that. So now this is where the logic goes in the front end. It's going to be, here we go, if user.username, then you'll be presented a logout button, otherwise a sign up button, or sign up /in, and we'll show you some buttons. Want to see some buttons? Oh, it's like it has a mic in here, I swear. Okay, we close that off, log in. Guess we can add another. Yeah, you know, that's good enough. Not doing all this here, though. A list. So let's anchor to list. Anchor to logout. A logout, not a lot out. And a login. I could just spin up a bunch of alerts, but it works. Hey, change the cursor to the code. I don't know what that means, but I'll change the cursor to any color you can think of. Maybe you didn't mean to do that. Maybe you went to hit code and you actually had the box open. It's orange right now. I think I have just about every color available there, Lore Geeks. Do hope your Saturday has been going well. Oh yeah, maybe how have I not pushed recently? Get LG. No, I'm fully synced up as far as features can get. Okay, so we have log out, log in. You know what? We're gonna do something fancy. We are log in, sign up. Have a little thing there. Yeah, it's good enough. I'm not going for front end competitions here, folks. Good, and we're only going to see the login and sign up ones. Absolutely perfect. Now we just need those pages. So this is more routes. This ain't a route test. This is a route. So list gives you a list. A log out. Now you don't need a token for this. You just want to log out. Login get, and then sign up the get page, so this is just the view again. But then we have both of these for post. Come on, select the post. Let's figure out how I'm gonna name all these lovely looking handlers, because now we're going from this is more of authentication at this point. So let's bring them all down here. And for this one, I think these two I can kinda, no, not there. Kinda just shove them in here. So request, response, don't need a request. Response dot render. I don't think we need a title, and we're not rendering an object also. Oh, we're rendering login or sign up with a user, which is technically our current user. Quest.user, there's always a user, it turns out. Both of these need to, what do we say? Handle token. There we go. Now this logic is working. I'll log out, thankfully, is just what, drop the cookie. Oh, didn't. I knew an import showed up. Okay, so let's add all three of these controllers. Log out, log in, sign up. Come on, controllers. So log out's probably the easiest one. I just realized I never got this list to sorter work. I never used it anywhere. But I also don't have a route to view an individual list. That's for a post for a list. I want to get for a list. Probably should have the post first. Right. Get list. I suppose that's right. So, gotta make this one first. Then we can make the next one. Oh, let's see if GoPilot can handle it. Params. I thought it's query, but sure. Not too bad, Copilot. let's see what we're missing here. So request.params. Maybe I've been doing it wrong the entire time. Oh, it is. I have been doing it wrong. Okay. Copilot saved the day, so it's not query, it is params. Query is the question mark something equals something else to query parameters. Params is route parameters. Go, so create list. No, where is it? Get list. Okay, get the one of the ID we're requesting and the owner of who owns it. If there's none, 404. Otherwise, happiness. We'll just end this. We don't need to see that. Oh, this is the only one that really needs the sorter, right? Sorter equals list to sorter. List progress is sorter current try. That's not how it works. That ain't how it works at all. That's a number. I want 10 divided 5. Nope, 5 divide 10. Yeah, that's what I want. And then I want 2 times 100 that and call it a percentage. So current item divide by item's length times 100. You know what? I'll leave it as a ratio. And it might be either 1 under exactly or 1 over. We'll find out. I think that's that route completed. Now we need log out, log in, and sign up. Go Copilot. Request.logout. If only it were that easy, folks. Response. Oh, how do we... It's setting it to an empty value that instantly expires, or what's the trick? It's clear cookie, okay. What do you know? I do need to get bcrypt in here. Let's get that. MTMI bcrypt, because I do need to store some username and passwords. Which reminds me, every instance where we are saving our user, we need this user not to send the password. So can I do that in middleware? Yeah, so we give it an ID and all the rest of the stuff that is decoded from the token. And we don't store the password in the token, so that makes this basically easy. Yeah, the only thing in the token is the ID. Okay, we do need the username in the token. So parse token. So who signs the tokens? I'm going to sign the tokens right now. That's who. It's me. So these are for the anonymous ones. You only get an ID. For the logging in ones and the signing up ones, you'll get a username. Okay, that's good. Which means we are fine to send the entire user object. Exports login. That's probably... Yeah, I'm gonna go get bcrypt up here. Hey, green yellow it is. Yeah, that's a pretty good color combo there. It works out. It has been a moment. 35 minutes since the last break. Yeah, I do suppose it is around break time. We made a whole bunch of progress. Even though it's not tested, I will test it, but there is a lot of progress here since I decided to abandon test-driven development. It is not for me, at least not on this scale. We will take a break, and when we are back, we will finish this up. We should have I believe we're going to have authentication will be working. Well, we're going to write authentication next session, and then everything else should be working good. Yeah, Grandpa, I mean, I don't think there's much of an animation on there. And green and yellow are a little bit close, I suppose, for the hex rotation, Grandpa. Yeah, well, I mean, hey, might as well. You paid for it. Let's get that enlarged. We are going on break anyway. There we go, folks. Be sure to take a break if you can. We'll add another, a little bit longer this one. 7-minute break, folks. Yeah, now you get to see it in all its glory. Catch you on the other side, folks. Hey, feel free to slowly make your way on back, folks. Break is coming to an end. There we go. There we go. Let's get some authentication working, folks. And by the way, the reason the color transition was seamless, Grandpa, is because it is animated on a hue rotate. So the image is originally blue, but it's hue rotated to be the opposite. So it animates from the original seamlessly, as you can tell, to whatever it is you request. Okay, let's get bcrypt up in here now. We do want to hash and salt all these passwords. Yeah. That's not what we want to copy. It's probably synchronous still, isn't it? Yes, it is, so let's bring in this information. How many rounds? I guess 10's good enough for me. Now to the endpoint. So log in. First we want sign up. Gonna need that one first. Let's see if Copilot can figure it out. There we go. So get client collection users insert one. So first we gotta make sure this username do not exist. It's not name, it is username. So we have a client. We're gonna need to use this client a few times, so let's not lose them. Make you async. Const existing equals, maybe you can figure that out. Find one user where we don't have an email, so it's going to be where username. Let's see, MongoDB case insensitive string. I think the solution is what? Use regex. Yeah, it looks like I see a regex in there. I see the regular expression sneaking in. Okay, it's the regex. So I'll just need to create one dynamically. I'm not using full text search though. Oh, what's this? Correlation. I'm not making an index though. That seems more difficult than I want. New regex. That's how we spell it. Then we want a case insensitive. And then let's go ahead and beginning of string to end of string. And let's see how I want to reject this. Existing not used. Right. So if existing, there we go. I probably should handle a message, right? So message user already exist. Yeah, that's good enough. I mean, they'll find out, but they can find that out by logging in as someone. Okay, so if it exists, then we do this. Otherwise, const user equals await. Insert one, username, password. Thank you, bcrypt. Created that, modified that. Oh, there it is. And redirect home. Look at all that cool stuff it just did for free. It's free for free right now, I guess, for $10 a month. Okay, now so these are two different dates. We don't want that. Const now equals one new date. Okay, so let's see. Go username, password, create app, modified app. Those are all of our values, our attributes rather. All our users don't need that because you can't do anything. Didn't realize this was a promise. Fun. Oh, I will keep created app though. That one's useful. Which means singular, no variable. User inserted ID to string. That's not what goes in the token. So to our middleware, we will sign creating a new thing and shoving the user in there. So we do need to get that import in, it looks like. Somewhere here. Nope, somewhere up there. There we go. Not in routes though, in controllers. Might as well add if these other two, swap the order around. There we go. Underscore ID equals, get the user inserted ID. And then the rest of the username, created it at. Okay, so I guess we do need this information. Okay, well, whoa. That's a bit much. Yeah, it's way too much. You went too far, Copilot. So we need all this information in this object so we can insert just this object. Hey, Epic Cat. Yeah, I'm working on the user auth stuff right now. It's been essentially anonymized, just like random users. But yeah, now I'm working on the endpoints to receive username, password, just username or password, no email, no fancy, no none of that. Yeah, it can be super complicated, that is for sure. Those don't know, Epic Cat does some cool streams, getting up on some TypeScript. Yeah, I'm just using JWTs and cookies. Nothing, I'm not even using Passport. Keeping it super vanilla. Because I tried to do test-driven development today. That was a painful nightmare, so the last hour has basically been my release of like, finally, no more test-driven development. I can make actual progress. Username. Yeah, it's not a simple process. Created at. Not a simple process in the slightest. Gotta import that. And I'm kinda just throwing mine together, so this ain't gonna be pretty at all. Did you try following Mindwolf's VOD? I think the last one they did, or might a few ago, they did some authentication. Yeah, well, it's a combination of it's honestly a combination of all three of them. Honestly, I didn't fully get user authentication, at least custom user authentication, until my third go around on it. So, and remember, because the thing is, if each time you quote learn about it, you're not exactly learning the exact same way. One tutorial you'll follow will have you using a database and sessions. Next one, database and cookies. Next one, oh, you're not storing JWTs, you're just storing the user ID. And it changes from time to time to time. Another one, oh, you're generating tokens and putting it in the database. Like, there's so many different ways to do it, which is why it feels like every time you learn it, you're learning it a little differently. Cookies, yeah, Ryan, that's what I'm going with myself. Cookies, yum yum yum, delicioso. Auto format fails. sadness. User, all this good stuff. Yeah, once we sign up, we send it to this page. What's this page do? What's the home page do? Where's home page? So we find a thing. If we find a list, we send it there. Otherwise, we send you to here where you can create a new one. Yeah, I got a few pages to create, but I think I just finished the sign up handler. Now I just gotta get the login handler. And then all the front end stuff, which is gonna be fun. Yeah, I think it will help with well-roundedness to like watch and learn of the variations. But as a beginner though, if it's your first time learning about it, then they're more confusing than they are helpful. Initially, you should focus on one and get super familiar with that, and then start seeing the variations, but the variations in which a few things change, not the entire thing is completely different. Because that's what's confusing, I believe, for most people. It's that the variations change everything. They change more than they keep the same, you know? It's like whenever learning a new technology, I find the easiest way to learn something new is to do it with 50% of something old, something that I am familiar with. Otherwise, you're learning, it's basically like jumping into the deep end. There's too much new information. Here we go. Let's see how Copilot fixed this one now. Okay. Client find one user using this bad regex. It's okay. If there's no user, then you didn't find it. If the comparison fails for request body, yeah, it's request body. User password, you get wrong password. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I assumed you meant by well-roundedness. Like, well-roundedness as knowing authentication strategies. Like, well-rounded knowing how to implement authentication. Like, if you want to be familiar with basically any variation of authentication, then yeah, you would need to be familiar with the different variations of it. But learning those from the beginning is going to be more confusing than it is helpful, I think. I think this one's done now. Yeah, I mean, both, yeah, at least the percentage. I mean, like, when you're learning a new technology, it should never be learning 100% new thing. You should mix it with something you're familiar with. Yeah, I do mean that in general, too. I mean, I do that even not like when I'm streaming. I keep it a mix of new and old technologies, because if it's all new, then you're not going to be able to pick up on anything. If it's all old, then you're just knocking off the rust. It's just the way I learn things. Okay, so we have list homepage. I appreciate it. It's just experience. Let's see if this works. Nope, that didn't crash. Looking good. This page doesn't exist. Let's look at views. Or lists, rather. So let's fold all this down. Yeah, so when you have this, you have user, then you have list. So this is where we kind of need to start templating stuff. So let's goldfish memory this, EJS, figure out how templates work. Yeah, that's true. I'm trying not to be stagnant, you know. And yeah, you just gotta put yourself out there, try projects, put time into it. For enough time, anyone can learn anything. Not everyone has the privilege of it, though, like Leon mentions. How do I use templates? There it is, include. So let's see, not that. Templates, there we go. We want header, footer, EGS. I'm trying to remember how I do this. Let's say yoink index, that goes all in the header, right? Ah, man, I'm trying to remember how this works. Or does it work with EJS? Layouts. The EJS does not support blocks, implemented by including headers and footers. So yeah, header, footer. Yeah, that's the way I'm gonna do it. Got lost there, lost in the sauce. Okay, so header is right here, where we chop off bottom of the nav, main, and then footer is going to be all this closing. Lovely. Control Shift I. Oh, that's how old that was. Loving that. Did I put a main in there? I did. Good me. Okay, so this is the logic for the header. And for index EGS, we need to include the header and the footer. And the footer. Do I have to say templates? I think so. I don't know what to put here. We'll just put the title of the page. And then for list, let's see. Your list. Let's just make it UL. There we go. List for each. List. Oh, that is a good job. Very good job, Copilot. List ID, list name, and they are sorted by last modified. Maybe. Yes, I am going with a for each loop, since that's what Copilot gave me. I ain't gonna complain. Yikes, that is some. What was that? No, I don't want that. Bad auto formatter. Bad. Okay, good. So that is good for list. Let's see if this actually shows. Unexpected in list EJS. Okay. Got a semicolon. What's this? EJS lint. What is this? Hey, of course, Ryan. Catch you on the flip side. And hey, thanks for the follow there, Gustavo Carl. Hope your Saturday has been going well so far. You're figuring out what this means now. For each. Oh, missing my curlies. I see it. What if we don't have them? We need them. Okay, put the curlies back. There we go. We have this now. To the login and other pages, we gotta make them up too. I guess we need to go to sign up first. Unable to load view login. What? Why are we going there? Let's get this stuff here. Shove that in there. My controller must be pointing to the wrong one. So sign up. Oh, it's because I did multi-cursor magic. There we go. And sign up. There we go. A blank page. How exciting. Perfect. Okay, so just create the form. Action equals sign up. Method equals post. And here comes some front end magic. So label, username, input name, username. Gotta close our input tag. Oh, come on, multi-cursor magic. Place password. Then we're going to give this one a type of password for the extra fun stuff, and a button for sign up. Okay, we're about to find out how badly our sign up code was written. A, B, C, D, E, F. Data and salt are required. Okay, we get to blame Copilot for that one, because we just clicked on what it said. Let's see what we missed on. So, come on, give me a line number. Any line number, 168. bcrypt.hash. Request body. Aha! So, this is a form, the first of our forms, which means we need to ensure we are supporting it, and we are not. Extended, sure, I think. There we go. And now we should be supporting it using the URL encoded middleware parser. Cannot empty structure of ID is undefined. That's sad. So, this was on my middleware. Line 11. Aha, so it got signed without an ID. Which means I have a cookie right now I can look at. Cookie, show me the cookie. Storage? Where are my cookies? Yep, all these cookies that don't really matter. Token, here we go. This is the value. That's not right. That's not. You didn't give me. I did. Something went wrong when I signed in. It did the wrong thing. So token, aha, yeah, I put in the user ID. We don't want that. We want the const token. This is what you get for blindly accepting Copilot suggestions. Let's go fix the other one. Nope, not that one. The login one. Okay, that one's looking good. Gotta log out though, so let's. How do I want to do that? So I'm using MongoDB Epic Cat. I'm not using Mongoose or anything. I just wanted to keep it as vanilla as possible. So, yeah, I wrote a little Git client helper, but all this does is call a new Mongo client. It's weirdly, so I can test it. So it's a new Mongo client. I call connect on it, and then I do stuff to it. So I get the database, I get the collection, I find the one with the username I'm looking for. I use a regex because I want it to be case insensitive. Then if I don't find the user, I don't user not found. If the password is not compared correctly, wrong password. And then if it's all successful, I create a JWT token with the ID and username and other stuff. Probably don't need that. I think about it. I just need the username. I'll get rid of that. Say it expires in a day, and then I save that to as a cookie. And then whenever they make a request, I have a middleware called parse token that takes the request, gets the token cookie. If there's no token cookie, it just turns next. So it's like, next, no, I can't help you. Go down the conveyor belt further. Otherwise, if there is a token cookie, I'll call JWT verify, which you just pass the token and the secret, and it spits out the response, which could have an error, and whatever it is that you initially signed. Now I'm having errors here. Don't know why, but something around here that's wrong. But what happens is, if there's an error, you pass the error to next. Otherwise, what I'm doing is I'm adding the user and the token to the request object. So that way later on I can say request.user.id and stuff like that to get the current user ID. So yeah, it's a lot of moving parts, but they all stack on top of each other. I'd be better at explaining it if I knew why this was broken. So let me think. Localhost. Do I care about any of these? No. Delete all the cookies. I know, Epic Cat, there's a lot of moving parts. Oh, that's not working. ABC, DEF. Oh no. User is not defined. Okay, so is this a one-time thing? I got it. So I sent the user. Yeah, I took it off. User request.user. Ooh, whole lot of moving parts here. So why is this thing angry? Why are you angry? That's a login. The username must already exist. That's the only reasonable explanation. Nope. Cannot read undefined, reading username. So user is still undefined. Yeah, I wrote most of this. I mean, I googled for, like finding out how to do this regex, so I had to Google that. Then I I didn't Google for this. I looked at the bcrypt library, which essentially I just looked at the docs to figure out what this was. This I copied from old code, which I had Googled to figure out. This I also Googled to figure out, the cookies. Login's actually the same. Compare, I looked at the docs, which just Googling a different way. The middleware, I kind of looked at the docs to figure out this one. This is the third time I've rewritten this thing. I had to Google to figure out how to pull the cookie, to pull out the token cookie. Yeah, I mean, most of it, like the syntax, I was top of my head, but most of the implementation I found from the docs or from just the top Stack Overflow URL off of Google. Which might be why it ain't working. Alright. Come on. Okay. So, sign up is not doing the thing. Oh, include. Does include not pass things? That don't make sense. Because this page works. Yeah. EJS include. Let's look at the include thingy. I need to pass this stuff. Sadness. Okay, so all my EGS files. Yeah, that's true, Epic Cat, but while that is true for it'll get us what we need, the disadvantage is that if we ever need to implement anything custom, we would not know what to do. So it's not so much as getting to the end result, it's knowing how to get to the end result. Because statistically, while a lot of things are similar, we're eventually going to be asked to make something that we're not going to find somewhere to copy from. At which point, if we had copied all up to that point, we wouldn't know how to make the custom thing. At least that's the way I think it is. Oh, I know it wasn't I got that it was more of a question about why why is this part of the process, you know? Nah, I got it. I got it. Yeah, I mean, everyone's got their strengths, you know? Some people are the CSS whizzes, some people are good at backend, some people are more algorithmy, data designy, and then apparently there are these unicorns who are good at all of them, but I don't know. I don't think they're real. Yeah, backend's more of my strong suit, so what's all the CSS? That's kind of the magic to me. Okay, so let's see where sign up is going wrong. This is specifically the sign up post. Right? Yeah, this is the one that's doing the badness. It'd help if I looked at the sign up endpoint. Yeah, let's looky here. So let's. Am I familiar with Redis? I've heard of it. It's something I feel like I need to fully invest in, but I have not really worked one-on-one with it in depthly. So, not yet, but it's on the list. There it is. Okay, so there is an existing user. So if existing, response render user request.user. Is there not a request.user? Why are you freaking out, VS Code? VS Code, stop. Ooh, request.user's undefined. Why? Because I didn't add my middleware. So fun thing about middleware, it needs... No, I did add my middleware. No, I didn't add my middleware. So if you write a middleware, you have to use it everywhere. Middlewares go everywhere. Now I bet it's all just gonna work perfectly. I'm so confident I'm deleting the console log. Ta-da. Now we're not seeing anything because we're not doing anything with our message, but if we go up to header, what is this conditional logic? EJS if message. How do we do it? Locals. If locals message. Oh yeah, go Copilot. Now if I refresh, hey, I get a little message. Username already exists. Probably do with not doing this on CSS anymore. That I need to read this. Okay, so we go to a login page and it don't exist. So we go to the sign up page and just a yoink to the login page. Where we need to make a login page. Login EJS, we rename stuff to a login. Remember how to spell login as a post. That looks perfect. A, B, C, D, E, F. Okay, I think we're logged in now. I'm missing like half of the buttons. I need buttons here. But I do look like we're logged in. Can't really tell how we are though without some header stuff going on, which is in my header. Just log out of, we're gonna show our username in here. Come on. Where are the symbols? We want username. So now we can see log out of ABC. Yeah, it's log out of ABC. Good. Now let's sign up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, because this thing wasn't working last time. Hey, now we're logged into 1, 2, 3. So this is good. We need to. So mine has a transition thing going on. Let's go over to here. Yeah, okay, this is good. there's a transition. If my account already has lists on it, they all need to get their ownership transferred over. So that is in the controller section. And that is specifically on login and sign up. So I need to check the old user, get the old. What's this? Is this an error? That's an old error. Okay, so I need to get the old usernames or the old list and set all the owners to the new person. Okay, so get client. Gotta think thoughts here. Existing, username already exists. Here we go. So this is, we have signed in successfully. Update mini. Let's try this. So await client DB, literally all this stuff. So update mini. How do we call this in MongoDB? Push my stuff. Okay, yeah. That's a good point. Probably should push what we have now. And yeah, so yeah, what have we done? We've add authentication. Oh yeah. You go ahead and break that. I have done zero support for that. My solution, I haven't gotten there yet, Xmetrics, is essentially going to be what do you call? Only allowing alphanumeric, numeric, and underscores and hyphens. So that's going to be my solution, but obviously we ain't there yet. But yeah, I'll push it just as is so you can break it as much as you like. Let's go to package, make sure we update. Did we update it? Yeah, we did. Yeah, we have changed quite a lot. Test-driven development, not my parte. You're right, Xmetrics, it is. I'm tired of it though. I'm a little tired of it. Cause I knew I could cause the thing was like, oh, this project, it's not big project. I thought, oh, I'd take test-driven development and it would be thing like to work on, to experience on, but test-driven development was so much slower. Yeah, I wasn't kidding. No, we're getting it pushed. It's going up. It's going to have a horrible UI, basically non-existent, but you can click buttons and it will show you the pertinent information. It's going up. Yeah, sanitize for TDD. Lots of goodness. I didn't realize TDD would be this tedious for me. Just give accounts. Why not, you know? Why not? Go full MySpace, huh? I think all the tests are broken now. I'm doing alright. I'm getting through it now. Now that I am out, I've essentially abandoned TDD. It's going pretty well. Is it close to deployment? It's not too far off, RoboDom. It's just authentication's okay. If I fix a few things for security-wise, all I'm missing is the buttons and the UI for the features. If I've written the code right, then oh yeah, I forgot to show you Xmetrics. There's the code. Then I should be close to deployment. The auth is working. The routes are written. Forgot about tests, but it should be ready to. Let me check it. Did I push the code? I did. I just gotta add the UI at this point. Yeah, I have. I've been to two of them before the whole COVID thing. They were fun. I mean, that's basically what it's gonna look like, Xmetrics. Okay, so we do need some front end stuff. So your list EJS. There's a little form up here. Form. Oh, look at that. Copilot knows what I want. Action equals list singular. Method, not a comma. Method equals post. List name, create list. Okay, let's get over there. Get over there. List name. List. I make the best names, folks. It tried really hard. Actually, it succeeded. So it rendered it to the list. I don't have a view for this. List EJS. So probably got an error down here. No, we don't. Get over here. Yeah. We are getting over here. So somewhere around here there's a route that ain't hooked up. Here we go. Get list. Oh, apparently I do have a route for this. Render list. Don't know how that's working. Not gonna question it. Hi. Show me your presence. What's happening here? We have an endpoint probably conflicting. So I say when you get a list / anything, that should be right. What HTML are we getting? We're getting no HTML. We're getting an error. We're getting a 404. So get list / list require token. Let's drop the auth. Aha. So get list is the failure. You are a failure. Ah, here it is, the 404. So we can't find the list. So console log quest.params, which I have to look over here for. I'm not seeing it. Which means my require token is stopping me early. Interesting. Nope, that's not turned on. There it is, params.list. Aha, it's an ID, which means it needs to be wrapped in a what? New object ID thingy. There we go. So I gotta do this everywhere now. Where's the import for this? There it is. This is gonna be tedious. You get an ID, you get an ID, you get an ID. So this one is already made an ID, which is why I didn't recognize it. So unfold all. Let's go through every database lookup. I think I could just go look through all the get clients, right? So insert one, owner, name, all that. There we go. There's another one. Everyone gets an ID. Ain't that right? They're not the same one. No, no, no. Everyone gets a uniquely identifiable ID. You can ditch that. Oh, look, you need an ID. Look at this other one who needs an ID. Oh, we're doing some fancy work here. That is all fine. Fancy work here. Okay, that should be all the IDs for all the lists. There we go. The word's hi. Gotta love it. Now, what am I supposed to do with this? I made a list. I'm checking it twice. So, where is my list endpoint? Singular list, please. Get list. Okay, so I send you user, list, and list progress. The list is empty, so it's going to be very boring. I can copy this code, though. I can copy all this code. Just change it all to items. Oh, for this part, I will say %equal list.name. So the action is to item name. So it's a new item. List Got templatey stuff. List.id. Templatey off. Oh, what's the route to add a new item? Post. /id. Cool. Let me look at this. Post to a list to get a list. Post to an endpoint called item. Yeah, that makes sense. Add item. You know, we're just going to add a little percentage doohickey. So what is this? List progress times a hundo. I have to put in parentheses to get me a to fixed out of it. To fix 2. Closing the things. And a little percent sign. List items for each. Then we have item. This is just supposed to be good old text, so no anchors here. Item.name. Now these will need to be editable in some way. I'll figure that out later. Do we have items? Infinity %. Gotta love it. So how did I come to infinity? Because there aren't any in there, that's why. It is an empty list. So if there's a length, then we do this. Otherwise, 1. I probably could do a math max too, but too late. Bob. Can't post a list. We lost the ID. It's been lost. So list.id is not a thing. Super sad because it's _ID. Haha. I hope that's old HTML. Please, sire, give me new HTML. Oh, it's doing lots of thinking. Bob is in the list. Everyone welcome Bob to the list. Still 100% though. That's weird. That's not right. That's not right. So list items, I can see the item in the list. What are you telling me? What have you done to my list? What's this? Argument passed. I don't know what that error is. Okay, we're doing something weird here. What is this? Okay, well, what's this thing yelling about? Oh, ID of null. Sadness. Owner of null. Great sadness. How did this go? So wrong. So wrong. Your idea of null should not prevent you from doing math. Who's doing it? Controllers line 81. Okay, 81, what have you done? Request params list for get list. This looks like a perfectly fine ID to me. A string of 12 bytes or a string of 24 hexes or an integer. Well, what do you have? LID. Wow, I failed typing. Show me what you got. Index CSS. Ah! Yikes. That's not right. My paths must be relative. Big sad. That's why you don't make your paths relative, I guess. Or do. Just don't be me. Database looking happy now. Okay, that was a weirdly one. Okay, so that is working. My items are all messed up. That's an ID, not an underscore ID. That's the problem. So I'm rendering a list, which is a list. Here we go. Push underscore ID. Request body. Wait a minute, I can't even give you an ID. You don't get IDs. I need to make an ID. You get a new one. New object ID, because I don't think you can generate your own. Actually, let's see if you can. Show us what you got. Did you make your own ID? Who made their own ID? Come on, show me. Why is Bob the only one? Because I'm not console logging him. I think my sorter's off by 1. They don't get their own IDs. The sadness increases. You need an ID. Okay, so we do need that. I think this is off by 1. So math plus 1. Well, it's division there, so fails at math by saying -1. Someone's gotta do this math. There we go. I no longer we console log that. We can now 0%, as all things should be. Now this is the thing where we need more power. There's not enough power. So when it's not fully sorted, we need the ability to enter sorting mode. So how do we do that? I guess on this button, right? So when it's not equal to 1, we do some stuff. Otherwise, we do no stuff. So in the list endpoint, somewhere around here. There it is. There we go. Then here comes our if. Actually, we do need the thing. We do need to display that. The conditional thing will go down here. Ahref Copilot. Yeah, not an edit button though. No. No. We want a compare. A sort link, but this is conditional. If list progress is less than 1, would you look at that? It knows what I want. Compare. There we go. Let's just hit that button and see where we go. Now we do have the one without the ID. Will that destroy the universe? It actually will. So how do we fix it? We turn off the server and delete the database. Where's the database? There it is. Then we make a new database. It's a cool thing about local development. You can just nuke it in an instant. Come on. Oh, probably hope the server was turned on. That's just me thinking. Oh yeah, now this thing is angry because this list don't exist. So, technically, this is 404A. Just not seeing any information. Then when we go here, we're not logged in. Although, technically, we are logged into a user. But its user's been deleted from the database. Because there's no verification of that user existing. There's only verification of the JWT being valid. So, I don't think that'll be a real issue. Famous last words. A, B, C, D, E, F. Here's the thing. I need to also do a thing when I create a list. So who is in charge of me making my list? You are. There you go. Owner. Request user. Why isn't that working? We'll find out. Did we make it? Probably help if we console log something somewhere. The list endpoint. So get list. What do we get? We have a null owner. Big sad. Why? No, not create. I'm create list. Request user ID underscore ID. Doggone it. Okay, it's looking for all the .IDs in the universe. We gotta fix all this. Oh, look at them all. Just all being wrong. Are there any actual IDs that ID colon? Those are all underscore IDs. Oh, here's one. It's a test. Nope, all of them are wrong. So it's .ID. We gotta fix all these. It's just a YOLO if the big replace. It's big replace time. Big replace. It's literally only in 2 files. It looked like a lot more. So we do need the ability to delete lists though. So let's figure on that one out. So we get a list, we post to a list, we delete a list. Let's get that one working. After we input, delete our list to the controllers. Very bottom. Delete list. Let's watch you do your thing, Copilot. Good, so we get the client, get the list, delete one where ID matches the params, and I own it. Perfect. So here's the thing. Form delete. I know forms don't do deletes because someone didn't make it work. But I don't want to. Okay, so we gotta do some JavaScript. Or we don't. I don't know. I mean, I've gone this far without writing any JavaScript on the front end. Why stop now? Let's go to the routes. Yeah, so delete. What if we make it a GET request that is to the endpoint delete? It's not semantic and all that, but it's easier for me to write. Because now, all I gotta do is go over here and go to a little list. I can do all of them actually. So let's add a little form action equals list. I would love that, Copilot. It's understandable. Just a little delete form. Just has a single button that will delete the thing for me. Now, where do I go after I delete it? Redirect to home page. That's fine in my book. So we delete the thing. I also want to delete other things, so I want to be able to delete an item. So I create one by doing... this is awkward. Actually, let's see. So I gotta fit it between all these other endpoints. So if you get a compare, so there's a comparison. How would I do a deletion? Delete list :a delete. Right. So I would want to do this below the compare, I think. And this would not conflict with this post because this one requires another parameter. Hey, DM Bull, how's it going? We're over here. I have somewhat abandoned the test-driven development. It took me 6 hours and I didn't even get to user auth, so I was like, forget that. In the last 2 hours, I implemented user auth and basically all the features, so it's not my jam. Ooh, the T3 stack. Yeah, that is what? TRPC, TypeScript, Next.js, and NextAuth, right? Yeah. Here, that's the latest craze. Only thing of that's really interesting. I mean, I know your opinions on Next.js auth. But yeah, the only thing that's really somewhat interesting is the whole TRPC thing. But besides that, I'm really already cool with Next and stuff. I'll have to try it out sometime. Okay, and item name. So we have a little form. Ooh, nice. Yeah, of course, after you get a little more experience with it. List. A lot easier. Okay. and then they're the ones who made things easier already. Oh, easier for end-to-end, too. Types, not testing. Yeah. Nice. I mean, yeah, it is. I have heard it coming around with TRPC, Zod, and all the familiars, so eventually I'll give it a shot. Probably sooner than later. My next project. List underscore ID. Yeah, that is the only disadvantage of that I've seen of GraphQL and Apollo and just the GraphQL in itself is that it is not lightweight and it's got no interest in being lightweight, you know? While TRPC kinda, from what I read about it, is the opposite. Yeah, TypeScript, it is cool, RoboDom. TypeScript, and then what? Thingy item dot underscore ID close thingy delete. Delete. Let me a little delete button. Indentation. Let's see if this even looks right. I've got to add things to my list. Bob's in the list. Apparently Bob's not in the list. What happened? Oh no. Type challenges. TypeScript. Oh wow. Awesome type utility libraries. Better understand. Huh. This does seem old to the approach. Look at the hello world first. Use a type to do the assertion. Change the following, make the test pass. Should make this work. Huh, interesting. Yeah, I can kind of see the vibe there. Let's see. Should make this work. Expect equal hello world string. The heck? Okay, I will. I'm already freaked out by that. And this is supposed to be hello world? Yeah, I use generics sometimes. That's about it. I don't know about this. Might be a little too late in the day for me to figure this out. Huh, it's screaming just like I'm about to be screaming. Awesome. Let me try click the button again. Oh, I have to click back. Is it broken? It's probably just me. Not. Let me try to open it in Chrome, I suppose. Right click. Copy link. Copy link. Generics on generics. Yeah, I'm pretty good on that. Does it work on your Firefox though? Because I'm on Firefox. I'm a weirdo. Let's see how this works. Get the A's yelling at me. Let's go with Chrome. There we go. Yeah, it's just Firefox being Firefox. Don't worry about it. Okay, can we do... Okay, cool sandbox. Okay. Expected to be string. Oh, okay. So okay. Expect equal. So not any and hello. Your code here. Okay, so hello world should be expected to be. Oh wait, I'll just make this a string. Is that what it wants? Oh, okay. I see. I was overthinking it. Like, how am I supposed to write these? No, these are the test cases, which they've written in TypeScript of all things. Huh. Oh, where do I submit somewhere? Oh, I mean, there's nothing to run. Yeah, it's TypeScript. Nice. Okay, let me check out the next one. Answers on the repo. Yeah, I mean, I'll take a peek at that hello world. Make sure I'm not too crazy. Yeah, I mean, I'll check out the next one probably. Got it. Okay, I'll find it somewhere else. For pick. Implement the pick generic without using it. Ah. Wow. Okay, yep. I pick's kind of magic meat already. But yeah, definitely. I could see like this being a good way to learn how it works more than how to use it and more to make your own stuff. Because for me, like, I'm good at using what exists, but not necessarily creating all the new ones. Mainly because if anything I want kind of already exists. I haven't really ran into the more complicated data structures where I need to implement something super custom. But yeah, for sure, I'm definitely gonna give this a shot later when I have brain cells. Thanks for sharing that one, DM Boo. Ugh, the blindness. Gotta turn that off. Okay, see why this ain't working. So I'm getting a 404. Let's look at all my list. I don't have any list. I thought I had list. Ah, man, I got even less right now. A, B, C, D, E, F. Look at all these items my list is holding. Amazing. Let's delete one. Okay, it don't exist. Because I forgot to escape all the thingies, so that URL is super bad. And now the endpoint literally don't have a thing. Huh? What did that do? It deleted the whole list. Because I've set it to delete the whole list. Why did it do what I tell it to do? And delete item, so I could just go basically copy this from delete list. You know what? Copilot will write it for me. Module exports, delete item. Oh, this is gonna be a tough one. I don't know if I can do it. Can you do it? Ooh, Copilot. You know, maybe this Copilot is worth the $10 after all, because I didn't have to go look up that documentation, like, at all. Let's see if it's actually looking good. So yeah, get client, update 1, pull, which this is the first time I've ever seen it. So I'm guessing it's removing from this array the thing that matches this. Nice. It's redirecting me back to the list. Yeah, it's looking good, Copilot. Let's make me a list. ABC, DF. And when we delete ABC, big sad. Super sad. Okay, so that's not how it works. Pull operator. I mean, it makes sense. We're pushing, we're pulling. All instances that match a specified condition. Yeah, this is correct here. We're updating the list owned by me. Ooh, item. That's, no, that is params. Yeah, params item. That is correct. Pull. Pull fruits in apples or oranges that have vegetables of carrots. Hold on. Hold on. Removes carrots from the vegetables array. Removes this object. Okay, so I need to pull with an ID. So let's see. I need to find. Move object from array. Yes, is what I want. This is kind of what I want. ID. Why are you using that? Okay, so we both use this ID. Upsert multi. So those don't matter. So I'm updating this. Pulling from items. So they are Mongo IDs. I'm seeing a lot of multi-trues in here. Okay, let's do a res. Just see what happens here. See what is up. Oh, we have another console log lying around apparently. Where is the other one? There it is. Poof. Let's give it another look at this. So we acknowledged, we matched 1, we upserted 0, we modified none. Okay, so we didn't do anything. Why won't you do stuff? What's this big red squiggly? Semicolon's angry. Okay, let's just go ahead and log our parameters over here. Params, that's probably what's wrong. Gotta click the button. List and A. Oh, A. A? What's A doing there? A, there it is. Whoops a daisy. Okay, so that's gonna work now. We'll love to see it. Black magic. So we gotta click the button. Poof. Magic. Okay, this is work. I'm pretty sure the delete button for the list works. We're gonna be real. Cannot get list compare. Well, that's not where you're supposed to go. Why'd you do that? Let's auto format you first. Where did you go? So this delete button. Point at the wrong place. This is supposed to say delete. Cannot get delete. Well, why not? Oh, it's list, singular. There we go. It is deleted, and then it takes me back to the home page, which will redirect me to the last modified one if it exists. So we have the creation, the deletion, creation and deletion of items. Editing is a thing that's going to happen someday, soon. But next is just time for the actual comparison. So let's jump in here. So adding items. So we're gonna Z A X. Just adding some random stuff in random orders. C and then B. So surprise, surprise, these are going to be ordered alphabetically. but they're not yet. Gotta fix that. Well, we also would fix that too, but we literally can't see the order happening. So how are we gonna fix that? So we've sorted them, but we've never generated the order. Because it's all index based. So I can't sort it physically. I have to return the indexes. Okay, that's how I do it. So when I receive a individual list under get list, not that one, not that one. Where is it? There it is, get list. So I get the list progress. I also need to get the other things, which is order. Here we go. Order. Now I get this from sorter, not current order. Get order. Now we're just gonna spit this one out. Now I won't be able to use this until I know what it looks like, so I also need to go to the compare place, which is under the list EJS page, where we have the sort button. Let's click that button. Cannot get compare because it is again pluralized. Let's go back, refresh, click the button. And we don't have a page for it, so let's create this page. Compare.ejs using our template. And we have not all this information. What information do we pass to the compare view? User, obviously, because we need that. Oh, that's too much selecting. And comparison. Okay. What we should do is when this is on, we should redirect them back. So that's a big note right there. So if no question, there we go. Redirect back to list thing. Where's my list ID? Request params.list. Do I have that? I do have that. Great. Then we're going to set a message. No more comparisons to make. I love it. Copilot makes great suggestions. Otherwise, if there is a question, then comparison A and B. Now for this, we're just going to have... keep the percentage up there. That's a cool thing to show. This is where we start just kind of spitting stuff out. So I don't remember what looks here. JSON stringify. Not the list. We don't have the list, do we? I don't think we have the list. We don't. We need the list. Gotta have a list. Don't need it, but gotta have it. We need that list information. Now we can look at the comparison. Then this should give us something. Sadness. List progress is not defined. I mean, I can get that literally right here. Okay, so you do it somewhere else. There we go. How's this gonna work? Calculate progress equals a little thing that takes a list and a sorter. I mean, it doesn't need the list, does it? I just need, what is this? The sorter size. Yeah, I can just use the sorter itself. The sorter is smart, which means I can just get this from the actual sorter itself. I don't need to implement this here. I can then go... You know what? I won't do that. That's a second function ain't gonna hurt no one. Have that written. Get next comparison. List progress. Calculate progress. Loving it. Ooh, look at this. We have A, which is this thing, for the name of A, and then Z, thing of Z. We're coming to the moment, folks. And again, we're doing some bad coding. Okay, I will do some styling here. So how do we want to do this? Div. Oh, well, Copilot's about to write something. Go, Copilot. Oh, what are you writing, Copilot? So if comparison, well, comparison's not an array. You're already failing. No, you're not doing it right. Oh, what are you doing? It was a really good thought. class equal comparison. So we're gonna have three things: left, right, and center. Whoa. I gotta see what Copilot just wrote. This is amazing code. Look, what does Copilot think is going on? Ooh, writing a progress bar and everything. I wish I was writing code this well. Yowza, I got no idea where you're going there, Copilot, but I appreciate you. Okay, let's try it one more time. No, we're not going there. Big brain, yeah, it's like your code? Nah, we need to go to the next level. MVP, more like max VP, come on. Yeah, it wants to go. So, yeah, div. We're going to do some basic stuff. Docker compose from Postgres. Yeah. It's pretty good. Ain't got to worry about it or nothing. H2 equal comparison.a.name. Yeah, it can be a little complicated programming, but then it can also save you from complications of other stuff messing you up, and that's kind of, it's saving grace. It's complicated because it needs to be to save you from the other complication. Actually, I need a form for each of these. Less than. So this is an action. I gotta put a lot of things in this one. List. Oh, I didn't realize there was a Windows specific thing making Postgres weird. Yeah. I mean, I have manually done the local Postgres, probably still got one running in the background doing nothing. But yeah, it's tedious to work with. Even getting a local MySQL can be tedious, Just any of them. Mongo, thankfully, they kind of figured it out. They just made a CLI, you point it to a directory, and the server just runs. If Mongo were complicated as the SQL alternatives, then yeah, Docker saves the day. Waste time trying to kill it. Yeah. Man, I don't do much local mouse. I should, but actually, yeah. The local Postgres I worked with, I was doing it on a Docker anyway. Yeah, all my local Postgres has been done via Docker, damn bull. So yeah, welcome to the promised land. List _ID. I like what it do or what it can do. Disconnect, troubleshooting, it's not sitting as hard on me. Yeah, they're not easy to troubleshoot or debug rather, because it either all works or it all kind of crashes and burns and falls apart. I mean, you can Dockerize into them. I know VS Code you can kind of go into them and look around, so I've done that before for fixing stuff, but besides that I haven't really done too much debugging with it. list under. Nope, not that. In the wrong. .a underscore ID. Is that how it works? I gotta look at my routes. Let's look at my routes. So, list A, B, result. Yes, so I'm comparing A, and I'm comparing B. Man, ain't this an amazing EJS file? Just the best. And then I'm setting result. A result of less than is, oh god, is it -1? +1. It's not 0, thankfully. You know, I gotta look it up. MDN.js sort. My Anki has failed me. Come on, which one is it? Here you go. So if it's less than 0, sort A before B. Greater than 0, A comes after B. Okay, so if I'm saying this sign and this one is -1, A before B. Yeah, okay, I got that right. I got it. Just took a moment to get there. Okay, so let's make this a little more readable, because it couldn't be any worse. Hey, thanks Shadow Master for the redemption. I'm gonna improve or calculate the O(n) complexity of something. Well, the list sorting actually depends what you mean by n. For n items, it's at least, it's not n divided by 2, or it's not log n, because it scales with how many items you have. So if you have 45 items, no, if you have 10 items, that's 45 questions. This drops it down to 22 questions. So what, it's n divided by 2? That's what it feels like, but I don't know. As it scales, it gets better, so it might be log n. As for improving code, man, besides me shoving all the data back and forth, I don't think there's any code to get better. Like, I'm not doing any calculations. Oh, there we go. I fixed that. I changed one variable. Let's see. No, not there. I can do something. Nah, that won't make anything better. I don't know, Shadow Master. There's not much bad code. I mean, that sounds really bad. There's no bad code in this code base. I mean, this is pretty bad. I don't know if this works. Yeah. Probably should test it. Oh, this is gonna be real fun, seeing if this works. Yeah, okay, so we got this one, and this one, and this one. So, -1, 0. Triple equals, because we're cool, and greater than. See if this page at least visually looks correctly. It doesn't, because we have no CSS. CSS. Display, grid, template columns. Auto. Sorry, brain slipped. There we go. That looks right. 9 hours. Yeah, I'm going for it. Thanks for coming on by the way, Sam. Hope your day has been going well. For those who don't know, Sam KitKat also does some cool coding. Fellow 100 Deva. Yeah, well, what happened was I spent like 6 of these 9 hours trying and forcing myself to do test-driven development, because it's all the phase and I've never really committed to it. And my results have been, I don't like test-driven development. I spent 6 hours and I got like barely any progress. I had a bunch of tests written, but I had to change all of it when I had to actually go on to the next feature. So yeah, not a fan of test-driven development. These last 3 have been going real great. we're almost done. I got authentication. I got all the things working. If the code I wrote works, then all I'm missing is sorting. Okay, so A comes before Z, folks. This is what the program is. Basically, you can create a list of things, and instead of the front end is very meh. Well, that's not working because it's broken. No, it's not broken. There we go. It's not broken. There we go. So basically, the way it is you come to a list and you add a whole bunch of items in, and you can use the efficient way of, so usually if you want to sort all of these with a real human, as in you ask a human which way these go in, you have to ask for 10 questions, for 10 items, you have to ask 45 questions. If you use pairwise sorting or preference sorting, you can ask 22 questions for 10 items, which is what the algorithm I've implemented here and I've shoved in a full stack app is doing. And yeah, Jim, stream's going good, project's going well. We're about to see if this sorting thing works right now. So A comes before Z. No, it doesn't. Okay, so yeah, lots of stuff. First, let's fix list. There, we fixed that. Good fix. I hope your Saturday has been going well. So this thing ain't working. So we have a list, ID, and number. So we have list, ID, number. It says post. So it's not a post, it's a get. That would fix it. Nice. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it myself. What happened? What happened? Ooh, it's 20% sorted. Okay. X comes after A. I think we got that. Oh, it keeps going backwards. So it keeps taking me back to the home. I don't want to go home. So where is it? Compare items. There we go. So if it's successful, I want to go back to list / compare, right? Figure that out. Let's do more comparisons. X is greater than, I just did this. No, X is, oh my brain. X is less than A. X is less than, oh no, the algorithm, it's on fire. I'm trying to think why though. Why, oh why? So I did a little thing and I touched it. Maybe I shouldn't have touched the algorithm. So list to sorter. So this is the thing I did. I was like, I can change it. Nope. So am I adding more things to the array? I'm seeing it stay at 20%, so the answer is no. Interesting. Well, might as well console log some stuff while I'm here. Let's look at the sorter. Just see what it looks like. Okay, so it says there are 5 things. We have 2 items, 0 and 1. We're trying to add a third. Okay. Huh. So let's fold all this down. Compare items. Didn't think this would be the tough part. Okay, here it is. Setting comparisons A, B to result. Yeah, so we're setting object key to this. Now update 1. So let's just get the list. It's when we say compare items, get next comparison, right? Let's look at the list. The list knows all. Show us your secrets. Yes, we know this is getting the list. Here it is. So from A2 to A1, then from A3 to A2. Okay, now, which one am I trying to do now? Can't really tell. It must be ones that are already in existence. So let's take a look. Get next question is returning the previous question. Or something like that. So console log question. Yeah, because there's 2 and then there was 1. So between all my items, which I have these ones, it's telling me to compare index 2 with index 1. So 0, 1, 2, X with index 1, A. Am I doing elite code right now? That's what it looks like, Jim. I mean, I guess it can feel elite codey. Right now we are working on my pairwise comparator, which basically is a thing where you can create a list of items, and then usually if you wanted to ask a human, hey, sort these items, and you told them, like you gave them 2 options, this item and this item, which do you prefer, which is higher, which is lower, you would have to ask them that question 45 times. But if you are efficient, and for example, if you say A is better than Z, and X is less than Z, then without comparing X to A, you know A is greater than X. So you can infer on some of them by the other answers, which essentially lets you do a log n of questions. So instead of asking the 45 that 10 would, you only need to ask 22, and it only gets better the more you have. It's not working right now though, which is the thing that's not doing what we want. So because it gives me indexes of what questions to ask, 2 and 1. So 0, 1, 2. So it's X, which is A3 and A2. A3, A2 is already in here, but it's not being added to the thing. You are right, Jim. That's why I use letters, because it's a little easier to work with. Although maybe I should just nuke the database at this point. And hey, Robodom, of course. Have a good night. Yeah, hope the rest of your day, wherever that may be. Good luck getting those social icons, unless you just went for the screenshot method next time. Thanks for coming on by. Okay, math. So it's either math or it's the sorter, because there are 2 items in here. Current is item 2, and I should try 0. What if I just say, give me another question? Because this does some math. I want to know if this does bad math, though. 2, 1, 2, 1. It doesn't seem to be destructive. Old CT is defined but never used. Don't care. Okay, let's see if this logic here then. So I'm checking if AID and so let's figure out what this is. Of course, Jim. Thanks for coming by. Yeah, I see most people are winding off. I would be too, but I'm so close to it at this point. So close. Just so close. Okay, if list comparison A and AB, then add AAB result. Otherwise... Oh, I just say break all the time. I only add 1 answer. Oh, no. Sadness. Oh, well, I just broke that. What did I do? What have I done? It's broken, so let's just hit an infinite loop, I think. Oh, it's else break. There we go. I'm missing one little keyword. There we go. And C is greater than A. X is greater than C. B is less than X. Wow, I have to literally... I'm failing at the alphabet, folks. I'm getting there. C is... Ooh, okay. B is less than C. No more comparisons to make. Okay, figured that one out. Yeah, we're getting there. Now that thing's just angry, but that's okay. I'll fix that later. So it's 80% sorted. Bad math, that's really 100. This is the part where we have an order, and the moment of truth is about to happen. I have to use the order. Use the force, almost. So, list EJS. So, somewhere I have it. I'm just going to JSON stringify it. And we spit it out on the page. There we go. 0, 1, 2, 3. That's not right. That's wrong. Okay, let's delete all the items, because that ain't what we want. Okay, let's try it again. A, Z, B, X, Y. It's not a Y. And C. One more time. Let's see what went wrong. So yeah. Z is less than A. B is greater than Z. X is less than Z. X is greater than B. T, wow, I don't know how you got in there, is greater than B. T is less than X. C is greater than B. I'm sure this is a little bit more entertaining than just counting, folks. And this thing's angry, but the order should 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Uncool, very uncool. So I know I have comparisons in the thing. So let's fix that thing, I guess. So yeah, we go to sort and it's gonna be all angry. Let's figure that out. Then we'll figure out the next thing. So where's the thing where it says no more comparisons? Don't want that list. Redirect to list params list with a message. Oh yeah, I don't get to do that. Okay, just a redirect. Don't know how that came in there. Poof, okay, it sends me back. Now, we know that doesn't do anything. List progress. I'm bad at math, so sorter size. Sorter current item -1 divide size. So, not -1. There you go. I'm sure that's about right. Let's figure out this order thing. Sorter get order. So let's log it, I guess. Console log list and the sorter. All the cool things. Everyone gets logged. You know what? Let's log the order that the sorter gave us. Let's turn into tongue twister real quick. Okay, looky loo at the list. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, how is this supposed to work? Oh, add preference. I got it. They're strings. They are strings. The evil strings. Okay, so this is a good point for me to implement another feature, clearing comparisons. So we have a delete button, because this is getting painful. So we have get delete item reset. There we go. Reset item. That's a cool thing we're going to do. It's going to allow you to clear all the comparisons for an individual item. We have delete, we have reset. So if we go delete item, maybe Copilot can write it for us. Reset item. It's probably going to be too confused because this is not a good description. Go Copilot. Oh, perfect. Copilot knows exactly what I want. So I want to pull from comparisons. Kinda. I don't know. Maybe it's trying that. So it's not A and B. It's comparisons of an object. Okay. Delete key from object. Maybe you can do that. Or set it to null. Is that what we do? Unset. Okay. It might be easier for me to get it, calculate it, and then call the unsets. Hey, thanks for the follow there, Colivra. Hope your Saturday's been going well. Okay, we're close here. We're so close. So comparisons is an object of objects to objects. So we need to delete that one, which will be the easy one, but deleting the ones that are referencing it would be more difficult. So pull. Well, let's look at MongoDB pull. Because I don't think pull can do what it can do. I think Copilot just threw it on there. Removes from an existing array. It's not an array. That's the problem. So we need unset comparisons. So yes, template literal. How do we do this? The number one. If you want to remove one field from all or multiple, update many. Okay, so let's make the thing where it's comparisons dot and then one, so get rid of all of those. Why's I angry? Because you need to put it in brackets. There we go. So that is the easy one. All the comparisons from it to the other one. Now we need all the ones from the other one to it. So let's see. Wild card for the field name. No, that ain't about to happen. Ooh. Queries. No. Query string. That's not Mongo. Okay, so that's all we're gonna get for there. MongoDB. So I need find and update because I need the list. So I call another update. Find and modify. Now find one and update. Okay, so reset item gives me back to this place. That gives me a res, which I can console log. Semicolons everywhere. Auto format. Let's see what reset item looks like after I add a button. So list EJ. Yes. Okay, so before I do that, so I do need the reset. I also need the comparison to happen. Not get next, but make actual. There we go, compare items. So result needs to be plussed. And if I do my node right, then the string not -1 plus it's -1, 0, and 1. Yep. Good old unary plus operator. Feels right to me, because that was the problem there, being inserted as string, so my sorter was like, is this -1? It's like, nope. So that works there. Now reset is theoretically going to work after I add a reset button to my little thing. So we got delete. Might as well put it right here. Reset. I could probably add a counter to at some point, but not today. So if we reset A, we should see something in the logs. The sacred text. So we got some logs. Those are a lot of logs, though. There are 2 of them. Let's look again. Okay, here we go. We have what basically we wanted to look at. So the one we're trying to touch, who are we messing with? So we have this lovely comparisons object. It would help if it was item. Probably also need to see what is going on there. Res.comparisons. Should give me a deeper look, hopefully. Reset A. Nothing really is happening. Oh, that's not right. Res.value. Comparisons. That look good looky. Okay, there we go. So the one I am currently using is unvisible. One more time. Okay, scroll down, scroll up. Okay, so we're looking at 106. So it's 106 on the left side of any of these equations. I don't see 106. Here it is. Oh, you're on the right side. Okay. Okay, so it has done its job. It's not on the left anymore. So now we need to find all the paths that do need to be deleted. Deleting equals here for const key. There we go. If key is undefined, that's not right. If so I'm pushing to deleting. That's not how we're doing it though. So if comparisons key, that's never going to be undefined because you're looking at yourself. I'm looking for if this thing. So if my key is in your object, then deleting push. I guess it's technically prefix. So yeah, it's this thing. There we go. And now we get to do another thing where I can actually destructure value out of this. I can actually destructure comparisons out of this. Everything gets destructured today. Destructure all the things. Okay, so we did that. It's very angry at us because we don't have parentheses. Very happy. Okay, so we've pushed all the inner keys, the left sides that we're deleting. Now we gotta do this one more time. So we gotta return. I need the client. So access. Well, this is great scoping. Move there, add there. Return client.db. Oh, I gotta access all that again. Essentially, I don't have to find one or update. I just need to update one. This is where we keep all the same stuff, but we delete. It's not a pull though, you poor thing. It is an unset. And so we start doing my big map. Big map time. Someone's gotta do that then. I guess it's not me. Unset, and this is where we do dynamically building this object. My goodness, we're not doing that. Yeah, we'll build this ourselves. So deleting bracket. Now we build our little string, which is this right here. So keys on the left dot the one I am equals uno. Now this needs to be destructured. Key. There we go. And now we can say we are unsetting. Oh, we just call this unset. Ooh, look how fancy this is gonna be. Could it be any better? So we're returning this, chopping that off. We can say, which parentheses are these? Dot then. Come on, almost there. Okay, looking pretty fine to me. So it's gonna take 2 queries to do a reset, but sadly I don't care at this point. Let's see if it works. So we should lose A's. Boom! Oh goodness, that deleted everything. It looks like. That's a full reset. We can make that another feature some other day. Or it's up the front. It's in the front, and we can't do anything until this one's done. We'll find out when we console. We don't have any. When we add our console log to the list, so we should have all the other comparisons still in the database, and we do. So it's just this one is missing. That's a thing that needs to be cleaned up, those empty objects, but for our tomorrow visit. Okay, so we did the reset, and it was like, yeah, let's reset. Now, sorting should now work, although everything needs to be resetted. So back to the list. Y'all need a reset. So A gets a reset, Z gets a reset, everyone gets a reset. Should be a reset all button, but that ain't here. Now if we look, unset is empty. So if unset's empty, then there's nothing to do. So this is some cool logic. If I didn't find any to delete, then I'm done. Here we go. If object.keys unset length, not object ID, use the fancy unset. So if it's basically gonna be a return ternary on this. So return, if you got any, return them. Otherwise, return nothing. We're just undefined. Loving that. Which means if I refresh this, it happily resets. And if we look at our log, we look at our log. Where's it? Why do I keep getting rid of this thing? Get list. We should have a 0 comparisons. Look at all. Well, I don't know what they're doing here. Oh, those are from the deleted objects. Yeah, when I delete an object, I also need to delete all its comparisons. Good. Glad I found that out. Okay, so yep, I do a pull, and then I find essentially the logic I just did. So I need a pull and an unset. So boop. So delete item. Yep. Congratulations. Yep. Go out of the way. Who are we deleting? All of the things that I touched, and now all the things that interacted with me. Hey, the miner. Thanks for the follow. Hope your Saturday or maybe Sunday has been going well. We over here getting around to the end of our pairwise comparison project. Test-driven development, not my cup of tea. That's about all I found out from this. Now this can be done functionally, right? So function generate nested unsets for I don't know, we're just gonna figure this out. Return the unset. Let's figure out how we want to feed this. Comparisons. So we want comparisons here. Then we also need to feed in a deleting here. So who are we deleting? Deleting. Go, and now let's say const set equals generate nested unsets. We pass go copilot. Now we can do this once more. Using a semicolon. Very sorry. There we go. So this is our unset. We'll just say dot then value comparisons. Watch my parentheses. And go for it, Copilot. Nope, we have it right here. So const unset. Can you write the rest, Copilot? Update 1. Good. Okay, I think that's it. Make sure this matches here and here. It does. A Node.js challenge of your choice. Okay, Minimer. I mean, we can go for a Code Wars. I got a Code Wars lying around. Let's see. We have. It's the last one I had queued up. Separate the wheat from the chaff. Given a sequence of integers, separate negative from positive ones. I don't know what it means, but we're gonna see. I mean, it might be interesting. Yeah, we can give this one Minimer. Has got any other suggestions? Give this one a shot. Okay, so given a sequence of integers, separate negatives from positives. Okay, sounds like a plan. So return a new sequence such that negative numbers come first, then positive ones. Have no fear, there are no zeros. Repetition could occur, duplicates are things. If a misplaced positive is found in the front part, replace it with the last misplaced negative, the one found near the end. The second, and negative found at the head should be kept in place. Okay, this is a bit of a logic one. So essentially I can't just sort it and be like, sort it away. Separate so all the negatives need to go to the left and all the positives go to the right. So I need to go through it, count, and find out the middle index. They do seem to be talking about swapping a lot. So this one should be swapped with the first negative. Okay, I think I can see this. So we need to iterate through this and get all the positive indexes and negative indexes. And while there are positive indexes less than negative indexes, take the most extreme and swap the values. So positive equals here, const negative equals here. Let's see how we can do this. So first let's fix some formatting on this. For let I equal 0, I less than values dot length. It would help if I typed values correctly. It would still help. I plus plus. Now we're gonna say if values I less than 0, so it's negative push I, else positive push I. Now I only care about the ones that are, what do we say? I can't really say if they're over the index, because what if they're all negative? Then we're fine. So essentially this needs to be a while loop to determine the lowest. Okay, so the highest Nope. So here is the lowest positive, 2. Largest negative, 6. Swap those. Lowest positive, highest negative. That's the logic. Got it. While true, const, well, let ln most negative equals essentially, well, if it's negative push, then it's negative length minus 1. It's at the end. But let most positive equals positive 0. Once I have those, I swap their values around. I think I could do this with array indexing, so values most negative, then values most positive equals copy and paste, but swap them around. Good old trick that you can do in JavaScript to swap two variables without creating a temp. Pretty fun. So that swaps them. But now how's the while true happening? So the while true is only happening if the most positive is less than the most negative. So if most positive less than most. Otherwise, if it is greater than, then we're happy. We return values. Otherwise, we do the swap, and this is also where indexes need to swap, right? So how do I swap the indexes? So I have, in this case, most positive is 0. 1, 2, 3. So 0 and 3. Oh, so essentially I set this one to most positive and positive 0 to most negative, and I think I need to do sorting on this, because if the next one is up, right? What about a multi-swap? 7, 8, 1, 2. So we have 2 of them that need to come over. Let's watch this one. 8 to 7. So negative 7 comes here. 8 goes there. And the next one up is 10, which is less than 6. So those two swap. Now let's just see if I got lucky. I'm feeling lucky. Not that lucky, apparently. Okay. It's time to delete this one out. Or Code War. Oh, poor ESLint, really freaking out. While true, unreachable code. Love to see it. Okay, let's see. Is it failing on all of them? 7. Nope, it's failing on some of them. 7, 6, 10, 8, 9. Where is it? Expected something to equal negative 7, negative 6, 10, 8, 9. My eyes deceive me. Negative 6. Negative 7, negative 6. There it is. Okay. So let's grab this one that's failing. There we go. Well, that's not where it needs to go, so we call the function. We say should triple equal this thing over here. Drop that, and we gotta go start debugging, because there's no way I can just YOLO this. Let's go, Node. Sadness. Oh, error. Why are you doing this, node? I need to create a launch file. It's trying to run an npm script. I don't want an npm script. I am not using Expo right now. Thank you very much. Config. Now here it is. I can just say here. Code war. There you go. Please run my code. Sadness. Cannot run code war JS. Oh, it's plural. Oops. A daisy. One more time. Okay, let's figure this out. Step on through. Okay, we collect all the positives and negatives. I think that part works. So 0, 1, 4, 2, 3. Then we say the most negative equals 3. Most positive equals 0. Positive is not greater than most negative, so essentially 8 needs to be swapped with 7. 0, 1, 2, 3. So the swapping happens. So 8, 10. We should see negative 7 and 8 swap. 8 swaps, negative 7 swaps. Okay, that works. Now, these indexes should go back to where they were. So 0 and 3 should swap. So looking at negative, we have 2, 3, 0, 1, 4. 2, 3, 2, 0. Alright. Now most negative isn't the last one, it's the first one. Okay, so I just sort them. And their numbers, so I have to do A, B, A minus B. I want smallest to largest. Yeah, that's the way it was before. Since they're in place, I can do this accordingly. Let's see what Quokka says about this. Any moment, Quokka. Here we go. 7, 6, 10, 8, 9. 7, 6, 10, 8, 9. Hey, it looks like sorting might have been the trick. Now, in this one, I can actually go BA, since I only care about 0, right? That'd be cool. Well, don't break that. Oh, I was about to be worried there. 7, 6, 10, 8, 9. 7, 6, 10, 8, 9. It's looking good. Let's see if that's the trick. Wait, did I copy? I didn't. Moment of truth. Need some curlies. Sadness. Ooh, undefined. Edge negatives. Okay, let's figure out what this means. Negative numbers found at the head, beginning of a sequence, should be kept in place. I do not understand that. Oh, if there are no positives and there are no negatives. Gotcha. So literally, yeah, if they're while positive dot length and negative dot length, which isn't really a thing I should check. So if either of these are missing, so you don't have positives or you don't have negatives, it means you only got one, which means you are donezo. Do I have an example? I think I can just drop this in. I'll let them test it for me. Test please. Hey, there we go. Now formatting is all over the place, but that's alright. Let's see if we can simplify this a little even further than before. So we can these. Okay, most of these don't get reassigned. Their indexes do, but not them. Okay, now this I can determine like which one. Shorten that code. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there, Ryan. Hey, thanks for the follow there, Timachi. Hope your day is going well. Yeah, GG's, of course, yeah. It was a good one. Thought it was a little simple. I thought it was simpler than it was, but yeah, got to there in the end. Oh, hey, thanks for the also follow you too, Links 3C. Hope your day's going well. Redeem that just in time, because that's what I was about to do anyway. So, let's see. The ternary is going to determine which... Dang it, Copilot, you stole my thunder. So if it's greater than 0, then we push whichever one it is. Although we're pushing I, not value, so yeah, lost there, Code Wars. Or Copilot. Let's turn Copilot off for this. Steal my thunder. There we go. Now for this I can drop out of the variables. I can say const split equals 1 array, 2 array. Instead of being positive, negative, I can just put you in different arrays. I will have to keep track of positive, negative in my head, so 0 plus 1, so this is a Boolean. Plus 1, I use this as an index to sides for which one to push. Come on, a split rather. There we go. So that's angry killer semicolon. Get over it. Now we're gonna say if any of them don't have a length. So if split dot sum side, not side dot length, or if not every, I don't know which one I want to go for. So if not every one of them has a length, that's easier to read. We do that. Then we say for both of them const np. Do need this part. Hold on. This is the part where I need to know which is positive and which is negative. So if it's greater than 1, greater than 0, then that is... So I need the numbers 0s and 1. So plus 1 is not what I want, but plus to a number is what I want. So let's see. So positive is the right. So positive is here. So this is positive, and this is negative. So, hey, NP, that's funny. So NP equals split dot map. So I want to go to each of them. Side dot sort. Now one of them needs to go AB and one of them needs to go BA. Because it's going to determine on the index. There we go. So sort equals A minus B. So the 0th one is negative, so it needs this one. So if index is truthy, then we do A minus B. Otherwise, falsy, we do this. Hopefully the ternary knows where to go. Then we can say the N is most negative, all 3 of those. P is most positive, all 3 of those. And for split 0 equals P, and split 0 1 0 equals P. Now something is undefined somewhere. What's that called? Positive is not defined. Well, it's not defined anywhere. And this is not right. Very bad. Absolutely terrible. I went too far. So maybe it's 0 or 1. Nope, I went too far again. Ooh, that infinite looped. Okay, let's see if we got this far. Just if we at least got them on the right side. Yeah, next line. Here we go. So what is our split? We have 2 and 3 and 0, 1 and 4. Let's look at the actual data. 0, 1, 2, 3. So left is positive. No, left is negative. Right is positive. Now if we go to the next line, which I can't add a breakpoint on. I love you, Quokka. Go away. There we go. So most negative is... Ah, yes, I mapped. But then I had an index. So it's a map and an index, which should be Quokka ready. Seven, 6, 10, 8, 9. Oh man. It's looking good. Now we do need to structure these, unfortunately. I'm not seeing any. I mean, 0 and 1. I can loop back over them. Extremes. Nah, I'm going too far at this point. I went too far. Let's see if this is it. Oh, we're doing big thinking now. Oh wait, did I never actually run the full test? I didn't. Timed out. Interesting. Because this is very much a brute force swapping them. Because they talked about swapping, you know? Interesting. Let's see what everyone else is talking about. Interesting. Optimization your logic. Interesting. It's an interesting one, that is for sure. Can I say it a few more times? Probably can. Oh, I have to think of some algorithm or something good to do it, won't I? I don't know about this one. I thought I had it. Okay, let's go back to the old version. Maybe this does have it. And that one's just horribly optimized. That would be lovely to hear. I'm not hearing that. Sadness. Yikes. So I do need to swap them, but I need to do it more efficiently than this. I'm not sure of that one. Man, I got most of it done, but that last part, I'm not sure how I would optimize it. I think I'm gonna get this one to get the project done, though. I literally don't know where I am. Okay, I'm doing a deletion. That's cool. So when things get delayed, they need to reset. Right. And now I can do resorting because all the things have been reset. So let's do the sort one more time. Z is less than A, B is greater than A, or less than A. Hold on, let's go back to the list. I think I made some mistakes with my answers there. I forgot how the alphabet goes. Okay, once more. Z is after A. B is before Z. B is after A. X is after B. X is before Z, and T is before X. T is after B. And finally, C is before T. Oh, not finally. C is after B. And there we go. These are the indexes. Now it's time to use them to be more powerful than we ever could have imagined. So we have the list, and we're gonna say we're just gonna do another list at this point. So this is gonna be another sorted list. So it's gonna be put H2. I mean, I could just make 2 columns, but too late. So order for each, for each index basically. I want to spit out the item name. We're no for no buttons. So list dot items index name. This is it. A B C T X Z. The sorting is done. It took a lot longer than I expected, but at least I know once and forever I am not a fan of test-driven development. And we got the sorter working. Let's go, yeah. Let's get this in the repo, and I will add test later. Nah, it wasn't. It wasn't. I guess maybe it's just me, maybe I'm not cut out for it. Because the thing was, I knew I'd be able to do the whole project in, less than 10 hours, which is how far we've gone now. But it just slowed me down. It just ain't for me, I suppose. Yeah, the idea is good. I'm good with testing after I get what I want. There you go, build the feature and make sure it works. Yeah, but testing first, not my cup of tea, and I've proven it now. You are all witnesses. I do need to add a big reset button. So we're not done with the project just yet, 'cause I do need to deploy this and add a big reset button. But we are real close. Really, really close. So I did say I would deploy this, and I will. RM code was... I've come this far. Might as well. Oh, didn't realize. There we go. So what is this? Finish MVP. Commit. And now for the last, let's go ahead and get that a good git push. I can look at it. Git push. And now it's time to have the ability to reset all the things. So this will be on the list. And this is going to be essentially another anchor. Reset. Lovely anchor. Now let's go to our list, or our routes rather. So it's just like here where we have a get for compare, we have one for reset, reset list comparisons. There we go, so I have reset item. Already looking good. Thankfully, reset list comparisons gonna be easier. Hey, thanks for the follow there. Hold on. Mendoza 2001. Hope your day has been going well. We are just getting around the home stretch of this pairwise comparison sorter thing. Module exports. How did I write that? I did write it right. Oh, Copilot's turned off. Come on, Copilot, don't leave him now. Equals function. Oh, do it. Oh, it deletes literally all the comparisons. Nice. But I don't want an unset. I'll just do a set comparisons to empty object. So set object to empty object. That's what I want, or I really want. I mean, we're just gonna find out if this works real quick. Probably should have done this as we did past that part. Get change to mend. Oh great, I have unstate. I love that. That's fine. Yeah, we have reset list comparisons. I think that endpoint is correcto. Come on over here. We have an reset button, and if we press it, it does reset. The first one does go in the order. It is resetted. And yeah, for the last time, let's go through it. Let's answer just wrong for all of them. Just throw things around. Yep. You see, we only gave 5 answers, yet all 7 things were sorted. Ooh, it is working beautifully. Reset again. It's horrible. It's dirty. It barely works, but it is here. I'm trying to think. So now we want to delete. I want to make sure these item deletions work. Yikes. Glad thing we figured that out. So 2, 3, 4. Value comparisons. That didn't happen because it needs to be find one and update. This is what tests were meant to do, right? Unset is empty. You must specify a thing. How did we do that? Oh, we did it right here by not doing our little ternary. Save that. Do it again. Let's delete all these things. I need to delete the whole list, actually. Let's delete the whole list. And yeah, let's one more. I mean, auth is working fine. List name alpha. Cannot read properties of undefined regarding name because the order already exists when there aren't any things in there. Good thing I'm testing this. List EJ. Nope. List EJS. List items. Question mark name.